Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, Mr. Landon Darrence.
Well, good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. Yesterday we had a captivating program. We covered a wide range of issues from European energy security to climate diplomacy, and of course we had the honor of hosting His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber for his inaugural address as COP28 President-designate. So welcome back to day 2. I think, as defining as Russia's invasion of Ukraine was in 2022, the UAE's leadership of COP28 is proving in this forum, as we look at the global energy agenda for 2023, to be a key feature of the year ahead. That's why we're thrilled to keep and kick off the momentum of day 2 with a deep dive on the road to COP28 and a net zero future. It's with this context that I welcome our next speaker, who's no stranger to the efforts it will take to achieve our clean energy ambitions. So please join me in welcoming the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency, Francesco Lacamera. Francesco.
Buongiorno. I still hope that the Italian language is soft enough to introduce you to the new day. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's obvious to say that 2023 is an important year for the energy action. COP28 will be an energy COP, and it brings a unique opportunity to drive this action towards a renewable-based energy transition. The past year has shown more than ever the consequences of tying economy to fuels that are prone to price shocks and supply risks, and fuels that are by the largest contributor to climate change. So it is a great pleasure to be back at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum this morning. I hope the product star to be here focusing on priority for the energy transition in 2023 translate into meaningful action. We need urgent progress on the speed and scale of the transition this year. To course correct toward 1.5 Celsius, we must triple annual addition of renewable power by 2030. By the end of COP28, the reality of achieving our climate objective will be in plain sight with the conclusion of the first global stocktake process. We kick-started the discussion on this process yesterday at Arena 13 Assembly, and we already heard about the great disparity in the pace of change and the ability of countries to shape their energy future. We can afford to leave countries behind, particularly those with the least responsibility towards the climate crisis. But that is exactly what we are doing. Indeed, we must rethink the way international cooperation works. ARENA is acutely aware that the role of the private sector will be critical for the achievement of climate and development goals. We have been seeking to create different opportunities for closer cooperation, such as with the recently launched Alliance for Industrial Decarbonization. Now we have more than 30 companies, 30 important companies in the Alliance, and the Global Offshore Wind Alliance with very ambitious targets. So it must be clear that energy transition is not about a change of fuel. It is a systemic revolution. We need to shift our focus from supply side to the demand side, driving both development and decarbonization for a more resilient and inclusive world. Demand will also point us to new direction and priorities, warranting a closer scrutiny of the choice we are making. We need to reimagine and build the infrastructure of the future across 3 pillars. On this, I love to say that it took more than 1 century to build the infrastructure, and as we say, physical, legal, policy, institutional capacity, education, to sustain the energy system based on fossil fuel. And we have also to understand why we are not going fast enough, because the direction of travel is clear, it's unstoppable. We are going to a new energy system that will be dominated by renewables with a complement of hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen, and sustainable use of biomass. No one can stop this process. The fact is that the speed and scale that we have now will not bring us to the achievement of the Paris Agreement goal. But we cannot continue to use the old language that we are using the last 25 years, because we are not going at the speed and scale we need. So we have to understand why we are too slow. In our point of view, and we will build this narrative, the main point is that we have not the infrastructure ready for sustaining more renewables into the grid. And remember, and I hope that I contain myself in the 5 minutes, but I wish to repeat this concept. Renewables are not intermittent. Also gas is intermittent. Also coal is intermittent. What makes this a fuel to be able to provide a baseload is because we have the infrastructure for it. We have seen where the supply side has been disrupted by the crisis we have. No, anything was not there. So the intermittency is a question of how the infrastructure that sustains the system is working. How we can say that we can make Africa in line with the Paris Agreement goal, with the two-digit growth that we'll experiment in the next years, if we don't put more grids into Africa. And then we may ask to rethink our cooperation work, what are our tasks, the tasks of the multilateral financial institution, and so. So first, the physical infrastructure requires major rethinking, not only to integrate a share of renewables energy, but also to enable its distribution and trade. So we had yesterday a very interesting discussion in the Assembly on the role of the port. Egypt is building a green hydrogen plant where? In the Suez Canal. Think what could be Panama Canal in the future. Think what could be Rotterdam, Anversa, and other important ports in the future. Second, policy and regulatory infrastructure require a similar overhaul that reflects where we need to be. Net zero commitments must be embedded in legislation, properly resourced, and translated into implementation plan. Arena has long advocated for a holistic approach to policy making that drives systemic change, breaks the current silos, and consider wide implications of the energy transition. Finally, we need to pay close attention to infrastructure or institutional human capacity. The energy transition requires long-term strategies to ready the institution and a workforce capable of meeting the upcoming demand. Naturally, what we can say that is clear that the impact of renewables is evident in many ways. Last year, 81% of all installed capacity, new installed capacity was renewables. Renewables are now the cheapest source of power in most regions. We estimate that renewables added in 2021 created $55 billion in savings from global generation costs in 2022. And that the total number of people employed in the renewable energy sector rose by 700,000 by 12.7 million in 2021. But, ladies and gentlemen, a critical mass of solutions required to meet 2030 goals now exists. The question is whether we will have the resolve, discipline, and investment to shift the course towards inclusive and resilient economy and society. Arena will remain at the forefront of the renewables-based energy transition, working across our 168 members, 16 accession partners, and we look forward to continue to work with all of you. And what I can commit is that the agency will work with its analytical capacity and is tasked to try to build a narrative that could fit the political discussion, not just on the first assessment where the numbers are already clear, we are not where we have to be, but also to make a narrative on what is needed if really we want to have enough to maintain the 1.5 alive. So I would like to close in closing, thanking the Atlantic Council for inviting me today. I think it's a long and fruitful relationship. In the previous edition, they invited me for dinner. Today, they invite me for breakfast. And now I have the pleasure to handing over to an old friend of mine, Excellencies, Dr. Jasmine Fouad, Minister of the Environment from Egypt. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Let me at the outset thank the Atlantic Council for convening the Global Energy Forum at a very critical time, very early in 2023. But let me wish us all, a happy new year, a year that's full of success and joy, but a year that is more of a climate proofing, a year that would prove that a clean energy transition is doable, is realistic, is implementable, and is replicated and upscaled. A couple of months ago, we all met in Sharm el-Sheikh, and we met in a very complicated situation, a situation where in 2022, the world was suffering from food security, energy crisis, geopolitics, but we add to that also the economic part and the supply chain. It was a moment that we all faced. It was not Egypt because of COP27 being hosted at the land of Sharm el-Sheikh, but it was a test for all of us on the credibility of the multilateral system. Will the climate agenda be at the top of our leaders? Will it be integrated at the very highest part of our priorities? Let it be social, let it be politics, let it be development, or even the economic part. And that was a moment that we all faced the future generation, where we wanted to prove that this is a COP for implementation. Egypt at that time did not really spare no effort for working with all partners to ensure that there is a successful COP. A COP that also looks at a just transition, but also that would move ahead the climate agenda. Sharm el-Sheikh plan of implementation did consist of many parts that should be looked up together. It did look at the just transition, the mitigation, adaptation, the finance, and as you all know, the historic moment of the adoption of the startup of the loss and damage fund, which was something that was awaited for the last 30 years. So the package that came out from Sharm el-Sheikh did prove that we are all credible to the multilateral system that we promised ourselves 30 years ago. But also at the Leaders Summit, there were two important parts that I would like also to draw the attention for. The first one was the 5 roundtables that were connected together on the renewable, on the green hydrogen, on the food security, on the vulnerable communities, that we were able to bring the leaders together to discuss those essential issues that is in fact an essential part of the development process, and how can those issues be linked together. I don't see the COP27 only as a climate COP, but a COP that did put the human aspect at the heart of the climate action, and that was something that we all needed long time ago. We don't need to reinvent the wheel to discuss the development and the SDGs and the poverty and the GTPs at one front, and then come in another room to discuss the climate. So the architecture of the design of the COP27, whether at the level of the negotiations or the Leaders Summit on putting the food, water, energy nexus at the heart of that discussion and putting the vulnerable community in the first 2 days, and then moving on the thematic days of what we call the who and the what and the how, talking about the most essential sectors of the food and water and the energy, and talking about the most who can affect that from the youth and the civil society, and how to do that by the science, finance, and technology were the architecture of the thematic days, together with a number of initiatives that we thought would be very vital. But those initiatives would never be realistic. Let us take the one for the just energy transition that we have the Sea for All as one of our main partners, will never be done without having the academic, without having the civil society, without having the developed partners, and without having the technology at the heart of that discussion. If we're aiming for an energy transition for Africa, all parties have to gather around the table in order to ensure the replication and upscale is being made at speed, appropriate, and to the most needed parties at the national and at the local level. From that perspective, moving from the COP27, the COP for implementation, to COP28, as our panel and discussion today is taking place, we need to ensure that all parties, as an inclusivity, is part of that discussion, but early enough being prepared on what can be done and how that can be done, for example, at the energy level. Secondly, raising the level of ambition would simply mean innovative mechanisms and innovative financial mechanisms in order to do so. We have a golden opportunity on COP28 on two things. We have a golden opportunity of discussing the global goal on adaptation, which should be adopted at the COP28 after the 2 years program, as well as the global stocktake and the new collective goal on finance. These cannot be missed because these are the implementing arms if we want to push the energy agenda forward and in the right direction. Secondly, which is very important, the most inclusion of those who can make a difference. And those who can make a difference is mainly the youth and the next generation, because they're being part of that discussion, and not only part of the discussion, but part of the ideas and the implementation and how can we replicate and upscale. Last but not least, without the women at the heart of the discussion, that can make a huge difference in the life, because she is the one that bears the burden. It bears the burden of the damage, it bears the burden of the climate crisis, but also she pays for her family in whatever role she's paying, would be also a very important key message that I would like to leave the opening remarks with, and looking forward to seeing you all more in Sharm el-Sheikh, and looking forward to working very closely with the government of the United Arab Emirates from COP27 to COP28, and we will prove the climate agenda is implementable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for hosting us. Minister, thank you so much for the opening remarks as well, and thank you to the Director General for also setting the scene for our next conversation. And as we take the stage, I'd like to introduce our panel for our first conversation today. Of course, Dr. Yasmin, Minister in Egypt, is joining us, but we also have Mahmoud Mahmoudine, the climate change high-level champion for COP27 in Egypt, joining us, and Damimola Ogunbiyi, the CEO of Sustainable Energy for All, and also a special representative to the UN Secretary General. So please make our panel feel welcome on this Sunday morning, and thank you again for being here. Minister, just to begin, I think the best way to summarize the overall sentiment at the conference so far was from Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber in his opening remarks at the conference. And he said, the world is still way off when it comes to achieving the goals of the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. So in your view, how can COP in the Emirates address some of those challenges and build on the progress that was made in Egypt?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, you know that the COPs were designed that one build upon one another. So it's not an isolation of the multilateralism process. Secondly, I think that there are three parts that I've just mentioned in the opening remarks quickly that would be very essential. First of all, that if we don't want to be far away from the Paris Agreement in 2015, we have a good opportunity to seize, which is the Paris Rulebook, the Sharm el-Sheikh plan of implementation, but much more, which is the global goal on adaptation that should be adopted in COP28. And that's very important to look at because the world is looking at that part very importantly, and there are millions and trillions of finance that would go for adaptation just if the target is being set. Secondly, the global stocktake is also one important part that we can seize in order to put further implementation to the Paris Agreement. Last but not least, the loss and damage also the fund that was dedicated in COP27 and the governance of that fund, and how can we further look into the implementation and the actual disbursement of that fund. These are three important issues because they have to work parallel with the mitigation actions with the NDCs and looking further on how countries are implementing NDCs, because the first reporting will take place in 2024. So we have a very good opportunity in COP28 in November to see how countries will be able to finalize and report back on their updated NDCs. Thank you.
And achieving progress is particularly challenging at the moment because what we've seen coming into COP28 and all through COP27 is this chorus of criticism being leveled towards the oil and gas industry. And I want your reaction to this as well. What do you say to those critics who claim that the COP process is basically a bloated expedition of oil and gas executives, photo shoots for politicians, and all being run by special interests and lobbies? How do you react to that?
I react simply that oil and gas is part of the problem like any other industry, and they have to be present in that part in order to present what they can do into that. If we are always saying that the COP should be inclusive because the crisis affects us all, then everyone has to be around the table. Let me give you a good example aside from the oil and gas, the heavy industries, the cement industry or the fertilizers industry. Why they shouldn't also be criticized that they are around the table. In Egypt, there was a day for the decarbonization, and that was the first time that we have that day. We know that there were a lot of criticism on why are we including that in the discussion. They should be part of that discussion in order to be faced with the reality that you, as emitter, as part of the pollution, you need to come up and step in and say whether you're credible, whether you will be able to be committed, and how you're going to do that, and how you're going to make that transition. Starting that dialogue in COP27 was really essential, not to exclude, but to include and face the fact that what you are going to do in that part and how you are going really to make a difference if you are going to make a difference, and the world will be watching and will be evaluating and assessing that.
And just one more question before I open it up to the panel, but do you also think that there is a public perception gap here? Because I also get the sense that it's quite hard for the general public to square the fact that you can have a major fossil fuel producer like the UAE also being a global leader in climate. How do you address that public perception gap and sell this to the general public who may not understand that those two things can be directly correlated?
I think that the only way that you can do that is to present an actual commitment and plans that you would be able to fulfill. Sustainability cannot be divided. Sustainability would mean a one-fledged package that you are looking at the environmental, at the economic, and at the social aspects. Once that's even away from the climate, once that is being very clear and you're committed to do that, and yet also you need to look at how best will you be able to make that transition. The transition is not only for a country rather than the other. The transition would mean a just transition, that those who need the transition should be avail the time, the technology, and the finance. And those who have the finance should be avail the time and show the targets and respect those targets on making that kind of the transition. Because the fact says, for sustainability, the regular oil and gas and the regular fossil fuel cannot live longer and will not be able to ensure the demands of our future generation. So the shift to the renewables is a must, and in fact is not an option.
Thank you, Minister. Mahmoud, I'll take it over to you now. And through the COP27 process, we did see great progress on mitigation, adaptation, things like loss and damage and financing in particular. How do you think the UAE can build on the COP27 agenda? And what would you be focusing on here?
Right. Thank you so much. It's great to be in Abu Dhabi, and it's great as well to start the year with an event with the Atlantic Council. As I ended last year with an event with the Atlantic Council, it was different. It was in insurance and adaptation. They were focusing more on energy, but we take that all from a holistic perspective. That's why I like the introductory remarks by Francesco and, of course, by Her Excellency the Minister. So on this issue of process and accumulation over time, and it was from the very beginning when Egypt and the UAE were announced in Glasgow to host COP27 and COP28, it was very much an understanding that the outcomes and the conclusions of COP27 are going to pave the way for a successful COP in the United Arab Emirates. And I would really, you put them nicely in the order of the Paris Agreement. I think Sharm el-Sheikh managed to protect the Paris Agreement and protect the ambitions of Glasgow, including the 1.5 degrees. It made really a breakthrough when it comes to the adaptation agenda with very practical suggestions in partnership with the private sector in areas related to the work in the adaptation, from water management to agriculture to coastal areas to food security and other areas of work. And then the great achievement, and that is really quoting the Secretary General of the UN, he said that this was a huge political achievement, is the loss and damage, because those who are experts, and many of them are in this room, days before reaching the agreement, they were really in doubt that this would ever going to happen. But I think the great work on substance, the great leadership of Egyptian diplomacy, the great work by Germany, Chile, and everybody on the parties and non-parties alike had realized that we cannot really escape from the loss and damage and dilute it under different notions, including adaptation. What's common between the three? It's all the elephant in the room. It's finance. Without finance, you cannot really have any progress in mitigation. Adaptation will be an interesting academic notion. And loss and damage is all about finance. So how can we deal with that is basically going to be the discussion that we'll be having here in Abu Dhabi today and during the Sustainability Week as well. It's easy to talk about the 100 billion, but we know now it's a drop in the ocean when it comes to requirements of finance. It's no more than 3% of the requirements of total finance for when it comes to developing economies and emerging markets, even if you put advanced economies and China aside. So we need really to have serious money. How this money is going to be coming from? There are some suggestions here. One, this could be coming out of generosity. And this could be very much a call of optimism in this regard. Others say, well, it could be out of fairness. Those who have been polluting the world for almost 200 years may realize today it's about time to contribute. The third aspect could be, which is more relevant, could be about efficiency gains, the mutual benefits of investments in mitigation and adaptation, but in a new way to make adaptation with reward to those who are investing in it, including from the private sector. And then, if you are not really going to be convinced of any of the three arguments, there is the fear factor. And it's either fear about the planet or fear about your livelihoods. That it's a very serious argument that if we're not going to get our act together, not just about the impact of global warming and what will happen in 2030, 2050 and beyond, but immediately we see the threats of forced migration. Immediately we see the fear of a new phenomena with climate refugees. And there is an interesting book on this by a good author. It's called The Nomad Century, with the heat map that we know now that it happened that low-income countries, poorer countries, are in warmer areas of the planet. They will be forced to leave their villages and towns, and there will be nothing to stop them unless there is something that we can do today to prevent that from happening. So the loss and damage is the kind of the prevention act that is definitely will be costly, but the cost of it will be much less than if we wait for the outcomes of doing nothing.
It's a perfect setup for my question to Demilola as well, and good morning to you, Demilola, because what we also know is that equity and inclusivity are critical tenets here too, and of course the concept of a just transition was also principal in the Paris Climate Accord. So explain to us a bit more about your role and why this concept of a just transition is also critical in this climate conversation.
Well, good morning to you, and thank you for having me here at the Atlantic Council. Why the notion of a just transition is so important is because when we're talking about transitioning, we forget that a lot of people don't even have sufficient energy. So when we talk about the developing world and my continent, Africa, we're talking the just transition to them is getting enough energy to survive, getting enough energy to live a dignified life. We're starting at a scenario where per capita, the average African with the installed capacity has barely 404 kilowatt hours in sub-Saharan Africa. That is kind of 20 times less than the average American. So the just is really important. For the first time in history, we actually truly have the chance for when people are getting energy, it to be clean, it to be renewables. But you can't forget the fact that a lot of economies, they want to industrialize. There's a lot of things people want to do with energy. So we shouldn't just look at, one side of the world and forget another side. There's nowhere in our climate promises where you can go ahead and hit net zero and leave 1 billion people in energy poverty. It just doesn't happen that way. So as we're talking about the just, as we're talking about equity, as we're talking about just the right thing to do, we also have to talk about the reality that this will mean more energy for a certain region in the world, and it means that the developed world has to use less. Energy efficiency is the best fuel source to try and mitigate. You have to use less to make sure other people have more and they can come up again. So in our work at Sustainable Energy 4, really focus on that, and we have different partners, and some are here today, Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, to say what is the best way of making sure people are truly not left behind. And it's not about, no offense to people in the solar home system space, but it's not about giving a solar lantern and ticking a box that you've electrified somebody. It's giving enough energy for people to live dignified lives.
Demilola went viral just recently. Was it a Vox documentary that landed on Netflix?
Yeah.
You were speaking inside this documentary, which is incredible, by the way, and you can find it on the internet and watch it. It's very, very good. But within the documentary, it was revealed that by 2030, climate change is expected to push an additional 132 million people into extreme poverty, and many of them are going to be women, girls, and marginalized communities. So, Demilola, just how serious is that challenge and the issue that policymakers are facing today in addressing it?
I think sometimes when we are in these forums or we are in countries like this, we sometimes forget that the people that we're really trying to help, at least in my role, are people who it's a difference between life and death. So for example, a woman cutting down trees using fuel wood could die prematurely because of this. It does happen. About 1 million women, already die because they're using fuel wood every day instead of using other cleaner sources of energy. For me, it's quite upsetting because that's not seen as an emergency. And everything has to be seen as emergency. Apart from the deforestation it causes, it's actually affecting human life. Before we talk about all the insurgencies, all the refugees that are actually leaving because of climate, there are key emergencies happening now. And these are solvable problems, right? We always talk about technology breakthroughs, which are so important, but everything we need to provide power to the people who don't have it, electricity and clean cooking, exists today. What doesn't exist, which Mahmoud was talking about, is the financing to do it. And even the political will exists. In my continent, I never thought I would see presidents coming and saying, we want to do the energy transition. Tell us how to do it. So you were sitting down with them, we're planning with them, but honestly, we don't know how it's going to be financed, which isn't a good place to be. So that's why we're looking for different innovative ways of financing. And one is what we're also presenting at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, which is the African Carbon Market Initiative. How do we massively scale up the use of high integrity carbon markets that people people can buy from Africa as a way to fund the transition, of which energy access and provision of energy is at the heart of it.
Minister, this is an issue that you know all too well in Egypt and across the continent. How did COP27 move the needle on inclusion and equity, if at all?
Okay, thank you very much. Egypt was actually very keen since we started the process of preparation to make sure that it is an inclusive COP. So first of all, every year we have what's called the World Youth Forum, and that took place in January, and we made different sessions to include the youth. We worked even together with the UAE in the last year Sustainability Week in order to engage in a group of the Arab youth working for climate. That was one part. Another part is that we worked together with the Secretariat to include a number of African NGOs that were not usually part of the UNFCCC process, but we wanted to make sure that they are well represented, and our famous story of the Green Zone. The Green Zone is a part that usually it's the responsibility of the hosting government to do it, to present its cases and so forth. Our president was very keen that our Green Zone would be a walking distance from the Blue Zone. That's number one. Number two, that it does not only include the national entities, so it's not telling the story of Egypt, but it included parts where we invited different international organizations such as universities from the academic and international NGOs, and even indigenous people and local communities from around the world to present their cases if they are not allowed to the regular UNFCCC process. And last but not least, as we designed the Blue Zone on different thematic days, the thematic days were taking place in the Green Zone to ensure that their voices are discussing the same issues that we would like to discuss as part of the presidency program. So all that was efforts that were done over 11 months to ensure that an inclusive COP is meaningful, is implementable, and comes out with tangible results.
Mahmoud, can you add to that as well?
Right. In terms of the actionable measures, in the levels of action that you want all of that to be translated in, how to get finance, investment into the right direction, these are with three levels. First, I would say the local level, and there had been a great deal of localization of efforts of climate action, not just to raise awareness, but the opportunities and the final impact will be where people live, in their townships, in their cities, and their urban areas or rural areas. And we had a very good initiative called the Green Smart Projects, in which we managed to mobilize the interest of the private sector and all of the businesses, from the micro enterprises to the mega projects, with two notions, green and smart, as the main transformation for the future. And that is basically an area of work that's going to be a permanent feature of the work in Egypt, with an idea as well through the partnership with the UN that we want to scale that up as well. At the regional level, I'm happy, and I see my good friend, the director for the Africa region of the Champions, Bugulu here, that we had 5 regions of the UN, including Africa, and in partnership with GFANs, with consultancy firms, we have a pipeline of projects, because that was always a big question by investors. We have the money. You remember the GFAN's promise of asset-backed entities ready to direct funding, but they say, well, we have the money, but we don't have the pipeline of projects. So we worked hard for like 5-6 months in order to have pipeline of projects, and they are available in compendium on the UNFCCC and in the 5 regions of the UN. And you'll see good mix of projects. Many of them, as you may expect, could be more in the mitigation front and energy, including renewables. But we saw growing interest with better packaging and incentives in areas related to adaptation as well. On the work on the regions, happy as well to see debt reduction mechanism being tested, including investments that are required to be linked to debt reduction, and get the investments into nature and into climate. Good examples came from Seychelles, from Belize, a fantastic project as well from Barbados, which is basically having KPIs linked to the NDCs of in the case of Barbados, that could really be replicated elsewhere. And here you can really see the beauty of partnerships between governments, private sector, and credit enhancers. Then the big work, which is basically about the global level. Here, of course, we talk about the future of finance, the $100 billion. The COP26 with COP27 have produced this piece about a good costing exercise for what's required. What we need as a minimum is $1 trillion from now until the end of 2025. This figure will be no less than $2.4 trillion after 2025 until 2030. And here, the idea of getting more efficient long-term finance with improved terms of funding. I'm arguing for no more than 1% to be spent on climate-related activities. Maturities shouldn't be no less than 10 years, grace period 10 years, and maturity for no less than 20 years. And there are some models in different multilateral development banks that already have something similar to that, like IDA, like the IMF with the Resilient Sustainability Trust Fund. And of course, the good example of the carbon credit market. This is a very big area of work that requires global standards with good capturing of the value, good regulations, and I'm happy that Egypt just a couple of days ago issued the regulations for the carbon credit market. And again, with the initiative on Africa and capturing the value, we have something similar with GFANZ Africa. So I see the movements at the three levels, the local, the regional, and the global. But basically what we need, quoting a prominent economist, Esther Duflo, she says, well, the solutions are not very different from what the minister and my good friend Damilu just mentioned. It's about finance, technology, as you mentioned, but there is something missing, which is leadership. It's not just the political leadership, leadership in sectors, leadership in the civil society, and we hope through this process and the work that we'll be seeing in the road to COP28, we can really get this kind of leadership more and more materialized into action, because without that, we wouldn't have got some of the main achievement that we had during the previous COPs.
Just on this issue of financing, clearly a major challenge. And to go back to what Dr. Sultan was saying, in his speech, he said, and I quote, "To achieve the Paris goal, global emissions must fall 43% by 2030 at a time of continued economic uncertainty, heightened geopolitical tensions, and increasing pressure on energy security." That's so-called energy trilemma. So certainly not an easy backdrop. How do you de-risk this for investors, and how do you incentivize governments to be moving money in the right direction here?
I was very pleased to see in the conclusion of this survey conducted by the Atlantic Council that there is a great interest in investing in renewables. As we know, roughly speaking, between 2021 and 2022, the investments were ranging between $365 billion to $400 billion in renewables. This figure needs really to be multiplied. The factors are between 6 to 7. The good thing is that the reward for such investments are realized. The issue of risk mitigation is the main issue of concern. And here, the multilateral development banks, the like of the African Development Bank, the World Bank, my former employer, and many others, including for the private sector, can do a great job in this area. But for their work, I'm worried about a drift in terms of action. That holistic approach that was emphasized by Francesco, by the minister, by Damilula. You cannot really say, well, we are going to be taking only energy and renewables and leave the rest of the story. In this time of crises, multiple crises, you need to have inclusive growth for jobs to deal with the poverty reduction. Now we are at levels much worse than what we started with the SDGs in 2015. It's not the expected 130 million added that Damilula mentioned because of problems related to energy. We already had lost almost a decade of work in that front. So the private sector work is very much realized in mitigation. What we need is some sort of nudging, help, and some sort of packaging of the project, especially in the frontier markets. When it comes to adaptation, here I would really argue that the very able and competent ministers from developing economies should ask for more funding for adaptation and give the way to the private sector and don't crowd out the private sector. The private sector needs just to be leveraged on that front. And then we will see in the coming weeks, through the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund, through the work of the Loss and Damage Fund, how the good ideas floating around the importance of finance and technology are going to be materialized in the world. That will be a great test by the time we are here again in the UAE in November to discuss these issues.
And Damilola, I think to tie all of this together, the ultimate question that we're trying to answer here is, how is this move away from fossil fuels ultimately going to impact socio-economic development? And how do we ensure that that move away doesn't cause a backsliding in socio-economic development? Your view?
I mean, it's important to understand the energy needs and what the energy is used for. That is very fundamental. So just from my engineering background, it's really important to understand how energy systems work, what it means for baseload, what types of energy you need, and then to understand how people want to develop. There's no scenario where you can actually succeed without having energy development and climate together. And that's what we've been trying to do in saying that, you know, when you're telling countries, because this is a whole shift of an economic change in countries, you have to go and say, what exactly is your energy transition pathway? So if you take my country, Nigeria, Nigeria made it very clear. We needed to uplift 100 million people out of poverty, and we needed to uplift our industrial base. And if you can do it clean, that's your problem, but figure it out. So we need to take in consideration what the country wants. What we do a lot of time is take these regional approaches to a very localized problem. There's a vast difference from the energy transition plan in Nigeria to our neighbors in Ghana, to Kenya, you know, but you say, oh, Africa as a whole. Africa is full of different countries and different nuances. Even in my country, what happens in northern Nigeria is different from what happens in southern Nigeria. So you have to understand that. That's the just and the energy part of it. And you also understand this takes a long time. The Nigerian president at COP26 announced they will get to net zero at 2060, not 2050, because when you looked at the transport sector, the industrial sector, the oil and gas sector, it just wasn't possible. So being realistic about what a country has to do is important. And lastly, I have to touch on the finance again, because for a country like Nigeria to get to net zero with perfect policies, perfect political stability between now and 2060 will cost in the regions of $1.9 trillion. So we need to really be realistic when we talk about the numbers of what you're asking countries that are easily spending 80% of their revenue on debt servicing, on interest-only debt servicing, how exactly they're going to do it. So I don't know the solutions, but I'm excited to find how we're going to crack this. But this financing issue is really at the heart of the entire energy transition.
We have about 10 minutes left on stage here, but if anyone has a question for the Minister or our other panelists, please raise your hands and we can get a microphone over to you. It's also your opportunity to ask some questions as well, so by all means, if you do have a question, please raise your hand. But to continue the conversation, I think we can also look at this other issue of just energy access as well. 800 million people around the world still don't have access to energy. As I understand it, the global population will probably reach around 9.7 billion, 10 billion people by 2050. We're going to need 30% more energy than what we currently have today. So what would be your view, Damilola first, on the biggest transition risk right now? What do you see it as?
I mean, like I said, it's 800 million without access, but it's actually 1 billion people in energy poverty, because you have electricity doesn't mean you have it constantly. And what those figures don't talk about is the 2.4 billion people that don't have access to clean cooking as well. So when we talk about energy, we have to talk about both. I mean, the greatest risk is leaving those people behind. It's continuing with growing demands of energy elsewhere and leaving those people behind. And that's why energy efficiency is just so important. And we've seen it around Europe when people got high energy bills, they started using less. And that's the thinking that, you know, in developing countries, there's hardly any waste because people don't have enough to use in the first place. So we really need to come together and look at what is the social return on investment by giving power to these people, affects GDP, affects jobs. It creates whole industries if we do focus as well with our efforts for places that don't have it. It's also important because if those people get electricity the way the rest of the world has, using very dirty fuels, we're going to go back in about 2 decades again saying we want to transition again, and we don't have to do that.
Mahmoud, can you speak to that?
If I can build on that, there are two things. One, at the global level, if we're not going to be dealing with a problem that is very much upon us, it's going to derail all efforts related to finance and investment, because what we see on the recession, fears of stagflation, low growth in developing economies and advanced economies, investments prospects in 23 and 24 are on average less than where they were in 2020 by 5% to 8%. So here we need really to see what kind of investment effort that we need to push in order to deal with the problems related to climate action, as it is part of sustainable development, not an isolated one. The second thing, that we have more than 60% of developing economies and emerging markets are in some form of debt distress. If you are a developing economy, you are either at a debt challenge or a debt crisis or a debt catastrophe. And that cannot really be left for time to be solved. And there could be some relaxed folks around there because they say, well, advanced economies and their financial systems are protected. It's not the global financial crisis. Now, but that may have triggering effect as part of the supply chain. And if we are going to be seeing these scattered fires, that will catch the rest of the economy. So we need really to have, through G7, G20, it's good that both Egypt and India, Egypt and the United Arab Emirates are invited as guests for the G20. So hopefully the issues related to priorities for climate action are going to be reflected in the discussion in India. And then at the project level, what made the news in Glasgow, what made the news when it comes to projects in Sharm el-Sheikh, are the projects related to what's so-called JETP projects, the Just Energy Transition initiatives. And South Africa was first, then we heard about Indonesia, then another project in Vietnam. And all of these projects are ranging between $8 billion to more than $15 billion. What we need to see is some serious actions in these country platforms, because they are going to be transformational. The way that they are designed are fantastic, phasing out from fossil, investing in renewables, dealing with the impact on community. This is really nice when it comes to design. What is missing so far is basically the kind of action that we need to see, not just in these 3 countries, but in the rest of the countries, including in Africa, Latin America, and Asia.
Minister, would you like to add to that as well, and perhaps offer a view on what you see as the biggest transition risk from here?
Thank you. I think the transition risk is that not only, as Dr. Mahmoud has mentioned, on the part related to the finance or the projects, but also one important part on the transition risk is very much related to the culture and the mindset. Even when you started earlier discussing the public perception, the just transition, as we need to invest in technology, we need to invest in finance, and we need to invest on plans and time and give countries that part, we need to invest in changing the mindset of the public of how can that be done. For example, Egypt as a country has been facing for quite a long time the waste, the municipal solid waste. And every time we started engaging in that discussion, we fail on that part on different fronts, on tackling the informal sector, on putting the laws in place, in including the private sector, in even collecting and doing more infrastructure work. Part of the change that we have been trying to do is investing in the way people looking at the garbage and how that can be dealt with. The first part that we have done beside the law is the way we have been addressing the young people and school children in order to change the mindset, and how can that be done. 2 things that we have been trying to do. First, working on what kind of green jobs could be done within the waste sector, what are they offering, and how can that be included. Secondly, working with the youth and the young children. Even we have in Egypt a very famous group of young people who clean up the Nile, and they are called the Very Nile. And the moment we went down with them, everyone, by the way, and that's part of the public perception, was getting ironic and sarcastic, saying, why are you cleaning the Nile when your streets are still full of garbage? But that is taking a lot of courage and being bold to do that kind of work. So one thing that I would recommend for a just transition is to invest in the human resources, changing the mindset and the culture, and doing that kind of an alternative jobs that could be provided, and how could those jobs come at the very local level. And here I talk about the rural areas. For example, part of what we've been facing is the burning of the rice straw that comes up with the methane and with the increase in the greenhouse gases and air pollution, and all Cairo would be a black cloud over 2.5 months. Part of what we've been providing is a job opportunity of the recycle of the rice straw, getting compost, getting fertilizer, but including also the women in the rural area for providing clean energy. So that's, I think, is very important and key, because finance and technology will not solve if we keep the same mindset within the same reach.
It's a very good point and very important to add. Thank you, Minister. And we have a few minutes left. Does anyone in the room have a question for the Minister or any of our other panelists? Thought I'd open the floor, give you the opportunity to have your say.
Okay.
No, I think we're okay. Oh, in the front, sir. We'll try and get a microphone over to you if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Mahmoud, how does he see the energy transition contributing to economic diversification in the MENA region?
Well, this is a very good question that had been raised before the time of COVID and before the war in the Ukraine. And there was a very important piece that came out from the IMF about where the demand for fossil fuel in the GCC will be reaching its peak. There was some similar work as well that was conducted for Norway. And here the discussions were basically about the peak will be some year like 2027 or 2029 based on different models. And then we got this piece by Daniel Yergin on the new map. And then, of course, the idea there is not a factor of time, it's a factor of technology. We are where we are today in energy and diversification of the sources of energy because the huge investments in invention in countries like the US and Europe and development, research and development at scale in China. That's why you see some projects, including here in Masdar, in Egypt, in Benban, in Ouarzazate, in Morocco, with a fraction of their cost only 9 or 10 years ago. But diversification here is not just about diversifying the sources of energy, but being in Abu Dhabi, I just like to emphasize this point, that this country had been prepared for that. When Masdar was established in 2006, I listened carefully to His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, when he said that the day that the UAE will be exporting, the last barrel of oil will be a day of celebration because we are going to be prepared for it. We are going to be with a diversified sources of energy and diversified economy that's not going to be mourning the day that we lost this source of energy. So it's good to have this kind of midterm, long-term planning. The first part of the investment that are required for the GCC countries have been always the investments in skills. When the discussions, especially with the WEF talks about the fourth industrial revolution, about the investments in the fourth industrial revolution related kind of investments, scaling up the population and how to do the digitalization better, this was a source of interest here. And then investments in areas related to the services sector and manufacturing that could be with high value-added component. And there are many good examples that we can really get from countries, especially from Latin America, that were very much dependent on commodities and they were hit by the ups and downs of the cycles. So it's all, I think, there is a great deal of learning by doing in this region. And we have seen the prices of oil and in their 100s plus, and we saw them in the negatives during in the futures market and COVID. So I think it's basically about how to diversify better. I'm not worried about the areas related to investments in fiscal and on the finance, but more needed definitely on matters related to the skills and the human capital. That I would borrow from my good friend Damilula here, is basically when you talk about the region at large, there could be these kind of generic kind of suggestions. But what could be good for Bahrain may not be necessarily good for the UAE or Qatar or Saudi Arabia. So some sort of granularity on the design as we see it in the vision for 2030, for instance, in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. The first and last line in those reports were basically starting with diversification, and the last point was basically gaining the momentum from the diversification investment. So it's in the mind of the policymakers, and we see some sort of a good pace in that direction. But that needs to be done in a faster pace and not to be misled by sudden prices in fossil fuel, because we know that they don't last forever.
Excellent question. Does anyone else in the room? Over here, sir. We'll try and get a microphone to you. There it is over there.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question to Damilola with reference to the point you astutely made, that it's very easy to talk about the urgency of things like the refugee crisis. But there is an urgency, obviously, that's pre-existing and is, as indicated by you, to do with how many people are living currently, whether or not they're moving across into different countries. What would you like to see? What would you think would be an impactful way to approach this year's COP in order to land that understanding so that action could be more effective?
Thank you. I think I've mentioned it a few times. It's all about money right now. You know, there has to be a concerted effort on funding the transition in developing countries, knowing that energy access is at the heart of that transition, and, you know, developing industry and jobs. People don't like to live where they are, leave where they are because they just want to. They leave because they don't feel that they can get, you know, what they need from their locality. And we see that, you know, the climate issue has caused lots of conflicts, of course, lakes drying up. There's a lot of things happening, you know, on continent and developing countries that can be avoided if there was just this effort. And this effort isn't just going to come from the private sector. It's hard for the private sector sometimes to even fund emerging economies, not to talk about developing countries. So sometimes the public-private partnerships and understanding that you do have to fund government, and developed countries that have caused a lot of these problems do have to put money on the table, because there is a social return on investment which will keep people hopefully in their localities and bring the economic growth that we want for everybody.
Fantastic. Is there perhaps time for one more question? Yes, sir, in the front here.
Just in relation to finance, should we not be talking about the value created? So, you know, that's a huge opportunity rather than how much it's going to cost. The other aspect is to put to the panel, you know, we also might need to make the link between energy and healthcare, because from air pollution, that's a huge cost. And also our health system, you know, we've seen from COVID, huge pressures. So there's a huge opportunity to make a link between global energy and healthcare. So I'd put that to the panel. How do we do that?
Thank you. Let me touch base on that, because one part that we have been doing in COP27, two parallel global initiatives, one that was talking about the nutrition and what kind of food that you need to change in the practices of the sustainable food and what kind of emissions that are related to that. And another part on the gender, as we are very much not only interested but believing also on the part related to the woman, is the energy, water, and food nexus. One part related to that is the more you're using your energy and making that just transition even at the local level and at the level of the small and medium household. And using that renewable energy for irrigation and for food systems, that would make a very good package. It's a package that will be at the heart of the human development process, but it's a package that would strengthen the resilience of the woman, provide the food, you're using the renewable energy, you're making access to water, you're working on the nutrition, the food practices. The whole package that I'm talking about is making us more resilient to the diseases, we're making us more strength and more power, and we are making that kind of a shift and the energy transition and using it properly in a circular way.
If I can add just a couple of seconds. The issues related to health, the impact on nature, are not adequately factored in the decision making. So we realize the cost, but when we do the accounting for the returns, we do only the accounting for the financial returns of the projects. If we are putting into consideration the cost to the health system, as you mentioned, to the nature at large, and very few, even OECD countries are doing that in the national accounting. That needs to change. The regulatory structure and the incentives need to be changed. And that could be the way in order to provide the proper incentives, in addition to the nexus approach the minister mentioned, but there is an issue related to regulations. And one very final thing, the issues about, I don't like to leave it in a worrying part, but the issues related to forced migrants because of climate, the issues related to refugees are not an issue of far distant kind of a problem. These are imminent problems. If we check what happened in this region, in Yemen and Syria, before the developments that we all know in 2011, it had something to do with the climate, and I refer you to the Ian Bremmer book on the crises. And while I wouldn't go to the estimates of 1.2 billion refugees in 2050 by Zurich and others, but basically look now on how many millions in Pakistan, for instance, are displaced within their country, and how many of them are looking for opportunities outside Pakistan because of what they are in today. So it's basically, we have the solutions, finance, technology, what is missing, leadership, and basically, hopefully, through COP28, we can get some better solutions into that direction.
So just very quickly, totally agree on healthcare. We actually launched a Powering Healthcare Guide yesterday with Irina, which is looking at how to provide power to 10,000 health facilities across the African and parts of Asia as well. These are easy, deployable, renewable solutions that can be used to actually treat people, because it's estimated about 1.2 billion people, I believe, go to healthcare centers and have no access to electricity, so they have no access to healthcare. Thanks.
Well, this has been a fantastic conversation. I want you to thank my panelists.
No, thank you.
Minister Mahmoud and Demilola, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for listening in. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and thanks again to the Atlantic Council. Joining us up on stage next is going to be the Atlantic Council CEO, Fred Kep, alongside John Kerry, Elizabeth Yee, and Andrew Steer. Please make them feel welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again, and good morning.
Please. So the panelists, just an incredible panel, is going to join me in just a couple of minutes on the stage. We're just going to reset the seats here just a little bit for our group. And I just want to greet all of you. It's wonderful to see you here again today. It was a wonderful day yesterday. For those of you who don't remember, I'm sure you do. I'm Fred Kemp, President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. And we're privileged today joined by three powerful voices, not only climate and energy, but on world affairs. And I'm wondering, Yvette, am I ready to call them out? Yes, you ready? Okay. So it's my honor and pleasure to be joined today by the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, former Secretary of State John Kerry. He'll be followed by Andrew Steer.
Where do you want me? Where do you?
Yeah, one of the middle ones. That's good, right here. Andrew Steer, the President CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund. And then Elizabeth Yee, Executive Vice President for Programs at the Rockefeller Foundation.
Thank you, Brett.
And Liz, thanks as well for all the good work we're doing with you at the Arst Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center. If any of you have been seeing more attention to the dangers of heat and rising heat in the last couple of years, if you've been seeing more chief heat officers, if you've been seeing named heat waves, if you've been seeing this not only in the press but also connected with gaming, then it's our senior director, Kathy Buffett-McLeod, who is here, who is senior vice president of the Atlantic Council and senior director of Arst Rockefeller Foundation Center. So, Mr. Secretary, that's the last commercial moment for the Atlantic Council.
I doubt it. But that's okay.
We've known each other a little too long. During the UN Climate Conference in Egypt this past November, COP27, your three organizations, so the U.S. government, Rockefeller Foundation, Bezos Earth Fund, announced the establishment of a new tool in the global effort to keep 1.5 alive, the Energy Transition Accelerator. Now, there's no doubt about the scale of the challenge to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. There's no doubt that that challenge is immense. And as we witness the effects of climate change permeating a constant drumbeat of other global challenges elbows when world leaders have to give more attention to the coronavirus pandemic, Putin's criminal war in Ukraine, recession, inflation. Inaction, however, is not an option. That's what makes the launch of the Energy Transition Accelerator at COP27 so exciting. That's the reason we wanted to have a panel dedicated to that here at our 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. This new policy platform, which was announced as a collaboration among the U.S. government, Rockefeller Foundation, and Bezos Earth Fund, aims to overcome one of the largest, if not the largest, inhibitor to meeting global net zero targets, and that's access to finance, and particularly in emerging markets. So at the Atlantic Council, we pride ourselves on having tough but necessary conversations, you heard that yesterday as well, which enable us to resolve the globe's most fundamental challenges. And the question of how to unlock that funding certainly ranks among them. So for that reason, I hope our conversation today with these distinguished individuals will illuminate a path forward and provide us with their vision for removing the barriers. So I've known Secretary Kerry as Senator Kerry, now Special Envoy Kerry, but you'll be Secretary Kerry because this is the title that I like to connect with you most. You've been such a leader in all three of those realms. Everything you touch, you take enormously seriously, and that's the kickoff for this question. When you and your partners introduced the idea of the Energy Transition Accelerator COP27, and it might even be interesting to know how it came about, you said your aim was to put the carbon market to work to deploy capital to speed the transition from dirty to clean power. So how did this come about? Why did you feel that such an initiative like this one is so vital? And then maybe you can put it a little bit into the context of the COP28 we have coming at us. You heard Dr. Sultan yesterday morning. By the way, thank you for being there, Mr. Secretary. So let me turn to you to kick off this discussion.
Well, Fred, thank you very, very much, and thanks for the Atlantic Council's leadership and your leadership personally for a long period of time. You and I have known each other for many, many years now. And I'm delighted to be here with Elizabeth, with Andrew, and I thank them, both of them, and Raj Shah in absentia for the Rockefeller Foundation and Bezos Earth Fund daring and willingness to push the curve here, which is what we need to do. you're all leaders of either a business or an NGO or some interest in this issue. And in that capacity, there isn't one of you who doesn't have the skill set of standing back and looking at a problem when you see it and say, okay, how are we going to solve this? We are here because we are problem solvers and people who want to get things done. And I am particularly disposed to avoid situations where you're just spinning wheels and pretending. And there's an awful lot of pretense around this particular issue in many quarters. We have to be more than deadly serious. I think all of you know that. This is life and death. It is existential. We have folks around the world, some of whom think they can be indifferent to it, but we're seeing the consequences of that indifference. And if you're content in your business or otherwise to spend literally billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars to clean up after storms or to build a dike after the flood has come or whatever it is, you're on the wrong side of this issue if that's where you are. We have a lot of challenges around the world right now. The world is surprisingly discordant and at odds with itself in too many places, and that's a tragedy. But it's human-induced and it is human-solvable. And what we need to do is be more focused on the ways in which we're going to address these kinds of issues, and none more so than on the climate crisis. This really came about because of reality. I was traveling last year around the world and having many, many different meetings to try to gin up ambition, which we did, by the way. We succeeded in ginning up ambition significantly in Glasgow, building on what we did in Paris. And we are now, and we have built up some ambition out of Sharm el-Sheikh, and now we need to meet the reality that this is the year of a stock take in which everybody's going to be looked at pretty carefully. And it is the year also during which we have coming at us the question of loss and damage and how do you begin to manage that more effectively. So there's a lot at stake. So what I found in my travels everywhere, universal, around the planet, is not enough money is being put on the table to solve this problem. We're either not trying to do it or we're trying to do it on the cheap. And the result is that we're not doing it. We've never had the full measure of the 100 billion that was promised in Paris. And I I'm sorry that our political process is such that that hasn't been possible. But we've put a lot of money on the table. We put $94 billion last year out of the Pittsburgh energy meeting, $94 billion mobilized within 3 weeks, put on the table as real money to go to less developed country initiatives, etc. We don't get credit for that. No credit in our system, which says you've got to put 100 billion. So we have 94 billion, but it doesn't count towards 100. So what I'm trying to say is, folks, the system is broken in terms of how we're trying to fix this. And we need to respond more effectively. When I met with Macky Sall, the president of Senegal, or I met with Tshisekedi, the president of DRC, and I met with President Buhari in Nigeria, to a person, they said, we'd love to be able to not have to exploit our gas. We understand the challenge, but I've got people who don't have electricity. I need to be able to grow my economy. I need to be able to have my country share in what the rest of the world has, and to build out community and to build out capacity. And that was to a person, and they would say, can you help us with the build out of our renewable energy structure or new grid or whatever it is? The answer is no, we can't, because we don't have the money. Very few people. No government in the world has enough money to deal with what everybody is telling us we must do in order to deal with this crisis. What is that? Well, the UN finance report, the other individual finance reports all say that to have this transition effected adequately, to meet the challenge of keeping 1.5 degrees as the limit of warming on the planet, we're going to have to invest a minimum of about $4 trillion a year for the next 30 years in order to build out the grids, deploy the renewables, transition from gas turbine, whatever it is, and be virtuous in the way we are providing power to our businesses and homes, in the way that we are propelling our vehicles, etc. Energy is the single, summary of how you cure this problem. Why? What is the problem? The problem is emissions. Methane emissions, CO2 emissions, the other greenhouse gas emissions. Emissions is pollution. And for some reason, we've kind of turned our backs on the responsibility that we fought for in the 1970s and 60s to hold people accountable for pollution. So the science is clear on this. There's no debate. I don't care where you come from in the political spectrum. There is no debate that emissions that come from the way we power our societies and propel our societies, those emissions are damaging. And we do not cure the problem if we do not meet what the scientists have said, which is reduce the emissions at a rate that allows us to minimize the damage. And the science said, that in 2018, the scientists said to us, not that we could eliminate the crisis, but that by moving to hold 1.5 degrees, we can avoid the worst consequences of the crisis. Read it carefully. The worst consequences, not the crisis completely. So how do we do that? Well, if we don't have money, we're not willing to invest, we don't do it. It's that simple. So the money part we've been working on with Rockefeller and Bezos Fund to figure out how can we de-risk the deals that are out there to provide energy, to deploy renewables, to do this transition, but how do we de-risk it and create bankable deals? Because the trillions that are in the background waiting to be invested by the largest financial institutions, and in fact all financial institutions in the world, would love to be able to invest. But there are hurdles, political hurdles, currency hurdles, various natural disaster hurdles and risks. We have to eliminate those. So what we did was sit there and say, okay, how are we going to get the cash to be able to grease the skids to make the bankable deal come together so we can get a PPA that's a 25, 30-year PPA, and you can actually go to the market and finance what you're trying to do. That's the key. And what I landed on, with the encouragement of a number of people, one of them many of you know, is Anne Finucane, who wrote about this 2 or 3 years ago, talking about how there is a distinction between some of the exploited credits or offsets that have existed versus virtuous ones. And what we've done is sit down and put together a set of guiding principles, which we're releasing today, and we're pulling together a group of people, some of which are announced today, but it's not a complete list. There are more people that are going to be added to that to have a broad cross-section of input so that we are putting together, according to our principles, a mechanism that can attract some cash that will be used for limited purposes. And I will come to that in a moment. But what this is trying to do is make sure that we do this in the near term. We do it in an inclusive way, which is high, that we're delivering on the broader sustainable development goals, that we're including people who are affected, sometimes left behind in this process, that we're protecting their interests, that it's comprehensive, that we are supporting ambitious power sector-wide transition, that it is high integrity. Some offsets and some credits were not high integrity, and they've given a bad name to the idea that there might be a way in which you can attract some capital and still reduce emissions and avoid the worst of some avaricious practices out there. And we also want this to be supplemental. This is not in place of any obligation to put public money or fulfill the commitments that we have asked for. And it is to be transitional, meaning it's not forever. It's not a 15, 20-year bonanza that somebody's going to say, oh, I can buy a credit and then I don't have to do X, Y, and Z. No, sorry, that's not the way it is. Everybody's going to be responsible for living up to net zero and meeting the measurements. But we believe you can have high integrity, accountable, transparent credit, which will help us to be able to put some money on the table. And the money is used in the following way. When we put together the deal with Indonesia, which we negotiated for a year and a half or so, we had to figure out, how do we close some coal plants? How do we now accelerate the transition to the renewables that we want deployed? And how do we do this in a way that's transparent and virtuous and so forth? Well, we found that way. And we made an agreement with X amount of renewables that are going to be deployed, with a pace of closing of coal and transitioning, and not just closing excess capacity, but really getting at the problem of emissions. And that's our goal here, folks. And I'm convinced for the following reason. It is accountable to the naked eye. There are only two purposes for which we will allow someone to be able to buy a credit. One, to be closing down or transitioning existing fossil fuel facility that is providing power. And two, for the actual deployment of renewables that will replace current dirty sourcing. That's it. So you can see it built. You can see it coming online. You can measure what is happening here. And if you do this correctly, which we are determined to do, we can get a certain amount of cash now, because some companies have tried hard, not enough yet, to begin to implement their programs for net zero by 2050, correct? And so you may have a company, a large tech company or somebody, that have gotten to 80% of their scope 1 reductions. But then they get stuck. Why are they stuck? Not their fault. They're stuck because there aren't enough electric vehicles to be able to buy to get your fleet to be electric, so you're reducing emissions and living up to your goal. Or because there isn't a grid. You don't have a smart grid. You can't tap into the smart grid. Therefore, you don't have a physical way of using your power in a way that meets the standards. So we have to be smart. We can't sit there and say, well, tough, we're going to hold you accountable anyway. Nobody is living by a law to reduce, to hit 2050 net zero. There's no law. People are doing it because they're exercising a sense of public responsibility. And if we turn around and say to them, we're not going to listen to your problem, or we're not going to try to address your problem, or we're not going to give you an opportunity to be able to get where you're trying to go, they're going to say, well, the hell with you. Why the hell do I try to do this? It's easier for me to avoid the crisis of an NGO criticizing me because they say what I'm doing is violative of green principles. When I'm trying to be a good citizen, I might as well opt out. And I don't get my board of directors all wound up in what's going on. So, long story short here, folks, sorry about this, but we need to find a virtuous way of getting money into the system so that we can transition faster. That is exactly what this is for. And if we can get, and here's why, in Egypt, we cut a deal with the Egyptians called it's the Nuefe program, where they are going to shut down 5 gigawatts of gas-provided power, transition that gas to Europe to help them in the context of Ukraine and the problem they have. But they're going to shut down 11 gas turbines that are polluting and deploy 10 gigawatts of renewables. Wow, 15 net transition of power and emissions. And the way we made it happen was we put up money. We did find some concessionary funding. Very hard. It was very hard. But we got about $500 million total in the end. We put $35 million in cash, some lending. The EBRD put in some money from a trust fund. We got money from Germany. Germany really stepped up, thank you, Germany, and put major funding on the line in terms of a very concessional loan. And so in the end, that money facilitated the risk de-risking and allowed us to be able to get the deal, which is a $10 billion expenditure to be able to deploy new energy. Now, we can't take a year and a half to do this one by one by one. So what we want is to create a means by which we're attracting capital to the table, which will be concessionary. They're buying the credit. They get a certain period of time where that credit is going to help them meet their goal, but it helps us meet our goal. It actually results in a reduction of emissions. And I don't see how anybody can be critical of real reductions in emissions, because that is our challenge right now. That's how we win this battle. So, as I say, it's temporary. We don't know yet. This consultative group, which is going to be coming together, and some were announced today, more will be announced in the next days, but it's going to be broad-based, jurisdictional, and help us to be able to put this together in a way that has true environmental integrity, but works. So SBTI, VCMI, these different players will be at the table, but so will business. So will other people who need to make it work. So thank you. I know I went on a little long, but...
Mr. Secretary, I'm just so glad this audience got to hear that. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, you just heard one of the most powerful advocates and executors for creating a better world. So thank you so much for that opening statement and laying out this really, really exciting plan. Let me, and you know, $4 trillion need next 30 years, question of how to de-risk, how to create bankable deals. You laid out some of the guiding principles. We're going to be looking forward to seeing the rest and the people who are engaged. Let me turn to Liz. As all things, these things become acronyms, so it's already become ETA, so the Energy Transition Accelerator. How can it be designed to promote a just transition from fossil fuels to clean energy? And so that's ultimately the goal. And then so that fossil fuel workers and vulnerable communities are protected. Also, just listening to Secretary Kerry, you know, Sharm el-Sheikh wasn't that long ago. And it seems like you've made quite a bit of progress. Can you talk about the progress you've made since then and the progress you want to make, like going up to COP28 as well?
Liz, why don't you talk about it a bit, and then I'll add.
Okay, sounds good. I'll talk about the humanity bit, and we can riff on the. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. So I think, you know what, and thank you for those inspiring and good, excellent framing comments. I mean, I think from a foundation perspective, we draw a lot of inspiration and leadership from your vision, and are very, very supportive of it. Because you know, I mentioned this yesterday in my remarks. I think for the foundation, one of the things that we care so much about is making sure that we put humanity at the center of all of our efforts. That is the core business that we are in, and this, to me, when we were looking at this opportunity with you, enabled us to do that, because it enabled us to solve the challenge that we saw around project development, a critical need on decommissioning and reducing emissions, as well as putting people at the center of what we need to do. And as we work on this together, I think we really want to make sure that the ETA does three things, and I just wanted to share that. So first, the first order of work is really around how we actually do these country-driven energy transition strategies, and making sure that we do it in a very high-integrity, jurisdictional way. And I mentioned those critical words because I think that is also a key differentiator in what other frameworks have been out there. And so for us, what we're trying to do is just make sure that we design a really good high-integrity process, and make sure that we actually put the guardrails in place to make sure that workers, in particular, are front and center in the design of it. And we can do a lot by looking at existing projects and programs that have done this. You know, one of the things that I know we've been working on with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which includes Andrew and the IKEA Foundation, and Joseph is here as well today, is working on the Komati power plant in South Africa. And one of the things that GIAP and the foundations and we have done is work with them, the local electric utility, the local university there, to provide training and upskilling of existing workers that are at that plant, but also communities, so that we're building capacity around new green jobs for those communities. And that is a critical part. I think Her Excellency and Damlola and several people on the prior panel mentioned that. And that is a key part of the energy transition and will be a key part of the ETA. I'd say second is just making sure that we allocate a certain percentage of the carbon credit towards adaptation purposes. Not enough money goes to adaptation. That is a critical area that we know needs to happen, and we've seen that as an effective mechanism in other similar programs. And then the last, and to your point, Secretary Kerry, is that we have a process that's transparent and most importantly, inclusive. And so that is why I think, and if you'd like to speak about it more, perhaps we can talk about the high-level group that we've pulled together to make sure that we're getting a cross-section of people from around the planet, the best minds, private sector, government, public sector, to help us develop and design this in a way that has the integrity that we are seeking to be able to deliver.
So let me come back to you in a minute, Secretary Kerry, on that question of how much has been achieved and what should be achieved. We go to Andrew first for the point of view from the Earth Fund, Bezos Earth Fund. Why, this is an interesting three groups to come together. So why did you decide to join this initiative? Why do you see it as vital? And how do you actually make sure that the ETA delivers the high quality emission reductions and that they contribute rather than distract companies from genuine climate action, if that's a danger at all?
Well, look, first, Fred, thank you so much for this, this event. I think the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum each year has become a really central driving, agenda-setting place to come. So thank you very much. Why did we join? Well, when Secretary Kerry gives you a call and says, for heaven's sake, let's get on with it. You don't say, well, let me think about it. You say, absolutely, we are going to jump right in. We've all seen the number, and thank you for your inspiring words, Secretary Kerry. I can be brief because I think you've said it so much better than we would. We've all seen the numbers. 4.2 trillion per year has to be spent on the future of energy, so to speak. That's a tripling of what we need. We're incredibly excited when we see coal-powered electricity generating plants closing, aren't we? Because that's going to be necessary. We need to see 925 closing every single year. So when you hear, oh, here's one, yeah, now you've got another 924 to do each year between now and 2030. Now, some people would say, well, why do you need carbon credits? I mean, isn't it attractive already to invest in renewable energy? Well, yes, it is. Plain fact of the matter is, it's not happening at anywhere near the pace that's required. And if you're a country that's really willing to show leadership, as South Africa has, Indonesia has, Vietnam is, various other ones, you actually need some help. And Secretary Kerry and other political leaders have played an amazing role with the leaders of these countries, actually taking bold measures. Now we need to, if you like, empower those bold measures. And so you do need carbon markets. Now, why is carbon credit markets not working at the moment for energy? Because there's something puzzling going on. Because there's been far more work done on the nature side of carbon markets with regard to developing emerging countries than energy. And actually, energy is more intuitive, isn't it? Because actually doing forest protection and restoration is actually more complicated, but far more work has been done on that. Far more money is flowing on that than to energy. So we've got to address that, and that's what this is all about. Why are private companies not investing at the moment? It's because it's too complicated. And they say, look, there's so many pitfalls. Quite frankly, we put some money in, someone's going to grumble. There's leakage or it's low quality. What's the point? We'll be accused of greenwashing. And what we're trying to do is say, actually, there is a sensible path forward. There is that sweet spot between, on the one hand, making sure you get the standards right. On the other hand, making sure you get the volumes of money right. And so what we're trying to do is, I think, terribly exciting. This is not just us working on our own. This is bringing in the entire global architecture, if you like. At the moment, as you know, greenhouse gas protocol, that's how you measure greenhouse gases. Then there is CDP, that's where you register what your greenhouse gases are. Then there's SBTI, Science-Based Targets Initiative. That's how you set your targets. Then there are various standard setting. You mentioned it yourself, Secretary Kerry. VCMI, that's looking at the demand side. So that basically says, if you're a private company and you want to get credit, you've got to be already on a good downward path. You've got to be signed up to science-based targets. Then there's something called ICVCM. I hope you're keeping up with all of this. That's on the supply side. And that basically says, look, if you're going to invest in an investment that's going to actually have some credibility, it better be high quality. And Liz mentioned the issue of what's called the jurisdictional approach, which is very big on the nature side. That means you can't just do a little project here because someone might cut down the forest there. You've got to look at the whole jurisdiction. Same thing applies on energy. No point decommissioning one coal plant and investing in renewable energy if someone else builds another coal plant over here. So governments need to be part of it. We need a jurisdictional approach. So what we're going to do, every single one of those alphabet soups I just mentioned, every single one of them is on the advisory council, the consultative group, together with many more. The sort of Brian Moynihan's head of Bank of America, Catherine McKenna, who wrote the report, for the Secretary General. Many leaders from the developing world are on that. At 9:15 this morning, our time, a press release came out with some of those names already. Do look at it. It's great to see Fred Krupp in the audience here because he's the president of EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund. They, together with the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, will be providing, if you like, the intellectual driving force and managing this. So this is an incredibly exciting venture. We would urge you to sort of join with us, particularly if you're on the investment side, particularly if you're a company that's thinking, my goodness me, I would really like to get engaged in this. We'd love to talk to you. So we're going to be very tough on the, if you like, the standard side. We've got best NGOs in the world, best developing country leaders that are demanding all of the kind of safeguards that Liz talked about. But at the same time, we need ambitious providers of funding that are not going to be providing the funding through this as an alternative to doing what they need to do in their own scope 1, 2, and 3, but as a complement to that. Because even if you're on that wonderful trajectory coming down to net zero in your own company, you're still emitting in the meantime some carbon, and this can actually help compensate for that.
Thank you for that, Andrew. And Mr. Secretary, what's very exciting about this, obviously, is what you've underscored, which is the measurable results side of it. So let me go back to the question that I posed to Liz about, it's been a short time since Sharm. What have you achieved? It's not that long of a time before COP28. What do you want to achieve by then? And I guess there's a third question within that, which is, this is a really promising strategy to scale up climate finance, but 4.2 trillion, how much of it do you want to do there? So in other words, how does this fit into other promising strategies?
Well, it's an integral part of it, Fred.
Yeah.
And let me describe part of the challenge here, folks, because it's not simple. We've been wrestling with development, for as long as all of us have been alive. And there are special challenges in development. When you go to an African country where only 17% of the nation has power, you don't have a particularly large pool of paying customers to be able to support a long-term PPA at market rates. It just doesn't work because you don't have enough people. In some places, they don't even collect revenue for the electricity that's being used. And so you have to build structure in certain places. Now, that's not our central problem. That's a moral and political challenge, in the sense that, you can't be asking these countries to defer their future completely. They want to be able to develop. They have a right to be able to develop. We need them to develop. It's important to stability on the planet, relationships, and so forth. But we're going to have to be able to provide a concessionary structure for a period of time so that you can then get enough of a revenue stream that you're able to support something in the marketplace. That's one grouping. Fortunately, that is not the grouping that is most important to the solving of the climate crisis. Why? Because they are an infinitesimal amount of the problem currently. What we want to do is avoid them becoming more of a part of the problem, because if you add up all the developing world and it goes crazy on gas, for instance, in the next 10 years, we're in trouble. We're just negating everything else we're doing out there. So the way we're looking at it is, and I've said this many times, many of you may get tired of me saying it, but to me, it's the fundamental organizational principle. It's the reality around which we have to organize ourselves, as I said earlier. That is 20 countries, 20 economies equal 80% of all the emissions. If those 20 countries will get their act together, we win the battle. We can win the battle. And that's why we focused on Indonesia, because it's one of those 20. That's why we're focusing on Brazil, one of the 20. That's why we focus, Vietnam's not yet one of the 20, but it's in the next 10. So we're focused on Vietnam because there's too much coal, and we've got to begin to transition them. And in each of those cases, and we focused on Mexico, which is in those 20. And President AMLO, thanks to, I think, the good meetings we had over the last year and a half, has really changed and come around and said, we're going to deploy renewables. It wasn't even on his, wasn't in their lexicon a year and a half ago. And now they're talking about 30 gigawatts of renewables deployed, increased hydro, and for the first time, really beginning to try to exploit their geothermal, which, by the way, they have active volcanoes. This is a place that has extraordinary capacity in geothermal. So there's money on the, being left off the table here, left on the table that people could make if you would begin to get all of that moving in the right direction. So that's what we're trying to do now, is get the larger economies in a place where they are actually reducing emissions. And as I said earlier, folks, this is not a forever program. This is not a sort of you can buy your way out for the long term. This is sort of a delay, 10 years, wherever we land. This is the kind of decision that this consultative group has to help us make. Is it till 2030 or is it till 2035 or something? But you're still going to have to be responsible to meet net zero by 2050, and that's going to require every company to still do scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, et cetera. So what we're trying to do is get as far as we can, Fred, in the next few months, so that hopefully we can have a few pilot efforts that are actually out there working. We've arrived at pricing and at the mechanism and so forth. And we could come to the UAE at COP28 and have an implementable program that goes forward. Now, this is not the only thing we're doing. Of prime priority, high priority for President Biden is MDB reform, multilateral development bank reform. We must find the way to be interpreting the charters correctly so that we could have a significant amount of additional money that is available for concessionary lending, which would make an enormous difference. And both of you, your foundations, the Rockefeller and the Bezos, are invested and interested in helping to get that kind of reform. And then whatever else we can find as a way of getting into the trillions that need to be deployed. But those 20 countries do have the ability to provide revenue for these transactions. And they can get market-based deals going. I mean, we're looking at PPAs that can be struck with Indonesia that will help in this transition. I think that the market is really critical to this, which is why we're looking at a market-based component of how you're going to solve this problem. The trillions of dollars that were assembled, Mark Carney did a lot of really hard work assembling the GFANs and so forth. But that money is investment money. It's not giveaway money. And investment money means you're going to have to be able to get a return on that investment because you're accountable to clients. You have fiduciary responsibilities, and you can't just ignore them. So we have to harness the combined efforts of the regulatory structures, which look at disclosure, for instance. I mean, it's very hard for me to understand how anybody could be fulfilling their fiduciary responsibility by ignoring climate crisis and allowing your supply chain and your entire business to be disrupted by damage and by future interventions of Mother Nature. That doesn't fit, in my judgment. So I think we're due for a real reckoning here with how the marketplace is looking at these challenges and this reality. We can't solve the climate crisis without, and I want to, don't ever edit me at that word, we can't solve the climate crisis. without being able to marshal these sums of money. And we can marshal them. This is the largest market the world has ever known, folks, the clean energy market, the transitional market. The building out of smart grids, new transmission lines, putting in place the infrastructure to support electric vehicles, building out the hydrogen network for, I mean, all of this is money-making. It's how we built our nations. It's how we have employed millions of people. We're just transitioning again as we transitioned, frankly, in the original Industrial Revolution. And we have to be excited about this because it is millions of jobs. Fastest growing job in the United States of America 2 years ago, 3 years ago, for several years was wind turbine technician. Second fastest growing job was unfortunately nurse practitioner because of COVID. Third fastest growing job was solar panel installer. There are extraordinary opportunities here if we will get our act together. And many, many, many companies have now come to that conclusion and recognize that, you know, you can marry the future here. You can do this in a way that provides a planet that is cleaner, healthier, and safer.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So Liz, I've got a signal, I'll get a signal from somebody whether we're wrapping up, we have some time, but I think I'd like to be able to ask you a quick question and Andrew a quick question, then close out. But I want to go back to what Secretary Kerry talked about at the very beginning about how to de-risk it and how to create bankable deals. That's the world you come from, Liz. You can share with the audience a little bit what your profession, what your job was before taking on what you're doing now, because it fits perfectly with this. So how do you design an ETA to ensure de-risking capital flows upfront for the most urgent fossil fuel transition projects in emerging markets from the banker's perspective?
Thanks, Fred. And just to come clean on that, I think in my old life, before I got a chance to work in philanthropy, I spent about 20 years as a public power infrastructure banker at a firm called Lehman Brothers, which some of you may have known. But I think I think that's what's really interesting to me in this regard, because there is a lot that needs to be done in terms of developing the financial structure, and that is why, as Andrew said, we need people like Anne, like Brian, all of the bright financial minds. We've got Chris Leeds on our team as well, helping us think about how do we actually marry the forces of banking and markets together, since that will be such a critical element of the design. And you know, I think I just say a couple things. One is I want to acknowledge that there are a number of other existing structures that people are working on in the market today. So Asian Development Bank has its energy transition mechanism. You know, the Climate Investment Funds has its own fund. So I think we want to learn from what other people have already done and have started doing so that we can build on top of that. I think we also need to take a look at some of the interesting ways that we can securitize and use that market to be able to look at the forward opportunities there, to basically think about how then we can take those revenues that might come later, or those opportunities and financial gains that come later, and put them forward, because as the Secretary said, we need the resources upfront to developing countries today to be able to both decommission and create the infrastructure asset on the other side that allows them to continue building and growing their economies. So we've got a lot of financial structuring work to do. That is why it's a critical work stream of the ETA and the path that we are going to take going forward. And so stay tuned, but I think, as Andrew said, you know, this is a whole of planet effort. We need your engagement, and we would encourage and welcome it as part of the work going forward. So thanks.
Terrific. Please.
One thing, just very quickly. The IRA is going to make an enormous difference in this challenge. And I know some people are reacting, oh my gosh, there are some provisions in the IRA that are kind of protectionist and maybe get in the way. And I think we'll be able to resolve and work through those. I really do. But the bottom line is, by putting literally hundreds of billions of dollars on the table for further R&D and development and deployment of initial startup initiatives. We're going to help develop supply chains where they don't exist. And we're going to help accelerate. I mean, that's an enormous amount of concessionary funding that is going into right now in the Department of Energy. We have billions of dollars that are going into companies, into projects. It's going to help close the gap here in terms of what is fundable and financially, can work. And I think it's going to change things. We're going to have, it'll help with the deployment of green or blue or, turquoise, hydrogen and so forth. I think that exciting things are going to be happening. And rather than having some other entities complain and say, well, you guys have now changed the market and you're going to shift things, everybody should join and do the same thing. That's how we accelerate to the $4 trillion, folks. We shouldn't be sitting there saying, oh my God, let's go backwards. Everybody should join up and do the same thing. Put your money into this development. Put your money on the line in terms of R&D. And that's how we're going to win this battle. I'm convinced.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And the Inflation Reduction Act, I got a good briefing just yesterday on what it does alone for hydrogen. And so that's it's pretty exciting. So finally, Andrew, I think this will wrap up with this question. When this platform was launched, you stated there were very naughty, meaning K-N-O-T-T questions that the group would have to grapple with. What are the naughtiest, and how are you how are you grappling with them?
Well, first, who wants to solve easy problems? These are difficult problems, and that's why we're sort of stuck. We're sort of constipated at the moment. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of money out there, but it's not going to the right place. Plenty of money in the world, and it's not going to the right place. So what are they? They're on the both supply and the demand side, standards that are honorable, including human standards, environmental, ecological standards, and so on. On the demand side, that's, a company has to honor its own scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. Those are difficult problems. But there are other difficult problems, which we're going to be grappling with, which is going to be really exciting. How do you set the price? Mm-hmm. Where does the money go? And this is your point to Liz about de-risking, which also Secretary Kerry mentioned. The great thing about voluntary carbon markets is they work for you twice. You put $100 million into this, that buys renewable energy in and of itself. But in addition to that, it changes the entire calculus for a deal, as Secretary Kerry says. That $100 million can unlock 200, several billion dollars if you do it right. But you have to then actually make sure the money is injected in the right way. So those are some of the knotty problems, but they're exciting. And as someone I had the privilege of running one of the best environmental think tanks in the world, the World Resource Institute, and we're leaders in standards. Environmental NGOs have done us a huge favor setting high standards. But sometimes in this very, very high stress, high pressure, need for action today world, sometimes almost too thoughtful, and sometimes we slow things down too much. So what we're trying to do is unlock that, get the standards that are just as high, but actually then unleash, a flow of funds that can make a huge difference.
So as a result of Andrew's alliterative description, we now understand that the ETA is the Coles or Senecot of the movement, right?
Well, that does seem to be a really good place to end.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Secretary, Liz, Andrew, what a wonderful conversation. This could go on a lot longer. I'm sure people in the audience who would like to contribute to this in one way or another will catch you and provide you ideas, and we can help connect you all as well with the ETA and with this group. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you for what you're doing.
10 seconds.
Please.
Everybody here, your organizations, your countries, whoever can speak out. Alexei Navalny's family has made it clear he is very ill and being held in prison without medical care that he needs. So anybody who could speak out and make it clear that the world believes that even prisoners should be given the medical care that they need, and hopefully we can make a difference.
Thank you for that. Thank you for being here. At some point, some voice is going to tell you what we're doing next, but thank you so much for all your attention.
Okay. Thank you so much, Fred. I'm probably that voice that says a huge thanks to all of you, and a fascinating discussion. Please don't leave the room. We're going to get very lonely and get very upset if I lose half the audience. So thank you so much, Fred, and the great panel, of course. John Kerry, we all need him on our side. Go. Thank you so much. Great words of inspiration there in terms of what needs to be done. A sort of dose of realism, looking at what's happening in the world and the fact that we can actually, this was a human-induced problem, and the solutions are very much out there, and I think it's all in our power to actually change things and make a difference. Please, I would ask you to stay with us. We have a huge rundown for you today. We have some great people talking about it. We're going to be moving on in a way, continuing the conversation that we've already had this morning, talking about emerging markets, looking at net zero pathways in the developing world in terms of what we can do about them and how we can make a difference. Now, we have about 45 minutes in this. As in all of the sessions, I really would like you to get involved and to ask some questions, but I'd like you to do it maybe a little bit earlier, the way we have time to get a few voices around. I know we have Shama. Where are you, Shama? You have a microphone. Shama is somewhere around with a microphone. She's going to be busy working on this side, I hope, and we'll have another colleague here. So I hopefully won't be looking for microphones later on. They'll be ready to go. So that's what I've asked our dear people to make sure that we're ready for. So as I say, we have a great panel here. Let me get them up on board here and let me get them started and get this conversation. So please, we'll look at this as, I suppose, a continuation of what we've already seen this morning and what we've already talked about. And I think we'll add some great value to you in this. So let me welcome from the US Department of Energy, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Energy for Market Development, Climate and Multilateral Engagement. Isabella Munilla is in the house. Come on, big welcome for her here. Great, Isabella, thank you so much. From GE Gas Power, we have the Chief Technology Officer for Europe and the MENA region, Otman Benamar. Otman, thank you so much for coming to us. Mary Burse-Warlick joins us. She's the Deputy Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. And Daniel Schroth, he's the Director, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Department of the African Development Bank. Daniel, lovely to see you. Thank you so much. So you can see here we have a diverse panel that can give us some answers and you know, maybe a few solutions, but certainly some food for thought, because I think we've heard a lot about the issues in the emerging markets and the developing world that we really need to pay attention to, we need to look. Isabel, when we look, I suppose, at the priorities, the programs, the initiatives that go on in the US Department of Energy, talk to us a little bit about, you know, how these priorities, I suppose, you know, help developing and emerging markets in terms of developing net zero pathways.
Great, thank you, Edna, and thank you to the Atlantic Council and all of you. What an incredible panel before this, incredibly inspirational. I think we've got a roadmap moving forward and seeing a lot of heads nodding about that.
Show me the money, as he said.
Exactly.
Show me the money.
So for the Department of Energy, we're the U.S. Science Agency on Clean Energy. I wanted to highlight a couple of initiatives that we're working on. And again, as Secretary Kerry said, we really want to take advantage of these extraordinary opportunities, and that's our mission. So we have an initiative called Net Zero World. I encourage you to look it up. It's our premier international program and the top international priority of our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. And so our role as a science agency is to scale new technologies that can increase the efficiency of mature technologies and then take those new technologies to scale in the marketplace. So our goal with Net Zero World is to assemble a broad range of resources from the US government across 9 federal agencies and 10 national labs. And we use these to support partner nations in building their foundations for a clean energy future. So it's a partnership. Our partner nations right now are Argentina, Chile, Egypt, Indonesia, Nigeria, Singapore, Thailand, and Ukraine. And through this partnership, we're working alongside these partner nations to develop actionable and tailored decarbonization strategies for the key sectors that they select.
Right.
So our national labs, they put their gold standard technical capacities to work in these partnerships, and they work to identify technological investment pathways to decarbonization. So these are practical partnerships focused on real outcomes. And so I wanted to provide a few examples from our countries.
Yes.
Yeah. And just to say, you know, we've been having a conversation around attracting finance to commercial technologies, correct, or waiting to become commercial technologies. So we bring together as part of this initiative US agencies and development banks. So we've got the US Treasury Department, the US Exim Bank, we've got the International Development Finance Corporation, and many others. And the idea is to attract private sector to these initiatives that we're helping to support to really let's get these projects off the ground.
And I think we've been hearing that too, the importance of bringing the private sector, making it attractive for them.
Absolutely.
Because they want a return on investment.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
So
Please
just a few examples. So with Indonesia, we're analyzing investment strategies, as the Secretary mentioned, to deploy renewable energy while speeding coal plant retirement. With Egypt, we're supporting efforts to add 10 gigawatts of renewables and develop green hydrogen and ammonia. And with Nigeria, we're analyzing the potential for carbon management, methane abatement, and distributed clean energy systems. And in Chile, we're sharing knowledge and best practices on managing the just transition for fossil fuel workers, sharing lessons learned for coal transitions, since that's very important. One other initiative, just very quickly, I just want to flag is with the Clean Energy Ministerial, and we've got a big moment in July with our chair of Clean Energy Ministerial with India this year, we have what's called the Clean Energy Solutions Center. So we co-lead this initiative with Australia, and what it does is it mobilizes experts to help answer real-world, on-the-ground questions on the path to net zero. So we have an Ask an Expert service where governments that need authoritative technical advice can submit their questions and get service rapidly, free of charge. So just a couple of examples, or just one example actually. The government of Chad asked for advice on options to reach people living in very remote areas with clean and low carbon electricity. They wanted to find out how they could, what options were on the table. So we connected them with experts and provided analysis of solar, wind, biogas, and biomass technology options and costs, and provide a report with examples from countries around the world, scenarios and options. And then we focused on strategies that were applicable in remote areas, which is the solution that they were looking for. So it also included different business models for them to consider and really focused on what their needs were. And this is one of hundreds of examples that I wanted to highlight. And the service has helped already about 90 countries on topics such as the design of feed-in tariffs, clean energy funding plans, regulations, standards, and incentive programs. And I just wanted to highlight just a couple of those examples because there's just real-world help that we want to provide our allies and partners.
No, and I think that's hugely important because you know, we don't have to reinvent the wheel in every country, I think, and this is something that everybody also needs to realize, that it is also about knowledge sharing, I think, from projects that have already worked, and any help that anybody can give, I think, along the way, and particularly without a cost to it, I think. I like that, and I'm sure that's what a lot of other people like. Othman, when we look at the energy trilemma that we're looking at, indeed, around the world, and it's impacting, everybody's got to look at that. But a lot, you know, of the challenges, I suppose, and the issues, they're different in terms of emerging markets and developing markets. What do we really need to be looking at, you know, to identify those differences and then to be able to actually help and solve them?
Thank you, Edna. Power sector is one of the biggest contributor to carbon emissions in the world, so definitely.
But we need it so desperately.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
So it's essential as well. So we have to figure this one out.
Definitely we need to. It's one of the biggest area where we need to focus to solve for the climate change. However, and especially when it comes to emerging market, it's not a simple task just to look after sustainability only. These countries some of them sees one of the biggest growth in terms of electricity demand, and some of them has already imbalance between demand and the supply, and a lot of them as well have not the right quality of grid to support the introduction of renewable. So when we look at decarbonizing the sector, we need to be careful about the three things, the trilemma that you mentioned. We need to make sure that we can guarantee reliable power. That's important, and we see that a lot of countries in the emerging countries suffer already power shortages. So we need to make sure that we bring that up and make sure that introduction of renewable will not add to the problem.
Yes.
And especially when you have countries where imbalanced between demand and supply, when you add renewable, you need to think about backup because you already don't have enough capacity. So it will add to the cost, which hits the second point of the trilemma, which is the affordability. We need to make sure that power remain affordable, and that even outside of emergent market, if we look what's happening today in Europe, I'm from France, so when we see that people are struggling with the baguette, the price of the baguette, because the price of the power hike.
Yes. Yeah.
So imagine that issue is even bigger in the emerging markets because the people cannot afford to pay the same prices as Europe. So we need to make sure that when we decarbonize, we don't add cost. We try to keep it within what people can pay for. And three is sustainability, definitely. So we need, when we add power capacity, because we need to support the growth of economy, which is more demanding with the electrification and so on, we need to make sure that we maintain or reduce the carbon intensity. You know, we will add power, but we would like to avoid adding carbon in the system. So these are the three main points that we have to care about when we are thinking about the energy transition, and especially for the emerging market.
No, absolutely. And I think that issue on cost too, you know, the more expensive power is, it's not just you're paying more for your power, you end up paying more for everything because there's a huge knock-on effect. The baguette, yes. The humble baguette.
Yes.
And people would even love to be having one in many areas, I think, in the developing world at the moment. So lots of issues around there. Mary, when we look at, you know, the work of the International Energy Agency, you're very busy looking at all areas, but you're specifically, you know, taking a focus on, you know, the universal access to energy that clearly it's of key importance. It's the priority on the route to net zero. But there's a lot of great, I suppose, solutions being offered. I mean, we've come up with a few, I think, in the last day and a half. We talk a lot around this. But on the ground, I mean, what's been executed and what's happening? Sometimes I think there's a little bit of a misfit, maybe a lot of talk and not enough action.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to be a part of this discussion today. Thank you to the Atlantic Council as well. I know the subject of you know, universal access to electricity, to energy, has come up quite a bit, and really it couldn't be more important. And I think it's really important as we look at the global context we're living in today, in the context of Russia's invasion in Ukraine and the global energy crisis that we're continuing to live with, that the impacts have been felt really by consumers all around the world, not only in Europe, as you mentioned, but you know, with particular impacts on the developing world. And in that regard, we've seen for the first time in a while some backsliding in terms of additional people losing access to electricity, and also backsliding in terms of access to clean cooking. And on both counts, getting back on board, making progress, achieving progress again in both of these areas is really an important component to the broader global challenge of you know, decarbonization and achieving net zero emissions. And again, as I think has been referenced elsewhere in the context of this forum, there are many countries around the world, including many from the developing and emerging world, that have made net zero commitments, you know, recognizing too that, and I know we may get to this separately as well, that there are different starting points for these countries, for countries around the world, and that means the transition may take longer elsewhere. But of course, much deeper, much more significant, really high levels of investment, as was mentioned just now by Secretary Kerry and others, in clean energy and in renewables is going to be such an important part of the answer to achieving universal access. And in and of itself, of course, will help to also address the decarbonization and the emissions reduction challenge. So there's significant gains that can be achieved, and we've really got to focus on this issue of access to financing and investment, particularly in the emerging and developing world.
And I think that can, we're going to hear a lot more on that issue, like right throughout the day. That, I think, has been very much, landed as the key area. And then we work from there. Things get a little bit easier. Daniel, I mean, we've heard a lot, I think, even in the last day and a half, too, about the need for a just energy transition, a fair and equitable energy transition. But also, I think we've heard an awful lot about the challenges, and if we continue doing what we're doing right now, it's not going to happen. So talk to us in terms of particularly the African context. What can we do to make sure that actually there is a just transition?
Well, thank you very much, Edna, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for inviting me to this important forum. I think if we talk about just energy transition in an African context, we need to be cognizant of two key paradoxes, I would say. I mean, first of all, Africa has contributed, as we know, very little to CO2 emissions globally, historically responsible for about 4% of global CO2 emissions. Yet at the same time, Africa is already bearing the brunt of the effects of climate change. I think a 2021 study of Notre Dame University, in fact, highlighted that the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's quite significant. We're seeing already the effects of droughts, flooding, cyclones all across the continent. And that's also in a context where global climate finance is only flowing very sparsely to Africa. It's only 3% of global climate finance flows that are going currently to Africa. And that's in a context, and Secretary Kerry mentioned it, of the 100 billion that still has not been met by the developed world. The second kind of paradox really is, and it's sort of building on what Mary said from the IEA, is that Africa indeed currently has the largest energy access deficit. We have some 600 million Africans without access to electricity, more than 900 million not having access to clean cooking solutions, with all the negative impact on health, women, deforestation, etc. And very importantly, we're backsliding, as you highlighted. We're not on track to meet SDG 7. And that's obviously contrasted at the same time with an abundance, particularly of renewable energy sources across the African continent. I mean, some of the best solar potential in the world, wind in some of the coastal areas, but also inland, geothermal, the East African Rift Valley, hydropower in Central Africa, etc. So there's a huge kind of a gap, obviously. And so if we look at energy transition in Africa, we need to really look context-specific. So in South Africa, which is largely dependent still on coal-fired power generation, with a lot of people kind of being employed in that sector, yes, there is a conversation around energy transition in the classic sense. And that's also why, obviously, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the agreement that was found at COP26 came to about. But if we look at the Central African Republic, if we look at Chad that was mentioned earlier, with energy access rates below 10%, with hardly any generation capacity, you cannot talk about transition. It's about building sort of ideally sustainable energy systems in the first instance. So from our perspective, it's really 5 key priorities that we see. First is a critical importance of planning, building on the best kind of knowledge, information and data that is available, and sort of tapping into resources such as NREL from the labs that the DOE has at its disposal. The second one is really project preparation. We see still many kind of projects that lack all the kind of the necessary feasibility studies to allow then institutions such as ourselves to finance these type of projects. A third key priority is really around investments in transmission. I think you highlighted that one of the key challenges to many African countries with very weak, fragile grids is to be able to integrate larger shares, particularly of variable renewables from solar and wind. So there's a huge kind of deficit of investment in transmission, but also regional integration. And then, of course, there's the whole question of how to bring in more private sector investments, de-risking disinvestments. That's a key focus also of the African Development Bank. And last but not least, obviously, there's still a lot of work to be done on sort of the legal policy, regulatory frameworks that are not yet adequate in a number of countries. Also, I would say...
In a number of countries around the world. I mean, I don't think it's unusual in that area. Othman, let me bring you in to follow up just on, you know, what Daniel's talking about there. Because when we look at infrastructure, and I suppose challenges with transmission and distribution, this is a key area too that, you know, for what you're doing at GE Gas Power, you can actually help this situation here. But distribution, transmission, infrastructure, all of that, one size does not fit all in any country. So how do we resolve that issue? How can we make it better?
I think we need to start acting now. That's number one. And start acting what it is existing, improving what is existing, and that's the short term. And we do have solution there to improve the output, to improve efficiency, improve the flexibility to cope with intermittent sources of energy. And that's on the short term. So it helps really maintaining the assets to serve the introduction of renewable. And we can also improve the efficiency of a lot of countries which are still running with simple cycle power plants, what we call simple cycle power plants with very low efficiency, such as 33%. By just converting those assets to combined cycle, we can add 50% power without adding any fuel. And just as an example, in the GCC, we're talking about 50 gigawatt of simple cycle. So that's, you can add 25 gigawatt without adding any fuel. So you're reducing the carbon intensity, actually, by doing that. So these are some of the solutions that we have on the short term. We have also to care about the grid. Yeah, we mentioned it. I can add to it that because a lot of grids cannot handle the intermittency of the renewable. We need to make sure that there are enough substations. We add digital to make sure that we are dispatching the power the right way. So these are solutions for the short term. Now, these assets will not be stranded in the future when we are decarbonized. We have also solutions for the long term. And some of them were developed with the DOE. So I was talking with my colleague about the combustion in our latest technology, which we call 9HA, has been developed with the Department of Energy to be able to burn hydrogen. And we can already offer solution today which can burn up to 50% blend of hydrogen, which is the best available currently. And we have the path to go up to 100%. We are working also on solution with carbon capture. We're partnering with technology suppliers. We're already selected in few projects, not in emerging countries necessarily, but in the UK or in the US, where we are working on optimizing the solution, integrating the whole carbon capture solution into the power plant to make sure that we continue supply reliable power, but with the least amount of CO2 emissions.
And again, I think the big focus has to be on decarbonizing. Of course, on the road to net zero, and as we go closer to, you know, greener fuel and more renewable solutions, gas still has a huge role to play.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we cannot look. I can give the example of Morocco. I'm originally from Morocco. So Morocco has made great progress in renewable. They already today have more than 30% of the installed base, which is renewable. But we are currently in discussion with them on bringing clean fuel, which is natural gas, in some of their assets which are running today on heavy fuel. So that will improve and potentially converting those assets to combined cycle, as I mentioned it. But they are also thinking about adding new power plant with the latest and highest efficiency technology, because that will unlock their ability to reach their objective, which is 52% by 2030. So gas is key to make sure that we can go faster in renewable, but also, again, I insist on the grid. The grid quality is very important to continue introducing renewable.
Isabel, a lot of these projects, I mean, are going to need investment, and I think that was very clear in the last panel. It couldn't have been more clear, where it's like literally was, we need money and we need cash and we need it in the right places. But when we look at the investment in climate, I suppose, and clean energy projects, how will they financially benefit the emerging markets, I suppose, you know, who are actually looking to get to net zero?
Yeah, thank you for that question. From the perspective of our department, I wanted to endorse one of our top priorities is good planning, right? The energy system planning, working to see how these projects fit into that plan, seeing what options are available, that's fundamental. And then second, our view is that innovation anywhere supports progress everywhere. And so that's a fundamental investment strategy for our department to de-risk at a large scale technologies that can be deployed across projects all over the world. And thank you for that mention of your work with DOE. And so for us, really fundamental to a net zero future is reducing those costs. So our domestic investments that we've made recently, billions in domestic energy markets, provide a runway for private investment. And we think this is going to have an impact not just in the US, but in the entire world. And this is part of the US effort to get us back on track to our Paris commitments, right? So just one example of that, of these types of investments, are what we call our Energy Earthshots initiative. Again, encourage you to take a look at those. So these set specific cost targets for linchpin technologies that are necessary to meet climate goals. So, and these are designed to tackle really tough technical challenges and specific cost hurdles related to specific technologies, working with our national labs. And so we have targets for hydrogen, long duration storage, carbon abatement, enhanced geothermal, floating offshore wind, and industrial decarbonization. And so just one example, our hydrogen Earthshot aims for $1 per 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen in 1 decade. And we think that this is going to revolutionize clean transportation and industry. And then, you know, to the point on energy, the need for efficiency and reliability and flexibility, we believe that effective storage is obviously fundamental to the work that we're all doing. And so we have a long duration storage shot that aims to reduce the cost of grid scale energy storage by 90% for systems that deliver 10 or plus hours of duration in a decade. So those are just a few of the examples that we think are going to help other countries, especially in emerging markets. And in fact, we've done this about a decade ago. So President Obama had a Sunshot initiative that the aim was to drive down utility scale solar costs, and it did by $1 per watt to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And so these effects were seen in the US, but then obviously around the world, we've seen solar costs become some of the solar has become some of the cheapest and most affordable energy around the world. And this is just a couple of examples of how our agency, in terms of the role that we play, can bring down some of these costs.
And I mean, some great ambition there, but some of these practical solutions, I think, that can make a difference, and they need to be able to make a difference, you know, some of them in the near term, some obviously medium and longer term. Mary, when we look at, and in fact, please be thinking if you have any questions here for my panel. I do believe, where's Shama? Shama's over here. She has a microphone, so catch her eye, and please, if you have any questions, we're more than happy to look at maybe a few specific areas. But Mary, when we look at, you know, mobilizing more energy investment, clearly there's been a huge cry, a call for action in terms of this has to be done. But it's often not easy, and of course the cost of capital is high, and some areas perceived, you know, riskier than others. So people shy away, and they actually, you know, don't jump in there with maybe the eagerness they might in some other areas. How can, you know, what are you working on, and what do you see in terms of how we can change that?
Great. Well, thanks for the question. I'm happy to add a little bit to the discussion in that regard. First, I think just focusing very specifically on the emerging and developing economies, we've seen very encouraging signs, obviously, for many countries in the developed world, from the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, in the EU with the Repower EU and the Fit for 55, in Japan with their green transformation and other initiatives. that in those parts of the world, significant amounts of capital financing from governments are now being dedicated to the clean energy transition, which is wonderful and so important. It's something we've not seen before and really think can be very transformational. But again, if we look at the developing world, we don't see those kinds of resources, and that part of the world has been especially hit by the whole range of crises. Not only the energy crisis, the food crisis, health issues, and so on, in a way that has particularly impacted them. And then you add to the cost of capital, which you referenced, and I think a number of other speakers have mentioned that the cost of capital in many parts of the developing world can be as much as 7 times higher than it is in the developed world for investments in even solar PV projects and things like that. And in terms of what the IEA has done, last year we did release something called the Cost of Capital Observatory, which is basically an inventory that takes a look at what the differentiated costs of capital are. And the next step
is a report that's available, what, on the website?
Yes, yes it is. Yes, it is. The next step, of course, is to analyze this more deeply and see what can be done about addressing this. And I know this was referenced in the last panel as well. There's a whole host of issues that need to be looked at. I'll also add that we had released at the IEA about 1.5 years ago a report on financing the clean energy transition in emerging and developing economies. And so it is a topic that we're really focused on. Just to add that there's a hugely important role on the part of governments and multilateral development banks to continue to provide concessional finance in terms of financing investment for clean energy projects. That in turn, again, as others have mentioned, can really provide an accelerator or send strong signals to the private capital markets where we see by far the largest source of financing available. And so the work that's being done on what was just discussed with the Energy Transition Accelerator is so important in helping to unlock and provide solutions to some of these issues. But clearly a really important subject that will need to be continued. And with President Macron's summit coming up in June to look further at the financing issue, that I think will be a really, really important moment for us to continue to dig deeper in looking at real solutions.
And I know, I mean, this is a big feature in Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. We take this conversation from the Atlantic Council on to the next couple of days as well, and some of the big banks are going to be in place as well. So I'll get the opportunity to maybe put a few of these questions to them as well. And clearly a segue perfectly to you, the role of the development banks, and particularly the African Development Bank. What are you doing on the ground, making a difference, and that you can see practical results coming from?
No, thank you for the question. And indeed, I mean, from our side, we've really been trying over the last couple of years to increase financing flows into clean energy in the African context. I think a good example to highlight in terms of that mobilization effort is our Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa, which has sort of grown to become one of the largest blended finance facilities for the just energy transition in the African context. We were able to raise over the last 2.5 years, over $300 million in grant contributions for CEFA. But CEFA is a blended finance facility, so we can provide grant where it's absolutely required and necessary, but also to provide concessional loans, take riskier positions in new innovative funds. Just an example, we invested $10 million from CEFA in the first kind of fund that's looking at access to clean cooking solutions, Spark Plus, already invested in 2 projects in Africa. I think these are sort of the type of investments that are critical to unlock more private sector engagement in the energy sector. So that's one example that I want to highlight. Another example more on sort of the larger kind of side of the institution, and I think the African Development Bank, we had sort of been facing some capital constraints over the last couple of years for various reasons. So we were, in a way, forced to be innovative, and we've been particularly innovative, I would say, on some of our balance sheet optimization transactions. So for example, we approved just in October last year a transaction with the UK government, a $2 billion guarantee for a room-to-run sovereign transaction, together also with the involvement of several private insurers, that basically transfers the risk from some of our sovereign portfolio to those institutions. And in that context, it's basically freeing up additional capital that we can invest in projects that are supporting particularly sustainable energy, but also climate more broadly.
Now, I don't want to put you on the spot, Daniel, but many people have been calling for, I suppose, a complete overhaul of the development banks. I was thinking there was something odd about my microphone. Okay, we're back in action here. God forbid you wouldn't hear me. Just when I'm asking him that question, not putting you on the spot, but we've been hearing, I mean, that there needs to be an overhaul on some of the development banks. I mean, sort of what, and good you're taking some initiatives, but kind of what's been broken along the way? I don't want you to go too much detail at the minute, we don't have time, but what are you doing to make sure that the African Development Bank, you know, is looking like a reliable, trustworthy, and actually is hopefully, you know, moving the focus in the right direction?
Well, I think first of all, we have sort of really set clearly out what our objectives in terms of climate. It's one of the key priorities for the bank. We've adopted a policy, a strategy, and also a clear action plan with commitments over the next couple of years. We've in fact met in 2021 our climate finance targets with more than 40% of our investments going in climate finance. I think importantly, and we're the only multilateral development bank that has also placed a strong emphasis on adaptation finance, which is, as I highlighted earlier, particularly important for Africa. I think we had in 2021 67% of our climate finance being focused on adaptation. We're championing in that context the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. We're also trying to see how our concessional window, which is the African Development Fund, which is sort of the equivalent of the World Bank IDA, becomes more responsive to the needs of African countries. We had just concluded early December the replenishment of the African Development Fund with record numbers thanks to the donors to the fund, but also now several African countries that are contributing with their own money into the African Development Fund. And one of the examples is we were able to create a climate action window, sort of a dedicated kind of envelope of resources to increase climate ambition, and of course energy is a key priority in that context. So those are some of the examples. There's obviously a lot more work to be done, but I would argue maybe because of this kind of constrained context that the bank has been operating in a couple of years, that we're certainly trying to be innovative, including in terms of making the case that some of the special drawing rights that the IMF has made available are channeled through the MDBs to use our ability to leverage those resources and be able to invest more in African countries.
And I mean, I guess even almost, you know, looking at your role too, the specialty role that actually has put this at top of the agenda, that's a new shift, I guess, as well.
Indeed, I mean, we adopted a very ambitious strategy, the New Deal on Energy for Africa in 2016, which really placed energy at the top, sort of our #1 priority for the African Development Bank, because energy has, as we all know, such a critical impact for development at large. And that also included a restructuring, and renewable energy indeed was one of the priorities that was also then reflected in the new organization.
Again, I think, you know, making sure access to energy is a huge enabler. Did you want to ask a question? Here we have, Shama's got the microphone, and now we've got a few questions. Now we're cooking, always at the last 10 minutes. I think there's something psychological about that.
Hello, I want to thank you all for your contribution and this discussion. I have two questions. The first question is directed to Mr. Daniel, regarding, because one of the main questions that came to my mind during the discussion about energy transition and how that can be applied for African continent where there is a huge gap in capital finance and all of that. So how you can tackle, like, do you, like one of your strategy at the African Development Bank, is it going from like to go through conventional way of supplying sustainable energy and then go for energy transition, or just start from the, like the last step to provide energy solutions for poor countries like, as you mentioned, Central Africa and Chad and others. Like yesterday, only Heathrow Airport has energy demand more than Sierra Leone.
Yeah. Let me just answer that first question, and we'll come back to you in a minute. I'll get another question from the gentleman there, and we have time. So please, we need to speed up now because we have a few questions.
Sure, I'm going to be very brief, but I think the first important point is we need to look at each country individually. What is the particular context? So from our side, we're really trying to identify what are the best sort of solutions. And that does not mean that Africa should sort of follow the same path that the West has done. So it's not kind of building first a conventional kind of power base and then you transition. So for many of the countries that currently do not have or have very limited generation, I think sort of trying to see how can we from the start sort of use kind of the enormous renewable potential is there to build that up. Also looking at providing access through decentralized energy access solutions. I think a lot of possibilities through green mini-grids, through solar home systems in the very remote areas. I think that's sort of some of the areas that we're really focusing on. And of course it needs to be done in close collaboration with the countries and based on sound planning as we highlighted earlier.
Let me just bring Mary in on that one there. We look at the policies in the US, the clean policies and the climate goals. They work there, but could they work in emerging markets and could they do something similar? And I can see Othman wants to contribute to this as well. Go ahead.
No, great, thank you. I mean, I think what we're getting at here, and it's incredibly important, is that we need to share lessons. And I think for us as an agency, we use the platforms of the Clean Energy Ministerial, we use the Mission Innovation, we have, again, I mentioned it again, I'm pitching this, we have our big meetup in India in July, and that's absolutely critical. We also have our Net Zero World partnerships we talked about, we've got strategic clean energy partnerships, and this is a place where we are able to share the lessons that we're learning about the approaches we take to tax incentives, et cetera. But I wanted to draw our attention a little bit to, when we're thinking about whether energy access or energy transition, for us, workers are extremely important. So I want to highlight a couple of areas where we're sharing lessons with our partners.
We don't have a whole lot of time now, so I've got to speed you up a little bit.
We do not. But I did want to flag a couple of areas, and this is really essential when we're thinking about transition, which is there's worker protections and incentives that need to be put in place when we're thinking about transitioning out of coal, out of oil and gas, and those workers need to be reskilled to supply our workers for the next generation of technologies. And I wanted to flag a couple of policies that we're putting into place. They're new, but we want to share our experiences. We've got expanded energy tax credits for efficient commercial buildings, and it includes bonus credits for businesses that pay prevailing wages and hire registered apprentices. So we want to make sure that companies that promise to pay wages but don't follow through are penalized, and workers who owed prevailing wages will receive the difference plus interest. So, and this is a commitment. We need to bring our people along with this transition, and there's ways that policies that we can put into place. Now, we're testing this right now. So it's essential that we keep up the conversation and we continue to help each other to drive innovation, especially in bringing our people along with the transition. Another one I wanted to flag is that for us, we have clean energy tax credits that are increased by 10% if a clean energy project is established in a community that has previously relied on the extraction, processing, transport, or storage of coal, oil, or natural gas as a significant source of employment. So it's really focused on creating economic development in communities potentially impacted by a transition. So really focusing on making sure that the workers who have been involved in industries that have driven our economic prosperity are brought into the transition, and making sure that our economic and fiscal policies that we're using to drive these new renewable energies bringing people along. I think from a political standpoint in our country, it's essential.
We got 5 minutes left. I'm going to take another quick question from you, directed to one person. Quick answer. We're going to you, sir, and then we're going to have to wrap it up. I'm really sorry.
Okay. My other question is regarding also the funding available from other, like Mr. Senator John Kerry and others, like Bezos Fund and Rockefeller Foundation. How Africa can take more like out of that fund, because now it is only small portion. As he mentioned, $300 million and only 2.5 through credit from UK.
I don't think my people have an answer for that. You need to chase down our other colleagues on that. Sorry, I'm going to take a question from you.
Hi, good morning. In the previous session, Secretary Kerry was mentioning the top 10 polluters or carbon emitters. One of them first is China, followed by US and India. We heard a lot of views from US, but we didn't hear any views from India or China. Is it an aberration, or is it even at the highest level, and is not that a problem?
you know, I want to, as I say, we've only got a couple of minutes left. And I think we got to take good care. I want to give this one to Mary, perhaps. And also maybe add into that, I think many of the countries having different starting points in terms of how they're going to manage that. Maybe you can do 2 for 1 there.
Sure, happy to do that. And I will say that thank you for pointing that out. I think all of us here, and I certainly know that governments and international organizations, IRENA included, really all around the world, of course, are in discussions with China, India, and all the many countries where this issue of emissions is among the biggest problem. And the JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership that Secretary Kerry referred to, is one of those approaches through which there's significant and deep dialogue about how to take off some of the heavy carbon-emitting coal plants, but also to provide support necessary for investments, new investments in renewables and clean energy. And just segueing to the other point that you mentioned, Etna, I think as we look at this issue, it's this whole set of challenges. There's no doubt that the issue Isabel spoke to on the importance of people-centered transitions all around the world is going to be very important. How do we ensure that people around the world see the benefits of the clean energy transition, which, and this is another area we've done quite a bit of work, is actually going to create millions and millions of new jobs, but the challenge is, of course, multifaceted, but ensuring that those who lost also have benefits. And second point, recognizing that not all countries, though I think countries around the world really do recognize the climate challenge, and many have committed to net zero or carbon neutrality goals going forward, but not all countries have the same starting point, have the same level of resources, and for that reason, we'll need to pursue different pathways forward as they try to meet their goals. So one of the challenges for all of us is ensuring that they get the support they need, the financing they need, and in some cases that means continuing to recognize too that conventional energy sources, as was mentioned, will need to be a part of the solution for some of the development that's needed.
We've sadly come to that point in our discussion here where we've got to be wrapping it up. Mary, I'll stay with you at the moment. A quick call to action if there was one that you want to send a message out there.
As I indicated, really think globally about the challenge here. Not all countries, since our focus is very specifically on the emerging and developing economies, have the same access to the financing and the resources needed. Let's really think hard in this year ahead, just as I know the AFD is and others, on how we can unlock not only the public sector, but the private sector financing to support this really important global transition.
Daniel, if there was a call to action for you, what do you think is most urgent right now?
Well, I think just to build on that, I think one is we need to speed up because there's a huge opportunity cost if we don't act now. So we're not moving forward fast enough. We definitely need to scale up, particularly the flow of finance towards emerging countries, particularly in Africa, including climate finance. I've highlighted the percentage earlier. And I think there's also a need to really do more to synergize. There are a lot of efforts from different partners, including ourselves, happening. We're talking to each other, but we're not yet kind of speaking and singing all from the same song sheet. So the synergizing of efforts is also needed to achieve the maximum impact.
Othman, there were so many areas we did want to touch on. We didn't really have time, forgive me, but I mean, a closing call to action.
I will try to put them on the closing action. So as GE, we have solutions for solving the trilemma from wind to hydro to gas and to grid as well. And we are working on developing those solutions to make them fit for the different countries, different regions. We're still improving on hydrogen blends to get to the 100%. We're working on new generation of carbon capture. But where I see a real problem today, which was connected with the financing and answering the gentleman, I mean, we see problems today with some of these emerging markets getting financing because they get financing from institutions based on countries where there is restriction on financing fossil fuels. But fossil fuels in these countries are still decarbonization. So that's a real big problem. Even we see developers shying away from funding, being involved in these projects, developers from Japan or from Europe, because they are heavy on their portfolio on CO2, and they cannot come and play here. So financing is key, and also policy. We need to make sure that local policies are adequate to support the right path to net zero, but also multilateral policies, not only the country policies, but also, for example, the European policy or UN, whatever, that can be set, which may not be fit for these countries.
I mean, very dynamic time in the industry, very challenging in many ways, but all of these issues have to be addressed. May I give you a closing word, Isabel, here to just send us all off? I mean, again, a quick call to action. What can we do, maybe in the short term, that can make sure we're surviving in the longer term?
Well, I'll just repeat what I said before, and obviously you heard Secretary Kerry, who I can't speak for. I think he said it all, but I think we need to help each other. We need to share lessons. There's incredible innovation happening in emerging markets, and we need to draw from those lessons. I'll say it again, we need to focus on our people and our workers and share lessons of how we're going to bring them along, because that political power is essential for the hard steps we need to take next. We need to share lessons there.
Super, thank you all so much. Please, a round of applause for our dear panel here, Isabel, Othman, Mary, and Daniel. Thank you all so much. We can finish up here. You'll all be delighted now. We're giving you a coffee break. Just on the India-China, I believe we have a speaker from China later. I haven't checked our colleagues from India, but great focus and attention on what's going on in India, without a doubt. Coffee break now, please. 15 minutes. Be back. There's lots going on. When we come back, the simultaneous sessions will be happening back in this room. And just keep on your diary, on your agenda for today. 5 o'clock, we have the European Commissioner for Energy. So Kadri Simpson will be here this evening at 5 o'clock. So make sure that's on the diary. I know you have lots of meetings and you have lots to do and lots of other things to attend, but make sure you're back here. Simultaneous sessions back here in 15 minutes. So enjoy your coffee break, and thank you all for your great attention. Thanks so much.
stopped. Okay. And I'm on the first one, right? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Been looking forward to this panel on the Inflation Reduction Act. How will the global climate effort change? And I'd like to welcome our panel onto the stage. Terrific. Welcome. Second to the end. Brad, why don't you be right here? And then Julian. And then Tim.
Okay.
Lee will, and then Lee on the end. All right, great. Well, welcome everyone. We've heard a lot about the Inflation Reduction Act over the last day and a half, hugely impactful. And we're here to talk about both how it's going to affect the energy transition, but how it's also affecting our friends and allies across the water who have some concerns about it. For the one or two of you possibly in the audience who don't know about the Inflation Reduction Act, it's pretty landmark legislation, $36 billion a year over 10 years. It puts the U.S. on track to meet its 2030 nationally determined contribution. It's a combination of tax credits and loan guarantees and grants, and it covers a lot. It covers clean transportation, clean energy, and transmission, CCS, and nuclear. Along with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the CHIPS and Science, it's the largest effort to tackle climate change in United States history. The hope is that it's going to drive innovation, bring down the cost of technology, accelerate the transition, and reduce emissions. But it's controversial because there are a lot of strings attached. Some of those are domestic content, some of those are prevailing wage, and so it has raised some issues. But you have to remember the context. The United States had 2 decades of attempts and failures to have a climate policy. We tried cap and trade, and that didn't work. Bipartisan opposition to a carbon tax. And very short-term investment tax credits and production tax credits, which frankly were pretty hard to build a business on. So we have this bill, and after years of failure, we've now joined the global effort. But you have to also understand that this bill was a national security bill. A lot of what drove the consensus for passing this bill was concern about the U.S. not having an industrial base, not having a value chain for clean energy, and frankly having to depend on China in particular for a lot of the materials and sources for this. So it was a national security bill, and it's also a strategic approach. It is meant to go fast and spend quickly in order to drive change fast. So we're going to dig into all these issues. How big is it, and how fast will it be deployed? How much it changes the U.S. as an investment destination, whether this really needs to be a zero-sum competition with Europe, or whether that can be fixed, and how important, how material it will be in advancing the energy transition. And we have a fantastic panel in order to discuss this. First, Brad Crabtree, who's the Assistant Secretary for Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. He is the tip of the spear for the Department of Energy on the Inflation Reduction Act, and has a long history in developing the policies before you came to the government that are now in this bill. Next, we have Julian Malmquist, who is the executive chairman and head of, executive vice chairman of global corporate and investment banking for Bank of America. He directs a lot of serious funding. Who's going to talk to us about capital flows. Next, we have Tim Holt, who's the executive board member and labor director of Siemens Energy. He's got responsibilities for the grid technologies business, as well as the North American and Latin American regions. And he's had a lot of experience in the energy sector in really almost every aspect of it. Next, we've got Ben Backwell, who is the executive director of the Global Wind Energy Council, an organization that represents the private sector wind industry globally, and really has both deep experience and a global perspective. And last but not least is Lee Beck, Senior Director for Europe for the Clean Air Task Force, who also had a real leadership role in developing a lot of the policies which ended up in the Inflation Reduction Act. So that's our panel, and Brad, I'm gonna start with you with really 2 questions. Mm-hmm. The first is, how big is the Inflation Reduction Act in sort of driving change for the U.S. and how material? But second, you've also heard the concerns from Europe about how this is going to affect investment in Europe and the fear of deindustrialization. So talk a little bit about how you respond to those concerns as well.
Absolutely, thank you, and it's an honor to be here. I'll start with the first part in terms of impact. And you mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure legislation that passed a little over a year ago before the Inflation Reduction Act. you can't really talk about impact without talking about both pieces of legislation together. The Inflation Reduction Act, or I'm sorry, the infrastructure legislation was nearly $1 trillion, investing in US infrastructure comprehensively across the economy, but $62 billion was provided to the Department of Energy for investment in all things energy and climate. And that's to be spent over a 5-year period. So it's a concentrated half-decade set of investments that will be made. And it's especially important for emerging technology. Just as an example, there's $12 billion for carbon management over the 5 years. Depending on what you include under hydrogen, $8 to $10 billion for hydrogen and other investments. And it's not just the technology, it's the associated infrastructure to start to build out the ecosystems that we need. And that's maybe one important thing to say before I shift to the Inflation Reduction Act, is that there's a major policy change embedded throughout the infrastructure bill. Historically, the United States did a really good job of investing in research and development over decades. But we did a very poor job of investing in the commercial demonstration of the projects that we had successfully developed with that R&D money. And now the infrastructure bill allows us to devote resources directly with industry to commercial scale demonstration of the critical technologies we need. So what happens now with the Inflation Reduction Act is it brings that tax credit package that other speakers have talked about, well over $300 billion estimated over 10 years for clean energy and industrial tax credits. And there's a couple of things that I'm sure other speakers who are actually doing the business part of this will talk about the value to their industries of how this is structured. But first and foremost, we have a 10-year window now. Rather than authorizing these tax credits for a year or 2 years and then have them lapse, Congress has created a 10-year runway so that any project beginning construction for between now and the end of 2032 will be eligible. And industry in the United States, and perhaps, I'm not sure, perhaps very few other places in the world has had that long of a time frame for incentives with which to plan and invest. The other thing is, for emerging technologies such as carbon capture, hydrogen, and other things, tax credits are hard for some companies to monetize. So at least for the first 5 years of claiming the tax credit for emerging technologies, companies can choose to take that tax credit as a direct payment, cash. And so that will have a really significant impact on the ability to leverage private capital into project development. So you take that all together, what does it mean in terms of impact? In terms of the US government and our estimates, we're expecting between the combination of the infrastructure legislation and the Inflation Reduction Act, between now and 2030, about a 40% reduction in our emissions. Our goal as a country is 50 to 52% in that time frame, so it's a significant down payment on what we have committed to achieving, globally in terms of our own emissions reductions. If you look at it, and I'll just give you one, I represent the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, and so I'll just take that set of technologies as an example. In fact, my friend and colleague Lee Beck, the Clean Air Task Force, sponsored the Rhodium Group to do analysis of what would be the combined deployment impacts of this of these two pieces of legislation on carbon management. And the estimate is that between now and 2035, we will see an increase of 210 to 250 million metric tons per year of annual carbon capture and storage that will result from the deployment from this tax credit. So on the upper end, potentially a quarter of a gigaton of annual capture and storage. That's obviously game-changing for our country. It's big enough that it has a global impact on the deployment of the resource. So that's just a sense of the scale. I would note also that we're already seeing response in the private sector. My colleagues met with an engineering firm here a few weeks back. They are now tracking, just in the area of carbon management alone, 200 projects under development. Now, we all know not all of those projects will happen, but it's an indicator of the level of private sector response so far. Now, I'll make this brief, but to the question about our friends and allies around the world, I think you kind of said what I would have said to this to start. I've been working on climate policy for the better part of 30 years, and so those 20 long years that you mentioned, we watched as the Waxman-Markey climate legislation failed to get across the finish line in 2009. There's been multiple other false starts. We tried to follow the pathway of European countries, the European Union and others, of taxing and regulating emissions. In the United States, it's the world's largest oil and gas producer. We have very large industrial regions that where climate policy is, there are very different views within the United States of climate policy. The way we built a political consensus to finally do our part, to put our own house in order, as I like to say, is to choose an incentive-based approach, to incentivize what we want to encourage in terms of deployment. So I guess for those that are concerned about the U.S. approach, I implore you to at least consider that. This was our way to make our global commitment to the problem. That said, and the other thing I want to say is about intent. You mentioned I was involved especially in the carbon capture, carbon management part of the package before I joined the Biden administration. Over a period of 10 years, we worked on what ultimately became these tax credits and worked with industry and labor unions and environmental organizations over that decade. And at no point in those discussions that led to that part of the legislation did anyone think of this as a way to attract investment away from other countries. It was all about trying to stimulate the technology deployment and innovation in our own country. So I just want to underscore that. Two, we, the United States as a country, have already benefited ourselves from the investments that other countries have made in incentivizing technology. And I'll cite two very obvious examples. Our friends and allies in Germany made an enormous investment in solar incentives. And today we are seeing solar as a very low-cost resource being deployed at very large scales thanks to that investment made by Germany in its own market. Another example is offshore wind, and we're going to hear more about offshore wind from my colleagues here on the panel. And the United States did not lead in offshore wind. We're the beneficiaries now of the investments that were made by other governments and policies to incentivize the technology. This isn't just true of wealthy countries. We're seeing solar and wind and other technologies being deployed at scale in emerging economies because we brought the costs down. So that is intentionally part of our strategy here. The final thing I'll say, though, is we're not blind to the situation, especially in Europe. My country has had a commitment to our allies in Europe since the end of World War II. These are relationships that are our highest priority, and we care a great deal about the situation, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and how the Russians have weaponized energy as a weapon of war. And so we are very concerned about the high energy prices and the economic vulnerability that's created. So then I'll stop. The U.S. Treasury and others in the Biden administration are engaging, especially with our European allies, but not just European allies, to look at opportunities for flexibility. I think some of the principal concerns are in electric vehicles and the battery incentives. And so those discussions are well underway. In some areas, we've been able to be flexible about how eligibility and allowing greater participation. In other areas, the legislation is more constraining. And so over time, we'll do our best to address the very real concerns that our partners have, because the way we look at it, we're all in this together. And the goal is, obviously, as we heard from the Secretary this morning, is tackling this problem that affects us all.
Great. Thank you, Brad. And I think that's very important and sensitive of you to talk about the impact. Julian, let me turn to you next. Bank of America is an enormous global investor. How do you see the IRA? Is this really a step change? Does this put the U.S. at the head of the class for investment? And you see Europe as well. Does this need to be a zero-sum game between the U.S. and Europe, or is there really enough capital for everybody if they've got the right framework?
Sure. Look, I'd echo Brad's comments. I think you've got to take the IRA together with the infrastructure bill. The two, for us, very much go hand in hand. I think in terms of what flows, when you look at the analysis that we've done, you're probably talking about $1 trillion when all's said and done that's incentivized and should immediately, over the next 10 years, be flowing. So it's, look, it's a dramatic shift in gears for US policy, and I think, look, if you look at, we've been big players in the rollout of infrastructure investment domestically in the US and internationally, but particularly in the US. And I think, look, we're making a massive investment in our teams. There's a huge flow of projects coming through the door, and I'd say just a lot of projects that were in that kind of gray area, would they make it or needed something to kind of push them across the line? This is what's doing that, right? I think when you look at the sort of the pieces, I'd say, look, carbon capture and hydrogen are probably the two places where it's going to be most transformational. I'd say, look, wind, solar, and so on, it's just sort of turbocharging and putting more fuel behind what's already going there. But I think where we're seeing the most difference in terms of what's in our backlog of credible projects that we can finance, it's in that sort of CCS and hydrogen that you're seeing the most impact. What I would say is it's maybe part of the answer to how transformational is it, and the sort of, we'll come to the discussion later on, does it pull too much investment or disproportionate investment to the US? I think it's certainly putting a lot of engagement to the US. One of the interesting things is then what happens next, because take hydrogen, if you look at what we're seeing, there's a huge push for people to look at projects, but they're very keen to be first mover in the US because it's not quite clear how big and how fast the market will grow thereafter. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how it evolves. So for me, I think it's transformational versus where the US has been. It's transformational in terms of getting engagement and projects coming forward that are credible. How many of those projects get done, I think, is going to be a function of supply chain issues we'll talk about later, rollout of infrastructure, which is why I think the two pieces are important to look at together. And then also, look, just how much follows in terms of further flows of investment, right? I mean, it's a big number, but if you look at that $1 trillion, US GDP over the next 10 years, probably what, let's say 350 trillion. So it's, you know, the actual direct is about 1/3% of US GDP. Put the pieces together, take that trillion number, okay, it's 1% of GDP, which says for this really to transform, what it needs to be is the catalyst to drive the rest of that capital to flow and coalesce around everything that comes forward. We think that will happen, but that's going to mean people taking judgments and making judgments on the development markets, which if you then go back to the European markets, in Europe, most of the incentives we've seen have been, I'd say, market-driven rather than investment-driven. So you've had two very different kind of philosophies. Maybe we can talk about that later. So.
Thank you, really helpful. We will come back on the implementation and some of the challenges. Tim, let me turn to you next. You're on both sides of the Atlantic, Siemens is, and you're also highly focused on grid and transmission. As we've heard over the last couple of days, generation is terrific. If you don't have transmission, pretty hard to get that to the customer. So how impactful are the two bills, really, both the infrastructure bill and Chips and Science, if it helps as well, and the IRA for your business in the US, and then how do you see the impact in Europe?
So just to frame it, the US was always the biggest market we had. So even over the last 10, 15, 20 years, there was quite a significant business for the technologies that are the main focus of the IRR. Where we used to struggle was the old PTC regime, which was always a stop and go. You know, we had 2 years of a good run, and then it was, you know, up in the air what was going to happen. We made plans to ramp down factories, no investment, and then last minute it got extended. So I think the investment certainty on the, especially for wind and solar for the 10 years, is a big plus for the business. That's what we always, as a wind industry, ask for, having this long-term certainty so we can make these investments also in production factories. What we also see now with the IRA is, don't get me wrong, there's quite a bit of funding also available in the EU, but it's very uncertain how you access that funding. A good example is the Green Hydrogen Fund in the EU, where only 4 million is drawn. I think the the US has shown with IRA, very pragmatic approach, simple and speedy, and I think this is what industry wants. And we're already seeing some of those impacts on the hydrogen side. I think Europe for quite some time was leading the hydrogen discussion, pilot projects, but very small scale. We didn't see the significant investments that we need as a equipment manufacturer, large scale. It's, you do this 2 megawatt, 10 megawatt projects. All of a sudden with the IRA, we're talking large scale projects in the US, firm commitment on a accelerated schedule that of course makes us rethink our investment decision. And I think this is where Europe will need a response if they want to keep the investments for production facilities also in the in Europe. I think in my opinion, where the IRA falls a bit short is the focus on transmission. It's very much on generation, and we've seen over the last 2 years how the transmission side is running into serious bottlenecks, both in Europe, but I believe also now that we see this accelerated curve of investments in the US. And we had the discussion with one of the offshore projects in the US on Northeast. He wanted to have the HVDC connection, and we told him, yeah, we can deliver, but 1 year later than you need it when you need to be online. So I think that's one of the focus areas. If we want to do this build out, we have to make sure we are also able to move the electrons from A to B onshore, permitting, big area that I think needs a bit more attention if you want to have the full impact of the IRA in the US.
And because of the nature of our federal system, that's necessarily involving the states and some of the regional transmission authorities, so it's complicated. Just to stay on your hydrogen point for a minute, so then given the fact that we're going to have these hydrogen hubs, we're spending more money on it, do you associate yourself then with the argument that there will be lessons learned that will be helpful to Europe, that we're sort of, this is a little bit of a utility when it comes to learning on hydrogen?
I think it's the very clear, the production credits on hydrogen, the investment tax credits. I think it's a very straightforward business case that you can make in the US that in Europe you couldn't make. And that's, I think, where a lot of our customers said we will try out as small scale because they didn't know what's the offtake on the hydrogen, how do we make a business out of it. And I think in the US it's you see the path how you're going to make money with hydrogen.
Great. Ben, let me turn to you next and ask about, I know you have a perspective both on onshore wind and offshore wind, and also a bit of a global perspective. So are these bills a big deal for the offshore wind and onshore wind industry in the United States? Do you think this provides any help or learnings for the rest of the industry?
Yeah, thanks, David, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for organizing this panel. In short, I mean, we're delighted as an industry with the IRA. I mean, we're very, very happy for all the reasons that the panelists have outlined. It gives us 10-year certainty and predictability that we've never really had in the US, even though the US has always been a strong market. We've never had this kind of certainty before. We like the way that it fits together with other sectors as well, everything from green steel and cement to hydrogen to EVs. I mean, it's a holistic approach. And above all, I mean, what we like about it is it's a kind of blunt instrument. It's quite clear how you access it, as other panelists have said. Anybody can access it by law if once it's there. And it's really up to the private sector then to go and deliver within that framework. So I like the kind of blunt instrument nature of it. And given where we are with the energy transition, the targets that have been set by governments are truly gargantuan across the world. So we're looking at a really enormous expansion over 30 years. I mean, just to throw out a couple of figures, in the IEA net zero by 2050, we're supposed to get to 8.3 terawatts of wind energy by 2050 in that scenario. The IRENA WETO scenario is actually very similar. It's 8 terawatts. Both of them have 2 terawatts of offshore wind within those scenarios. They both imply a very fast ramp up by 2030. So the IEA would like to see a ramp up to 390 gigawatts of wind by the end of this decade, and at the moment we're just above 100. And we're about to pass the first terawatt this year, right? And we've got to get to 8 in the next 30 years. So there's a considerable acceleration, and that's going to require the combined efforts of the whole world, right? So we need everyone to take their place and to speed up. And if you look at manufacturing capacity around the world, it's actually not that big, and a lot of that has been because of stop-go cycles, political cycles. So we've underinvested in a way in the supply chain. If you look at where Europe's targets are under REPowerEU, they need probably about 40 gigawatts of capacity, manufacturing capacity per year to meet those targets. At the moment, they've got about 24, 25 gigawatts of capacity. So they need to ramp up in Europe. The US is going to need to ramp up significantly, especially on offshore wind where there isn't a supply chain. And to take to give a kind of an example of this, in offshore wind, it's pretty much been the same people and the same products moving around the world because of the kind of stop-go nature of things. So yeah, you bump into the same engineers that did North Sea offshore wind in Taiwan, and then you bump into them in the US, and it's the same people kind of planning. There won't be that kind of margin anymore. The whole market is going to tighten massively, and the labor market, there's going to be big labor skills and labor shortages. There's going to be a real tightening of the supply chain globally. There's 120 gigawatt of supply chain capacity globally at the moment, and we're going to go to 107 this year. So really from next year on, everything tightens. And the IRA will have a significant effect in tightening the market, right? But I guess the important thing is it's not about taking investment from one place and it going somewhere else. We shouldn't see this as a competitive thing at all. And as the wind industry, we've said very, very clearly in Europe and to the European Commission, we should be emulating this. We should be doing an IRA for Europe that's easy to access, that provides the same amount of support, that provides profitable, a profitable framework for building renewables, and build fast, spend quickly, right? As Brad said, that's what's needed for the energy transition. So I think establishing that framework, first of all, doing this in a cooperative way and realizing that we're all going to need to invest at a much faster pace, I think is step one. The other question, which I think we could dig into a bit later, is cost, because this will have cost implications. I mean, we're already seeing it. I mean, probably for 10 or 15 years, we've been saying wind power is going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It's not getting any cheaper. It's significantly more expensive because steel is more expensive, copper is more expensive, labor is more expensive, and we're going to see a higher cost. The good news is that we're still going to be competitive versus fossil fuels. I mean, because of high fossil fuel prices, high LNG prices in particular, it's actually it's actually a significantly more cost-effective to do renewables than it is to do fossil. So I'm not really worried about the kind of relative costs, but the costs are going to go up across all energy industries. And I think just one final one of this, and then I'll stop. The other element of this obviously is China. Over 50% of the supply chain is in China. And it's not just Chinese companies, it's also European companies. It's been GE over the years. It's been globalized companies that have large parts of their supply chain in China. And if we're then saying also we're going to reshore to Europe and we're going to reshore to the US, and we're going to do this within this kind of fairly short time frame, that's going to add considerable cost as well. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be an effort, and I do think there should be a rebalancing of the supply chain. We can't have this kind of dependence on one particular country or region, right? There needs to be a rebalancing. But the idea is somehow that everybody reshores raw materials, rare earths, steel production into their own areas. For me, that's something that needs to be looked at with a very kind of cold and calculating idea. So I'll leave it there, but my message is, as the wind industry, we're very, very supportive of what the US is doing, and we'd like to see other areas, countries, regions adopting similar approaches.
Great, really helpful comments. And it's probably worth noting on the workforce development piece that there's both money in the legislation to try and promote it, and at least the US developers, I think both Equinor and Ørsted are trying to engage in project labor agreements and basically train a new workforce in the US to try and get ahead of that problem. But it'll be a race between how quickly that workforce gets developed and when the projects get built. Lee, let me turn to you. You are a true Atlanticist as well as an Atlantic Council, a former fellow and current and currently associated with us. I'd like you to talk about two things. One, with Clean Air Task Force, you've got a perspective on the European model and how it compares and whether it's working. But you also, I know, has some views on what the IRA does for advanced technologies. So if you could talk a little bit about sort of the impact of the bill, but also, how you see, the US model versus the European model and what's good for Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, David, for having me here today, and to the Atlantic Council, thanks everyone for coming. For those of you who don't know, the Clean Air Task Force, we're a global climate organization. We focus on overlooked solutions and energy systems transformation in the US, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. The technologies we focus on are carbon capture, hydrogen, nuclear, infrastructure, methane, so a whole host of areas that we worked on in the Inflation Reduction Act and globally. And I think the panel already summarized really, really nicely that the complexity of tackling climate change, the energy transition, that we need to build industries, that it's about really making sure we're having adaptive climate policy making. It's not just one and done, but really thinking about the infrastructure vision of the industries and next generation technologies we need to commercialize, essentially, and that takes time, that takes dedication. It needs infrastructure, so we can't just build a single facility of each technology, but need to have multiple of each to bring down the cost, enable learning by doing. We need infrastructure, CO2 transport, hydrogen transport, transmission, we've heard it all. So there's a comprehensive infrastructure vision that enables us to really commercialize technologies. Another piece that I think is really important is climate as a political economy outcome. There's often this idea, oh, we're going to do climate because of climate, but really it has to be the outcome of the nexus of industry, innovation, business, labor, as we heard. So I just wanted to emphasize some of these points that were really important. Going to Europe, I think Europe has made incredible gains on climate policy. The European emissions trading system, really good example of global climate policy example, but it's not innovation policy, right? So there's two pieces here. We need to lay out a pathway for reducing emissions in the long term, but we still need to commercialize the technologies. And so climate policy alone cannot commercialize the technologies, and bringing this back to the Inflation Reduction Act, that's exactly what it does, right? So I think there is lessons to learn here from both sides of the Atlantic. I think to a response this week, we've seen Commissioner Breton tour European capitals. We've seen the state aid relaxation rules on green investment. So I think we're expecting a European response to actually a global trend of climate forward industrial policy, not just in the US, we're seeing it in India, other places. And I think it also has positive spillover effects if we're looking, for example, Canada immediately reacted with its own incentives for next-gen tech. It enabled the US to come together here with the UAE on the PACE initiative. So I think there's a lot of positive global effects for climate that we would like to highlight. The last thing that I will say is a clean US, a clean Europe is not the end game, it's just the beginning. So when we talk about the cost reductions, the learning by doing, labor force development, it's really, and as we're looking to COP28, how can the US and Europe work together to essentially lay the framework for harvesting those innovation gains globally. So we need to look at the rest of the world not just as a consumer of technology, but a place where we can help foster indigenous innovation, build out expertise, infrastructure, do more analysis on really how that infrastructure vision can play out. So I think that's what we're looking for as we're essentially laying the path to COP28 and making adaptive climate policy.
Great, really helpful. Well, all the exciting conversations about how much money and how fast we're going to move generally quickly move to challenges about implementation. Can we move the money fast enough out of the department? What are the other challenges in terms of value chain? Can we get the regulations out in time to move things? So, Tim, I've heard you talk about this before, so I want to give people a chance to talk about what their biggest worries are when it comes to implementation, and then Brad, give you a chance at the end to respond to how the department, how the government at large is trying to manage this.
I mean, for me, the biggest concern I have is the supply chain on transmission. It's not so much on wind or solar. I think we have capacity there. It's much more a focus on, at least for the technology companies, on can you make a decent return on what you sell? And interestingly enough, we operate in industries where we have just a few players. We look at offshore wind, but all of them are not making money. And I think at the end, you can only run a sustainable business if there's an adequate return. The transmission piece, for me, is the concern, especially there, the what we call grid access, connecting the offshore wind, but also moving the electrons over large distances with HVDC. We just got a large order after Christmas, and those are 2 offshore platforms for operation in 2030 and 2031.
Wow.
So in terms of delivery times on power equipment, we're up to 3 years. And on these big projects that we need in order to do the connections, it's really going into the 2030s plus. And there, my view is always, it went from the suppliers trying to win projects to customers trying to win the suppliers. And the industry, if you disregard Chinese suppliers, we only have 3 suppliers that can do these large complex projects. Now, in my opinion, it moves to a competition of regulators. What regulator provides the best boundary conditions in terms of planning certainty, de-risking? And that's us, that's also the big cable manufacturers, where it's also, just a handful. We had the discussion in the UK with National Grid and, quite big investments. Europe, big investments. Germany alone is going to spend 100 billion euros until 2030, the 4 TSOs. And at the end, for us, it's where can I go, where do I have the greatest certainty? And we've seen our frame contracts, 5, 6, 7 large projects being tendered in one go, up to 2035, 2036, and for a supplier that gives a lot of certainty. And that's where we go, where we feel we have the best risk-reward scheme. And I think that's also what I said earlier. We're having these discussions with the DOE, but I think that's where the US needs to catch up, because otherwise we do this big build-out and we'll face bottlenecks on the grid side, on the transmission.
Regulatory speed has not been our wheelhouse. I think that's probably fair.
But that's across the globe. It's
That's great. Julian, do you want to come in on this also? I mean, you alluded to this in your earlier comments, but where do you see the real implementation challenges?
Well, I'd echo Tim's comments on infrastructure, but it's not a finance question, because I think that's actually where there's the most money waiting to move. It's on what conditions and with the right frame. So I think certainly if I talk to the national grids or SSEs back where my home base is in the UK, look, there's big commitments of what they could be doing. It's all down to, well, how fast can I move, which is back to the approval. So it's a global issue. I think on the supply chain side, I think just 2 anecdotes. Look, I think we've got some clients who are saying, look, I need to go move upstream in a way I wouldn't normally plan on doing to acquire the supply chain. So I think you're going to see some fairly aggressive and strategic moves in response to the supply chain issues, which may actually then exacerbate issues for others. So I think that's one thing to watch. I can see that happening. The other, there's a couple of projects that we're looking at in the US where actually, because the only place you can get the supply chain fastest than my first mover point, they're probably still going to go to China and refinance later once the project's up and running, and even equity finance it because they can see the opportunity just because everything's moving. But question mark, the best way of moving faster so you're not stuck with a supply chain issue is actually still to go to China. So look, I think all those are some of the challenges. I would also though just echo what was said earlier in terms of the benefits. I do think when we look at it, you're going to see significant benefits in terms of cost. The only challenge is from a US versus elsewhere, if Europe doesn't respond and other places don't respond, is that the dollars are going to move first and fastest towards the US, and we can already see a lot of our European clients moving much more aggressively into the US than before, and also starting to look at citing their own supply chains, whether it's Panasonic, BMW, NL, others you've seen recently. So I think that's something which is definitely happening, but you're still going to see the benefits flow later, as Brad says, the same way as you've seen the benefits flow from Europe to the US, but later you're going to see the same thing happen in reverse. So.
Thank you. So, Brad, you've heard about a couple of the parade of horribles there, and then there's just the additional questions I'd add are, getting the basic regulations out of Treasury. How are you going to manage domestic content? You know, who can take advantage of the credits? So I know there's always a tension between getting it fast and getting it right, especially in a highly litigious environment with a lot of oversight from Congress. But how do you see this? Because moving fast on regulation is never a strength of bureaucracies. So how do you see the outlook for getting the regulations out and getting the definitions out and addressing some of the challenges you've heard from the panel?
Yeah, I laugh because last few months, I feel like some days I experience the tension of getting it right and doing it fast multiple times every day. And I jotted some things down. First of all, I agree with everything that my private sector colleagues have said, and I'll just start. So permitting, we literally need to scale up regulation, and I think it's right. It's not just the United States, it's a global problem. Certainly in societies where there's active participation of stakeholders in the permitting process in terms of providing public comment, you know, citizens and stakeholders in a country like the United States, and not only the United States, play a serious role in informing both whether projects get developed and to some varying degrees how they get developed, and that's as it should be. But that doesn't mean that we still have to do more faster, even from a permitting and regulatory standpoint. And I'll just cite one illustrative example, not because it's necessarily the only important one, but I just know it very well. We have an underground injection program for geologic storage. It's called Class 6. There are a series of different wells. And just a few years ago, there were only a handful of permits applications into the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for Class 6 geologic storage permits. We're now, last I heard, well past, approaching 30 or 40, and our own projections are we're going to be well above 100 soon. And we have regions of the country that until recently only had 1 or 2 EPA staff to do these permits, and some of them were on the verge of retirement. So I mean, you can just imagine that what you think about the billions we're about to spend on carbon management, and but for a few $1 million worth of investment in human capital, it could all fall apart. So that's just an example of how acute this this challenge is. The other thing is the Inflation Reduction Act transforms our tax code with respect to incentivizing clean energy and industrial technologies. I worked extensively with the Internal Revenue Service on the Section 45Q tax credit. I learned that for most of the energy tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, the staff is 4 at the Internal Revenue Service, 4 people. So what we did in the Department of Energy is we put together a cross-cutting team across the entire department, and we are literally helping and supporting and advising the IRS for across the tax code for these different sections, for the different technologies that we're incentivizing, to try to get the guidance developed, gather input, get that done as fast as possible so that the market can respond and fulfill the purpose of these incentives. But we were not structured to do that. The other thing is,
sorry, did you get more staff, or are you cannibalizing your own staff to support?
We're donating our staff time from, we're not a regulatory agency, but we're donating our technical expertise because the Internal Revenue Service doesn't have the technical expertise and they literally don't have the bodies to do it. So it's a joint effort. They're obviously making the final decisions.
But I was asking, did you get more staff of your own to be able to implement
No, we didn't. And then commercial scale demonstration, as I mentioned before, we weren't doing commercial scale demonstration as a government. Private sector was left to do that largely on their own. Now we are standing up an entire new office called the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, which is great, and I'm hugely supportive of it. But what it means is the traditional process of getting funding out the door is now shared across offices across the technology spectrum. And that's as it should be, but you don't create that overnight. So even as we have to get all this money out the door, we've also had to restructure the agency to meet this new policy imperative. The final piece on the governmental side, human capital. If our Inflation Reduction Act is successful along with the infrastructure bill, we are going to see deployment on a scale we've never had before. What does that mean? That anybody with qualifications, the private sector will want to hire them, and it's well known that governments do not pay as well as industry. So we're trying to hire the best and the brightest at the time we're supercharging project development in the private sector, and so that's a huge challenge. The final one that hasn't been talked about and I think this is the biggest one. If the projections that we've all heard about the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill are, I'll just say, unscientifically half right, okay? We are going to be challenged on the ground to deploy these technologies, not just because of permitting and supply chains, but because of community and stakeholder support. We are seeing already across the United States growing local opposition to projects. And it's not just fossil energy-based projects, you know, CO2 pipelines or geologic storage. It's transmission lines, it's wind farms, it's solar projects. And so we are, at the same time we're having to do all the things I just outlined, we're having to rethink as a federal department in the United States government how we engage with the public to make sure that first of all, that communities benefit in a way where they will support these projects, tangible economic and environmental benefits going to communities and workers, but also just more broadly to build the public understanding that's necessary. People won't support this kind of infrastructure and project development if they don't appreciate both the benefits to themselves and the broader purposes that it's to accomplish. And that requires us to engage at a local and regional level in a way that we've never done before. So that's a whole new dimension to the task.
Right, there are environmental justice, environmental justice considerations, not only from the administration's own EJ program, but also built into the bill. So you're consulting more broadly at the same time you're trying to go fast.
And I would note it's environmental justice, but it's also landowners, farmers, ranchers, local government officials. They all have a say in these things, and they all have to be engaged and participate. And we're figuring out our role to try to help support all that.
I want to talk about China, but we've got a lot of talent in the audience too. So anyone's got a question, you want to just raise your hand or stand up. We're happy to take questions. But I want to turn to China next. We sort of learned the last year that you want to be very careful about abandoning the system that you have until the system that you want to put in place is ready for action. So I think, as Ben pointed out, right now a lot of the material for the clean energy world is sited in China. And the tax incentives make it clear that by 2024, you need to start phasing out dependence on China if you want to take advantage of these tax credits. So it's a little unclear if we're building out the supply chain here and everything from batteries to nacelles to monopiles to whatever, but that's going to take a little time, but you're not going to be able to rely on Chinese inputs to take advantage of the tax credit in 2 years. How does that all fit together? Do we expect essentially the tax credits really not to be taken up very significantly, or how do we square that circle? Because it seems like it'll be hard to get to building out that value chain in the U.S. or even from free trade partners, however you define them, by 2024.
You're starting with me?
Starting with you.
Well, so I think we don't turn the situation around in a year or two. And you've heard from many people at this event, and we've all heard for years for those in the energy industry, we're talking about capital stock for large-scale capital-intensive projects doesn't turn over quickly. As you point out, we've now also come to an even greater appreciation of the supply chains that even make that possible. One of the advantages in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, and I would say this was intentional, is that you can choose to have an investment tax credit for some of the tax credits where you get the money up front as you make investments in project construction. Many of them are production tax credits. They're performance-based. Once your project is placed in commercial service, then you can start to claim the tax credit. So what that means with the 10-year window to begin construction is, to the extent that building up supply chains and some of the delays that we're talking about, since many of the tax credits have a beginning construction formulation, that does mean that in the back end of this 10-year period, we can still have projects begin construction and claim the tax credit. So that's at least a bit of a safety valve if we run into some of these delays. The only other thing I would point out is that it's just to underscore, we have learned how deeply vulnerable we are, especially like critical minerals. And so if you look at the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the discussions that are now going on within the US federal government with industry, This is really an all-hands-on-deck effort. It hasn't all come to fruition yet. There's more to come. But we are not only, and it's not just thinking about the United States, we are acutely vulnerable to our dependence on China, not for only mineral production, but processing as well. But we're looking at investing in and supporting supply chains in other countries because it's a global market. The minerals can go to our country or another country, but they help support that global market and keeping costs manageable. The other thing we're thinking about is how do we add real value in the countries that produce these minerals? We've heard from many of our colleagues at this event from Africa in how it's not just energy access, it's also economic diversification, value-added economic development. And we have an opportunity as we build out these supply chains for the first time in decades to add real social and economic value to these countries that are supplying these critical minerals for this development.
Good. Anyone else want to come in on the China question? So, Lee and then Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say from a European perspective, 95% of critical minerals supply a lot of manufacturing, of clean energy technologies. So this highlights really risk management of the energy transition. And looking at the IEA report that was released this week and also a workshop we had on securing net zero Europe earlier this week with the Atlantic Council, I think it became very, very clear that as we're trying to diversify away from one problem, we don't want to become dependent on the other. But then, again, the way to do this is smarter industrial policy and better strategic partnerships, right? So from a European perspective, I think what we're looking towards also, as we're seeing 2024 European election, is what comes after the EU Green Deal in terms of what bridges 55 and 100% or 55% emissions reductions to climate neutrality, and then what does this mean in terms of energy security and geopolitics, and really how can we create a more sustainable and flexible system of clean energy production, manufacturing, and I think there's a lot of unanswered questions in Europe of how we're really going to realize these industries, commercialize technologies fast enough, enable flexibility. I think we all talked before this panel that it's really, really difficult to access support for clean energy technology deployment in Europe. It's much faster now in the United States. So speed, scale, yesterday you mentioned legitimacy, that goes to the communities, but also where do the materials come from? And then efficiency and agility. And I think a lot of this has not been really reflected in climate policy yet. And in this new world of polycrisis, we really have to have this adaptive policymaking approach where we're constantly asking what's the risk management approach we need to really ensure that we don't have a disruptive system as we've seen it over the past year play out in Europe. So that would be my answer.
Great insight. Ben?
Yeah, thanks. And those are really great points from Lee. Just a couple of reflections. I mean, there is a level of naivety, I think, in some areas around reshoring. I mean, I grew up in the UK. It's high population density. We spent a lot of time decommissioning heavy industry. Even where I grew up, I mean, I grew up actually right next to a big coal-fired power plant in a port. And, you know, and as I grew up, that was basically a problem to clean up, right? And it's really hard to imagine that, you know, the difficulty we have permitting a wind farm or a solar farm, that we're going to permit a big chemicals plant or or bring the steel industry completely back to Europe or create rare earth metal refineries, you know, refining processes. It's just really hard to imagine that's going to happen, or that people are going to want that, which goes to Brad's point, which is that, you know, the energy transition has a big impact on people. It's a big spatial impact, and there's big impacts in the supply chain as well that need to be managed in a really equitable and fair way. And we're already seeing the massive pushback around mining practices in Africa around cobalt and nickel production in Indonesia and in Africa and so on, right? So all these things need to be managed in a way that we're kind of eyes open, and it needs to be a cooperative framework of discussion where people know what they're getting out of it, you know, and that there is some equity in terms of what the producers of raw materials are getting out of it. In the 1970s, I mean, as everyone here knows very well, the world had to come together and manage oil stocks, right? I mean, it was so strategic that there had to be a cooperative approach. And the IEA was formed, and there was global stock management, right? We need a similar approach for the energy transition. We need to look at this really strategically and think about how this plays out and who's in a position to produce things in the best way, how that impacts populations and people's buy-ins. Now, China needs to be part of that conversation, and we need to, in a way, create this kind of discussion around strategic inputs for the green transition, around green tech corridors, and somehow how do we take out the whole transition out of the realm of trade wars? I mean, what's been really, really unhelpful is kind of taking this kind of trade approach to everything and seeing it as this kind of competitive zero-sum game, right? I mean, how do we realize the benefits in a cooperative way and in an equitable way? So, I mean, I'd really like to see more emphasis on this. I'd like to see people bringing together these discussions in the appropriate forums, and I believe it will require setting up new institutions, probably, of cooperation as well. And again, I mean, it's good, really good to see the US back into this discussion as well at the COPs and at many other forums as well. And we're going to need everybody around that table.
Julie, did you want to come on this?
Yeah, just a couple of things quickly. I think, look, one, I think you just can't unplug at speed. So I just think there's a reality regardless of IRA or everything else. And that example I gave of that hydrogen project earlier is a good one where it's, look, if I can be my first mover and things are moving in the States, I'll actually want to be one of the first projects out there. And if that means China, I'll take the tax credits later or do something later on in the game. The other bit I think is just on when you look forward, I think one of the things which I think no one's really planning for is what does that future metals environment look like, and what does the OPEC of new metals look like in the future, and how do you plan for that and plan around that? And I think one of the bits that I get frustrated with is saying this, it's not a joined up conversation when you see new government coming in, somewhere like Chile, saying, look, we're going to set all these kind of constraints on our emissions. Great, but actually you almost want Chile to go long on emissions so it can go big in lithium so that the rest of the world can get off. So that kind of joined up thinking I don't really see happening. That's not the topic today really, but I think that's one future sort of challenge that's ahead of us.
Really important. Well, we've had some good suggestions about how to not make this into a trade war, and how to make Europe, in a sense, more competitive. So I want to sort of end on that high note. And Lee, I'm going to start with you because you first put this idea into my head. But maybe do a lightning round and then let you have last word, Brad. But how would you like to see the European response or the U.S.-European response? We've had the threats of WTO, or maybe the Europe is going to to have more nationalistic policies. But I think everybody has talked about there's a smarter, better way to do this, which is not destructive on both sides, but kind of lifts all ships. So let's have all of your brainstorms on this. And Lee, I know you thought about this, so let me start.
Yeah, wow, this is a big question. I think, first of all, really focusing on the positives, especially, of course, for climate, is really, really important. What are the cost gains, the innovation gains? Then using the channels that we've already established, and David, you're sitting here in the front row, was mentioning Clean Energy Ministerial and multilateral fora really as an opportunity to harvest innovation gains and knowledge sharing. So I think working together, the European response, for example, on the carbon capture issue was Denmark, Germany, others are all moving because they're seeing it move in other places, particularly in the US. So really finding synergies on next-gen tech, on how to work together. I think the US and Romania on nuclear is another great example. So I think for climate, it's really about the positive story. And then for Europe, again, as I said earlier, there's a 45% emissions gap in planning, in policy, as we're looking at the EU Green Deal, which aimed at 55% emissions reductions for 2030. So I think really thinking about a package that can help alleviate the short-term energy crisis, or double down on on Repower EU, essentially, but then lays out the pathway for Europe to invest in next-gen tech, better plan and understand what kind of infrastructure is needed to alleviate. I think we haven't really talked about the planning issue. For the sooner we can understand the infrastructure we need, the better we can plan, work with communities, prepare pre-permit, identify spatial situations where we can deploy technologies. So I think it's really about, of course, an industrial policy response, but it's also more about this climate as an infrastructure and climate as a political economy outcome response that I would like to see after the next after the EU Green Deal.
Terrific. We've got about a minute and a half, so we're doing lightning rounds, but those are great ideas. Ben?
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, I mean, what I'd like to see, I mean, people have talked about it, government scaling up, and this whole idea that Tim talked about, competition of regulators. We need to take that really seriously now. We can't have government slowing down this whole transition. I guess the second thing is, we're going to need everything and more. We're moving into a new world, so we should be worrying about how we're going to lay hands on everything that we're going to need. And in fact, some of the things Tim said actually scared me even more than I was scared before I came to this panel. When you think about lead times and where we are, and then thirdly, I think we need to move the climate discussion much more onto the realm of implementation. I think COP28, that is the intention, and our discussions we've had with the UAE presidency, it very much seems that that's the intention, to get the discussion on the implementation. We don't have time to have kind of endless discussions about where we're going, or how the kind of general parameters. We need to move into a kind of implementation phase, and that needs to be cooperative, and it will probably require new institutions as well.
Terrific. Tim?
I think it's great to see that both Europe and the United States are pushing the energy transition agenda, and we see that throughout the various programs. I think there's enough money available on both sides of the Atlantic, IRA, also Green Deal. At the end, it's all about how do you make it simple and speedy to access the money to support the energy transition. If we can do that, I think we're on a great track.
Just to build on that, fully agree. I think the money is available. You look at two of our most highly attended equity conferences globally in the last 12, 18 months were on hydrogen. That's on the equity side. It's like, where are the projects? Likewise, I think us and other banks, plenty of capital for the right projects. So, look, I think back to what we talked about, I think when I look at it, the US is driving incentives on the development side, which is, I think, is great. I think they should look to the US, look to Europe and say, look, what should states be doing, and other parts of the US set up to drive the market incentives, to drive the market to follow that. And the reverse is true in Europe, and Europe has driven things mostly through market incentives. And I think looking and saying, look, could we be doing something similar, like the IRA or something equivalent? It would drive everything forward.
So it says it's time's up, so I'll be super fast. First of all, as a US official, I'm not going to suggest what the Europeans should do. But two things. No, seriously, but two things. One, we are working really hard now in those areas where sincere targeted concerns about the Inflation Reduction Act have been brought up. Within the flexibility, as an administration, we can only do what's within the law. And so to the extent that we have flexibility within the law, we're actively working to try to find some common ground with our European partners on their concerns, and we will continue to do that. We take that very seriously. And then publicly, from the president on down, building on what others have said, but particularly Lee just said, President Biden has welcomed other European countries to craft a climate-oriented industrial policy similar to what we have done. And that's sincere. And that's part of the spirit of this, was never to advantage the U.S. from an investment standpoint. And we would view it an effort from a European side. Similarly, we would see it in the climate terms of trying to drive innovation and deployment for our shared objectives and gain.
Terrific. Two things. First, I want to remind everybody, Kadri Simpson will be here on the stage for a fireside chat at 5 o'clock. We welcome you all back. Second, I want to thank the panelists for terrific insights and for your optimism on the steps forward. And so let's have a round of applause for them. And third, lunch is next.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Great. Appreciate it.
That's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Halima Croft, Managing Director of Global Commodity Strategy at RBC Capital Markets and Atlantic Council Board Member. Please also welcome to the stage Amos Hochstein, Special Presidential Coordinator for Global Infrastructure and Energy Security at the U.S. Department of State.
Amos, thank you so much for your second appearance at the Global Energy Forum. You are a huge supporter of this think tank, and we're so grateful to have you here. So Amos, it looks like we only have 20 minutes for this, so we're going to just dive right into this. There's been so much discussion at this conference about the challenges of critical minerals, how we need to source more supply, how we need the unique security challenges of critical minerals. Walk us through, sort of level set for us, what's the scale of the challenges as we think about meeting Paris climate goals?
First, it is always great to be back at the Energy Forum. Last year, I tested positive in the airport on the way, so I ended up in a...
We didn't tell anybody that, yes.
We did not say that at the time, but that's really why I appeared on a screen from my hotel room in Brussels. But it's great to be back here in person for many, many reasons. Look, I actually believe that this is the greatest challenge, not just for our ability to meet net zero goals, but it's actually one of those things that crosses over to being one of the most important challenges and national security risks overall, not just energy, but a national security risk for the United States and for large parts of the world. And the reason for that is because if we just continue as things are today, as they've been developing for the last 10 years, we'll be in a place where we have full control or significant control of critical minerals in the hands of very few. Right. And that's a great challenge.
Now, Amos, how does this differ from the security challenges of traditional hydrocarbons? And you mentioned concentration risk, but there's also this issue around China, which is, it's in the hydrocarbon challenge, but it also seems to be very, very pronounced when it comes to critical minerals.
Well, my view is that everybody always thinks about the hydrocarbon world of the 20th century, yes, and that we're now moving to this great new world of the green energy world, which is a better world in many ways, but that somehow that's going to solve the geopolitical challenges of the energy world. The way we're going right now, we're actually creating a carbon copy of the 20th century geopolitics of energy architecture and just putting it into the 21st century. Instead of having a small group of countries that control oil supply and perhaps refining, we're now going to create one or maybe a couple of countries that will control the entire supply chain for wind, solar, electric vehicles, chips. And if we do that, then the geopolitics of energy of the 1970s will be repeated in the 2030s and 2040s.
So Amos, can you just walk us through, I mean, where does it rank when you think of national security priorities for this administration? Where does it rank in terms of, when you go in to see President Biden, how concerned is he about critical minerals?
I think people don't always believe me, but he actually can talk more about critical minerals and the challenges of the critical minerals than many in our own government. He understands this challenge very personally. I've had many conversations with him about this. It's because if we want to create, and look, we're at a place we talk about this all the time in this conference, right? Dr. Sultan talked about it yesterday. We have to accelerate the investment in clean energy technology and in renewable energy. That creates a challenge because as you accelerate something more rapidly than the market would normally have developed, you have to make sure that you have the raw materials and the supply chain behind it. Right now, we may not. So to do that, suddenly there is a rush to buy and to acquire, from mining to processing and refining and assembly. And if you look at where that is right now, it's not in a good place for a well-diversified energy system.
Are there particular aspects of it that are especially acute? I think we've discussed graphite before as a particular challenge.
So if you look at what is the materials that are necessary for batteries or materials that are necessary for wind, and you break it down, and you look item by item, and suddenly you realize that graphite is mined in many different countries, right, but it's processed only in one country. And we're going to have 2 new processing facilities in the United States likely over the next couple of years, but that will supply a very small percentage of what, even just a small percentage of what the United States needs. And then look at lithium and who's owning the assets, who owns the mining, who owns the processing, who owns cobalt, who owns the mining, where is it going? Nickel, copper. Copper we need not just for batteries, we need it across, if you want to electrify everything, copper is really important. So all of that is right now concentrated in one country, in China. China controls somewhere between 60 and 100% of all the items that I just mentioned. So we have to, as we talk about accelerating the investment, it's not just about deployment of cells or of turbines and building the grid. We actually have to accelerate the investment that the rest of the world, this is not just about US versus China, it's about making sure that we have a diversified energy system. And if I'm not looking to have all the processing in the United States.
Right.
The IRA is definitely intended to build up our own capacities, but we need that around the world.
So let's dig into the IRA right now. Can we basically, we've had the IRA, this sort of, groundbreaking legislative, success for the Biden administration. How do you think about the IRA sort of delivering on, the development of this industry in the United States?
Well, you have Piedmont is American company that's going to have lithium mining in South Carolina and processing in Tennessee. Same company has assets in Ghana to get for mining of lithium. We have multiple examples. Jervois from Australia is going to just announce that they're opening the first in many decades primary cobalt mine in the United States. Not as big as DRC, but it is a mine. But what I don't want is all of that cobalt's right now destined to leave the country, so because we don't have processing. So what IRA is doing is creating, if you look at a carrot and a stick to get companies to do things, IRA is all about the carrots. It's about what are the tax incentives and the grants and other financial incentives for companies to build the capacity that we need. But Halima, we can't, IRA is about the United States. This is a global issue. We want this to be built, whether it's lithium in Serbia or projects in Chile and Argentina and Australia. But it's not enough that they're built in those countries. Who owns them? And where are they going? And you have to look at the next level of the problem. If one country owns all the raw material and one country owns all the processed material, then eventually they get to decide where the battery is going to be built. And if they get to decide where the battery is built, then they get to decide perhaps where the car is built. And all of a sudden you have a real challenge where the auto industry, and we know auto industry moves where the costs are, right? That's how the US became a hub for European and Asian car manufacturers make their cars in the United States when it became cheaper to make them in the US for the US market. So that's the real challenge that we're facing.
Well, you've laid out this enormous challenge. What is the role of getting, obviously more financing? Like, how do you de-risk financing for this?
So we launched together at the G7, we launched something called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, which the idea behind it is how do we pool resources from the US and the G7 members plus others and the MDBs to de-risk investment in these areas. And this is an extraordinarily difficult challenge because you have country risk, commodity risk, currency risk, and ESG risk. And that makes it very difficult. We're having initial successes now after several months of starting to be able to put together these kinds of packages that allow us to use the financial instruments that we have as governments, whether it's EXIM and DFC in the United States, or it's KfW in Germany, or it's in UK, et cetera, the EU, and of course Japan with JBIC. So but how do you figure out how to blend where they're used to de-risk it by taking the first loss or taking and putting that capital where it fits in the capital stack of the investment to make sure that we can incentivize the others. I'm not very optimistic that we're going to have significant Western financing of mining projects in certain countries around the world where they're not comfortable. But I think we're starting to see a success where we can find buyers into the mining side and incentivize processing and refining of those products in a number of countries. And Serbia is a very good example of that.
Do you have others you could talk about?
I have others that I will be able to talk about.
You'll be able to talk about. So we just attended the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh, and one of the big issues that was brought up there was the challenge of getting financing in a rising rate environment. I mean, how much does that give you concern?
That's what I lose sleep about every night. How do I solve that problem? And we've had conversations. We've spent some time, the U.S. National Security Advisor and myself spent some time with some of the fund managers and to understand their perspective of what does it take. We've traveled around to see how do we structure, what do we need to do? In other words, what can the U.S. government or the G7 governments in combination do that would change the outlook of financial institutions, whether it's banks or it's private equity? What do we need to do that gets you over that hump? I think we have more information today. We're putting those deals together. We have some transactions that are in their final stages that will demonstrate that we can do this. But the challenge is enormous. And I think part of the challenge is that there's not enough attention to this challenge. So what I would say on the financial institutions, I think we have to find a different way to look at not just de-risk the investment, but we have to put in the risk to the final product. If I'm going to say I'm not going to invest in financing the mining or the processing, but I will invest in the final product, well, you're going to have to put a risk now on that final product because you're going to have to ask them, how are you going to guarantee your supply chain? What if you don't have it? And suddenly, I think if you have that outlook, then perhaps you say, okay, if I'm going to secure my investment in the final product, where it's the car or the product itself or other products, I have to now invest in the supply chain to make sure that it's there. And I think that's a mindset change that is slow, and because of the lack of understanding of the basic data of where the supply chain actually lives, everybody I give the numbers to always reacts with surprise, even if they are people who are heavily invested in the sector.
So Amos, I want to ask you, you recently took a trip to the DRC. When you think about, you have been in the seat for energy security for how many decades? I mean, you were at the State Department under President Obama, you were head of Bureau of Energy and Natural Resources. On a sort of, in your career, how much has the energy security portfolio that you've had, how much has it changed because of the critical minerals imperative? Like, does it change into where you're spending your time? Like, how does your day-to-day job change because of this?
I think it's remarkably, it's the same job with a different set of countries. Okay. And I started working on energy security in the 1990s. That ages me a little bit. I turned 50 last week. When I was on the Foreign Affairs Committee, actually working on completely other issues, and all of a sudden realizing that we in the United States didn't talk about energy and foreign policy, but every other country did. Right. Whether they were consumers and it affected their how much they subsidized energy and therefore a percentage of their GDP, or if they were the providers of energy and therefore it was a big portion of their income. And today, I see it as exactly the same thing so I'm in the DRC because they have 80% of cobalt in the world, they have significant copper resources, and they have really great lithium, very high quality lithium there as well. So they said to me, some folks there without naming names said, we're the Saudi Arabia of cobalt. That was the statement that was made to me by this individual. And I said, I wish you were, because the Saudi Arabia of cobalt, or the Saudi Arabia of actual Saudi Arabia, has that resource, and look at what it's done for the country. Right. It's been able to turn the country around, develop it into the major powerhouse, economic powerhouse that it is today, with institutions and roads and bridges and hospitals and everything else. You've had cobalt for all these years. It's time to think about how do you manage these resources so that the more you put an effort on rooting out corruption and putting an emphasis on who are the workers and what their rights are, and taking care of the country and investing it back. That's part of the opportunity that now all of a sudden, after 10 years, the world is really paying attention. We want these products for all these things that we want. This is the opportunity for a whole new set of countries, if they decide that they want to be part of this economy, they have an opportunity to become the Saudi Arabia of cobalt or of lithium or of copper, of nickel, of graphite, whatever it is. But if we keep a concentrated market where all these countries are essentially production facilities on a highway to one country, they won't get that opportunity to develop and to expand their economies and to do what's right for their people. And the rest of the world will end up with a single supplier for the products that we need the most in order to create this net zero world that we're trying to advance.
You know, Amos, I want to drill a little bit deeper on this because, I mean, clearly the DRC has had, you know, enormous challenges. I mean, think about it, was the world's worst war at one time. 5 million people reportedly died in that war. I mean, how do you solve for these enormous governance problems? I mean, the track record in terms of oil countries in sub-Saharan Africa, you know, wasn't particularly great in the 90s and early 2000s. You know, think about Nigeria. I mean, how does Congo sort of break the sort of resource curse?
So I don't want to pick on
No, I know,
but
it's an enormous opportunity if they could
right.
get this resource. I mean,
so I think it's exactly what you just said. Don't look at it as a challenge and a problem. Look at it as an opportunity. And I think that we as a world, we want to have a net zero world. We want to all drive. Many of us in this room want to drive electric vehicles. But we also want to know that it was built in a certain way and coming from that the supply chain into it was, first of all, clean, so that we actually don't defeat the purpose, and that worker rights were respected while building these cars and the materials in it. So this is an opportunity as we are suddenly paying attention to what we drive and what we're going to consume and what kind of electricity we're going to have, now we can come and say, we want to make sure the countries that are producing it get their fair share too. And so don't allow companies that are going to come and bid when you put out a tender that are not going to respect those basic principles. And it's remarkable, if you tell them you can't hire children and you have to have an actual living wage and you have to do all the things that the successful oil and gas countries have done that have developed their economies in a sustainable way, if we take those lessons learned and say, you have the opportunity, you can look at two ways. You could look at the resource curse countries who failed the resource curse test or the ones that succeeded. And that's what we're sitting here in UAE.
Right.
This is the example that you can draw from. But I think it's incumbent upon us to say, we'll help you get there, but you have to want to. And the opportunity really is that while just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, Western companies were leaving the mining of lithium and copper and so on, and now they all want back in. So require them to live by those standards. And don't feel like you have to take the one company that's going to give you perhaps what sounds like a sweetheart deal at the beginning, and that doesn't allow for development of your own economy.
how much, I mean, China, you could say, had a head start on the United States in sub-Saharan Africa. Did not put the same emphasis on governance, labor rights, environmental rights. How do you see, I mean, you've brought up the whole issue of China on processing, you've talked about the OPEC of one. How do we think about China's relationship with these key sources of supply?
I'll say about China and this issue the same exact thing I said in Europe in 2013, 14, 15 about Russia and gas. We are not here to say Russia should not supply gas to Europe. It should play in a competitive, diversified market according to basic, transparent rules of the game. If we had done that then, we probably would be in a different place today in Europe. That's the same message on China. We're not saying China shouldn't be part of this market. It should, it could, it is. And they're not leading the United States. They're leading the world. This is not an America versus China. It is not. This is about the rest of the world should not want to rely on one supplier. I don't know a single business that ever wants to rely on one supplier for all its products. So I think this is not about who's ahead, the US or China. This is about saying to the Chinese, we want what you want, which is to be in the business of accelerating investment into a renewable energy net zero world, but nobody should end up wanting to dominate that market and to the exclusion of everybody else. We will be in a healthier place if there are multiple locations around the world that build batteries or that do the refining and the processing. Not every country should have a whole ecosystem in that country, but we should have centers that can do this. And to do that, that's why the G7 took this initiative, to pool our resources, to do that through the PGII. That's what I think we're going to try to mobilize as much as possible. But there has to be a buy-in. And the buy-in has to be governments that are not necessarily what I've just said now would still be like, yeah, we get it, but I have bigger challenges to think about. I actually think this is the clear and present danger, because if you don't do something in the next 12, 24 months, the fate will be sealed for the next 20 years. So we really have a
very, very small window.
It's a very small window.
You see the urgency. You said President Biden sees the urgency of this. So if when we meet back here this time next year, how do you think our conversation is going to look? I hope I get to do the interview. So, Fred, looking at you.
My hope is that the conversation that we have at this event next year, just as we come out of COP28, will be about reviewing the change in the direction of the supply chain. And I think we are going to be. I think we're going to be in a place where we're going to be able to discuss transactions that have taken place, both in the mining side and in the processing. And I think people sometimes think only about the mining side. The mining side is less important. The processing and the assembly and so on are critical. And I think we're going to be in a place to say we've made a dent and we've put ourselves in a trajectory. Not that we've made a meaningful, if you took up our percentages and 80% went down to only 78, almost we failed, but rather, what's the trajectory? What are we FIDing for these facilities? And I think that we'll be in a much better place next year. That's my hope. I hate saying hope, because hope is like, well, I hope so.
No,
it's the goal.
That's
what we're working towards.
We have 1 minute left, and you brought something up when I saw you at breakfast this morning I thought was such an important point in terms of talking about this issue of like just transition, equity, the sort of what happens with the digital development divide. I just think if you could sort of talk that through for us, because I was so struck by the sort of real issues around what could happen if you don't close it.
So I think the critical minerals and the digital divide, to me, are two parallels. They are remarkably similar, and the same challenge exists in both. If we don't do something about it on the energy side, then we are going really fast on this, on electrification and moving everything so quickly that if all these companies are saying, I'm not going to build a car that is an ICE car past 2035, and you have large parts of the world that don't have a sustainable grid for the baseload they have today, how do you suddenly convert all the cars? You don't. And all of a sudden, you're isolating countries out of the rest of the world's economy. So the divide between developed and developing suddenly widens significantly as a result of our own success. It goes back to what we talked about yesterday, about how much money is going into clean energy implementation in developing countries. I think 27% today, expected to decline to 22%. The same thing's happening on the digital side. If you're still today we're going from 3G to 4G and kind of skipping 4 and going into 5G, while already the R&D onto 6G, which will be in 2027, 2028 deployment expectation. But 3 to 4 is different than 4 to 5. So 5G is a sea change of technological change. If we don't upgrade systems across Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, South Asia, Central Asia, where we get to 5G quickly, we are going to condemn countries that are still in 3G. It's no longer, okay, it's a little bit slower, but rather, you're no longer able to connect to what the commercial world would look like. And that suddenly mobile banking and e-commerce becomes extremely difficult if you can't actually connect into the rest of the world. So we're on a path, both on digital connectivity as well as on the critical minerals and investment in renewable energy, that if we don't start spending the dollars more equally, it's not only that it's not fair to people who are born into countries that are lower income, but we're actually going to create a divide that is no longer bridgeable. And that's why we're starting to look at investments. And there, I can tell you, we've done some significant investments on 5G through Africell and DFC, and Exim Bank have done this, and we're working with our European counterparts so that, again, we don't have just one supplier, so it's not just one Huawei ZTE, but rather we have we have a healthy ecosystem that can invest into upgrading systems from 3G to 5G, and then making sure that those are reliable vendors that provide not only fast connectivity, but secure connectivity as well.
Amos says time's up. I want to thank you for another extraordinary conversation. What I always like when we have these conversations is, I mean, you have been incredibly prescient. You've told us we've got a 12 to 14-month window. I think we should take that incredibly seriously. Your track record on warning about Europe's dependence on Russian gas. I remember in September of 2020, right? You were the one, basically, I almost felt like a lone voice out there talking about the need to get as much gas as possible into Europe. We should have taken you more seriously then. I hope everyone, the sort of 12 to 14-month window, I hope we all understand the urgency of the challenge you've laid out. So thank you so much, Amos.
Thank you.
So now we're going to be going into the simultaneous sessions. On this stage, we're going to be having a session on models for net zero value chains. For those of you who will be going to the decarbonizing trade systems, that's going to be in the pathways stage. And at the same time, also, we have the facilitating a nuclear-powered net zero future, which will be on the transformation stage. We're just going to be setting up here quickly, and we'll be starting in just a minute. So please feel free to move to the stages that you need, or stick around for a great panel on models for net zero value chains. Thanks very much. So, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started with the next session here, which is models for net zero value chains, infrastructure, interconnectivity, and finance. My name is Philip Cornell. I'm the head of global energy and sustainability for Economist Impact, which many people might have known previously as the Economist Intelligence Unit. And it's really a pleasure for me to welcome today's panel. In the race to, please let's pass it down.
1, 2,
Sure.
3, 4.
Please. And why don't you just sort of go on the end here, please?
Okay.
So thanks very much. It's great to be here. In the race to get to a net zero economy, companies, industries are really grappling with implementation. So how to decarbonize not only their own businesses and activities up and down the value chain, but also how to address scope 3 emissions. They typically account for about 2/3 of corporate emissions and are often much more within energy value chains. And delivering on them remains a really big challenge. So from data structures to supplier communications to improved efficiency, decarbonizing inputs, and financing decarbonization among supply chain partners, cleaning up the whole value chain is tough work. So how can green investment trends and industry expertise be leveraged to build the foundations for low carbon business models? So I'm really excited to discuss all of this with our exceptional panel. So next to me, Christian Bruch is President and Chief Executive Officer of Siemens Energy. Lorenzo Simonelli is Chairman and President and CEO of Baker Hughes. Marissa Drew is Chief Sustainability Officer of Standard Chartered Bank. Andrew Herskowitz is Chief Development Officer of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, or DFC. And finally, Fahad Alajan is President of the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, CAPSARC. So welcome to everybody. Maybe what I can do is start with Fahad, if I might. You know, at CAPSARC, we're obviously in a region here where it is marked by significant growth. And so developing value chains and net zero value chains is something that we're really on the forefront here. But it's happening within a very specific context. So maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what does decarbonizing net zero value chains mean here? What are some of the challenges and what's the context that you're looking at?
Thank you, Philip. And it's a pleasure to be here in Abu Dhabi and UAE in such a significant year with COP28, and I would like to congratulate His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber for being named the president of COP28. I think it's very timely, and maybe you start here in UAE and Abu Dhabi. I think UAE and Abu Dhabi has demonstrated this focus about infrastructure and the large-scale infrastructure that would make net zero models available and accessible, as well as cost-efficient. When we were looking at examples that have been done here in enhanced oil recovery and CCUS, it's this mindset and this infrastructure and focus on long-term investment that has enabled the region in UAE, but also in Saudi, to actually develop and take the lead, try to take the lead. I think we've seen this in Saudi. Saudi Arabia has designated Jubail Industrial City, which is responsible for 10% of Saudi Arabia's emission, as a CCS as well as a hydrogen hub. And by leveraging all of this, concentration of industry, but also concentration of knowledge, wealth of experience, having the companies being there, they're leveraging all of that scale to develop the infrastructure that is needed to actually make this investment at scale. And so, for example, Saudi has announced that Jubail will have a CCS capacity of 9 million tons by 2027, but the target is 45 million tons by 2035. The same thing for hydrogen. By designating Jubail as a hydrogen city, where there is an expectation of developing blue hydrogen or hydrogen from gas with CCS, you're building the synergies between CCS and hydrogen industry. And having the infrastructure, because we understand the need for infrastructure, including port, power plant, electricity plants, and so by leveraging all of that synergy, you're able to build infrastructure at scale and at a cost that's competitive.
Thanks very much. I mean, maybe, Lorenzo, I can turn to you. I mean, we talked a little bit about the infrastructure and the upstream infrastructure. Clearly, this is a place where Baker Hughes is very active, particularly on the services side. Can you tell us a little bit about how do we sort of decarbonize that value chain up the chain, particularly when it comes to, for example, issues like efficiency?
Definitely, and firstly, it's great to be here, and Philip, thank you for the question. And I think as you look at efficiency, it's the biggest driver and opportunity we have today to actually reduce emissions. And if you look at the IEA study, 40% of the achieved goal towards the Paris Agreement can be done by efficiency in the way in which we utilize infrastructure that's there today and also drive productivity, which means it's a double win. Number one, we can actually reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, but we can also improve the productivity and the efficiency of the bottom line of the companies. At Baker Hughes, we're an energy technology company, which means we focus on really areas where our equipment and the services that we provide can actually be upgraded, can be more reliable, can be more efficient. And there's plenty of examples out there where today we have emissions taking place that shouldn't take place. To name a few, flaring. Flaring is something that is very common, and today you can eliminate flaring. And that is a big gain with regards to efficiency as well as to reducing the carbon footprint. When you look at valves, so there's an estimate that about 46% of the emissions of methane are leaks within pneumatic valves. Well, valves exist today that actually have no leaks. And in fact, we're one of the suppliers of those valves. And so you can actually start to change out some of the infrastructure. Likewise on turbines, and I'm sure also Christian will talk about this as well, but turbines can be upgraded, and there's software packages that can be implemented that reduce the emissions by improving the performance and the efficiency. So you go through really the life cycle of a facility, and there's plenty of opportunities through technology that's here today to actually drive down the CO2 footprint. And I think we don't do enough about implementing the solutions we have today. And it's where we need to start, because then as technology develops, we'll get to hydrogen, we'll get to the different energy mix of the future. But here and now, let's actually deploy the capabilities we have and drive that efficiency.
So deploying the capabilities we have and using the infrastructure we have, maybe Christian, I can turn to you. I know that at Siemens Energy, part of the sort of 5 principles that you have for energy transition includes using and utilizing existing infrastructures kind of as a bridge. Could you talk a little bit about those 5 points and how they relate to decarbonizing the value chains?
Yeah, and first of all, thanks very much also for having me on this panel. And I mean, these are 5 points where we say these are particularly important. There's a lot more points to make energy transition happen. But similar to what Lorenzo just was saying, one principle is drive efficiency of these 5 points, and I will come to the other 4 in a second. But why is it important? Because one thing, as Lorenzo said, yes, there's a massive amount of potential, but we also, let's say, need to make use of the time we have. While we transition to a new energy infrastructure, we will need to make sure that we get a handle on the problem right away. And this will be very much driven by energy efficiency, and this is why it's so important. The other key point, without any question, is obviously build out renewables as fast as possible. Easier said than done sometimes. We have to put it into perspective. Today, we easily talk about, 25% of the electricity production globally is renewable. But we have to keep one thing in mind. Half of it is hydro, which you cannot really scale. So actually, the technologies what you can scale, solar and wind, is only a good 10% of the global electricity production. If you want to get to 90 or whatever, right, you know how much you have to speed up. So build it out as fast as possible is necessary. The second element is if you do this, you will need more electricity transmission grids. This is why the electrical grid infrastructure build out is the second key element. And just to give an example, as Lorenzo was giving the example of the valve, we just signed on Friday an agreement for the next phase to build out the electricity infrastructure in Iraq. 40% of the electricity generated in Iraq gets lost in the transmission grid. So great if you can get CO2 down in the generation, but if you lose 40% while getting it to the point of use, that is a big problem. So transmission grids are the second element. Definitely the third point for us is always this efficiency, as Lorenzo pointed out, and the fourth element is for us using existing infrastructure. The amount of money which we have to employ into the new infrastructure will be enormous. It's a massive opportunity, but we have, as economies, be also very sensible with the money we spend. And this is why using existing infrastructure, optimizing turbines, decarbonizing them, making them more efficient, introduce hydrogen combustion, makes really sense simply because we have to make sure we don't end up with billions and billions of stranded assets and use them. And underlying all these points is we need a new minerals and materials strategy. The amount of minerals and materials we will need is unprecedented. The world is not set up for this supply chain. We are just about to run into these problems now, and we're going to see 3, 4, 5 years down the road big constraints, even if we would not have trade conflicts. One way or the other, we will be short on minerals and materials, and this is why we need a very clear and decent strategy on how to tackle minerals, which includes recycling.
And I think the issue of materials and mineral supply chains really brings us further up to the supply chain and into regions where sometimes either the data collection or communication might not be as built out and developed as it is in some of other places. So maybe, Marissa, I can move to you. Standard Chartered works very much in sort of developing and emerging economies. But we heard both from Christian about the question of financing and all the money that this is going to take. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about the investment, what kind of information and transparency we need to mobilize the investment that's necessary, and how you attain that and work in these environments to get that.
Sure. So in some respects, I think finance bridges a lot of what we're talking about here. So on the one hand, it's the energy transition. How do we fund that transition? How do we fund the investment in the renewables, the alternative energy sources? How do we fund smart infrastructure, and how do we fund process improvement? And then lastly, how do we fund the new and emergent technologies, whether it's CCS or green hydrogen? I mean, we sit at the center of all of that, and we're involved in all of that. When we think about the supply chain, I think historically we've operated in some respects in discrete silos. So each company has its own patch. And I think what we're realizing now is that we need to be connected across the entire value chain in order to actually maximize efficiency and synergy. And so we're deep at work trying to help make that happen. And we're looking start to finish in everything. And sometimes it's a little tweak. I mean, we've got a project financing of undersea cables that's working with TACA and ADNOC to decarbonize in some respects the platforms by getting rid of diesel generators, connecting them to the grid, and the grid is powered partly by renewable energy. That's a small tweak financing. Then we've got big tweak financing, or big financings, like a project which has been announced, which is the first sustainable supply chain for the region. There, what we're focused on is a common set of KPIs and understanding so that everybody who's participating in the supply chain, and this is geared toward the retail sector, is understanding what we mean when we say sustainable. Because if one part of your supply chain at the very, very end of a retail company where something is produced in an emerging market is not understanding sustainability the way you are at the interface of the customer, we've got a problem. And so to your point, in some of the markets that we operate in, it's still very early days. So Standard Chartered operates in 59 footprint markets. 33 of those markets, the countries that we're banking either have a net zero commitment that is beyond 2050, or they don't have one at all. So in some respects, what we're doing is we're trying to push these countries and the operators within those countries faster than they're prepared to go. But we need that sense of urgency is there to try to bring them along. So we are doing that through information sharing. We're doing that from sharing best practice, and we're doing that through the provision of capital and setting standards.
Great. I mean, and obviously in these kind of markets where sort of mitigation of risk is important, Andrew, this is obviously a place where DFC is playing a role as well. So particularly in those places where, perhaps the net zero aspect of the value chain might be relatively nascent, it might be early in the journey. Can you just tell us a little bit about the role of public financing in those kind of markets and what DFC is doing to support sort of financing?
So DFC is the U.S. government's development finance institution, which was established just about 3 years ago, replaced OPIC, but we're the equivalent of IFC, but we're the U.S. government, and we offer all tools from debt to guarantees, technical assistance, equity investments as well. But I want to draw a little bit on what Amos was talking about during the fireside chat, because when we talk about net zero value chains, there's one thing to talk about the greening of the supply chain, but there's another thing to talk about the supply chain that you're going to need to achieve net zero. And when you talk about achieving net zero and a net zero value chain, you can't talk about it without also considering what is a clean supply chain. One thing that we're all terrible at doing is learning from our mistakes. We were ill prepared for COVID, even though we knew that a pandemic was coming. We're watching what's happened with gas as a result of the Ukraine crisis. And Amos was just warning everybody, saying this isn't about the US and China, it's about everybody in China. And the lesson that we can draw on, and it wasn't China suddenly choking the supply on solar panels, but voluntarily, a lot of us decided that we needed to slow down some of our solar investments as we were seeing that the polysilicon that was being manufactured coming out of China, you had a tainted supply chain. It was 70% of the polysilicon in the world. And we couldn't clearly know that we weren't buying panels, or the projects we were financing were using panels that weren't being made with some sort of forced labor. So voluntarily, that slowed down what we were doing. That drove us as DFC into looking about how we can diversify our supply chain. One of the things that we did is we provided First Solar, a US company with $500 million to build out manufacturing of thin film panels, which don't use polysilicon, in India. But clearly try to step up our game to make sure that as we move forward to try to achieve net zero, we need to make sure that we have a clean supply chain, one that we can all look at. Now imagine if China, the PRC, suddenly decided to cut off the supply chain, then it's involuntarily we're not able to do what we all think that we're going to achieve. It's no different than what's happening with Russia in Ukraine with the gas supply. So it's absolutely critical that all of us are playing a role in diversifying the supply chain. Now we can look, and this is part of what DFC is doing, we have a $10 billion portfolio in Africa. We want to grow that substantially, but we need to think through what we can do to help diversify that supply chain and also green existing manufacturing as well. Whether it's moving manufacturing of the key inputs to Africa, you look at a lot of the key inputs for the renewable supply chain, the resources are located in Africa, right? So is Africa just going to be the supplier of the cobalt and of the nickel and of the lithium, or are they actually going to be part of the entire value chain? And we all have to play a role in making sure that it's not all being processed in PRC, and that we're playing a key role in diversifying that value chain.
Thanks. I mean, I think that really highlights sort of the strategic nature of some of the minerals value chains that you were talking about, Christian. And when we talk about how we address sort of issues in those specific countries, it's really about partnerships, isn't it? And I know Siemens has done a lot sort of looking at public-private partnerships, partnering with ARENA, for example. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the experience and the sort of the requirements in that area.
Yeah, so two things. We just had it yesterday here also in Assembly with something we created on COP27, which is called the Decarbonization Alliance, which particularly addresses, obviously, decarbonizing all the hard-to-abate industries and really help together with. So we brought so far together a good 30 companies. We're obviously growing relatively fast. And the key intention is really, on the one hand, share really experiences to make sure you can implement similar project setups to decarbonize in similar industries, so that really we get this sharing platforms, but also addressing elements like the financing and the human capital. That is sometimes we very rarely talk about. What is the human capital, a part of the resources we do require to build all this stuff, to engineer all this stuff, and to operate all this stuff. The intention is really obviously to accelerate it, but also to make it more tangible. One frustration I have, obviously, from all, let's say, the discussions that we're having. We talk about it, we do pledges, and we somewhat do not able to really accelerate it. And what we are trying to do as industry partners is to formulate more specifically what is required in the changes of the boundary conditions for policymakers to do to get up the speed. We see at the moment fantastic examples for realizing, decarbonizing, or renewable type of projects, but we have to be aware this is under today's boundary conditions. If we want to accelerate it by a factor of 5 or by a factor of 10, boundary conditions need to be changed. And then we as corporates, we as financing institutions, then we need to define what needs to be different. Why is this project on green hydrogen not bankable, right? Why does it not fly? And this is where the other thing of this alliance is, bringing the people together who are willing to step up, having a louder voice and saying, we as an industry are part of the solution. And in this regard, I also really applaud the leadership team, which is now coming together at COP28, because I think that is a clear intention on COP28 also to say, yes, we want industry to play a key role in the COP discussion, which, as you know, had not always been the part. But we're coming all together from policymakers, companies, other players' side. I mean, this change is so big. Partnership is the underlying foundation for that.
Yeah, and particularly on the policy side, I mean, when we talk about changing those boundary conditions, Fahad, this is sort of a region where that's happening at very high speed. That will certainly be highlighted at COP28, but both the UAE and Saudi are making big changes on that front. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, within the context of some of the sort of rapid national transformation, what are those policy boundary conditions that really need to be attacked here?
So I would like to highlight that this is probably the region that invented mega and giga projects. So I think people like to think about, you know, large and huge scale projects. And so when we see this in the, for example, in the example of the UAE has announced a very ambitious plan to actually expand their oil production. Yet they're also, you know, committed to a net zero model. They're committed to reducing their emissions from the oil and gas sector. And we talked about Renewable, we talked about CCS, and so on. I think this is happening in Saudi, this is happening in Qatar as well, which are countries that are doing this. But I think it's important that we copy the same model to areas that are not happening. When we see Iraq with the, you know, the huge flaring that is coming from gas, and yet Iraq is in need for, you know, gas for electricity. I think that's where we need to make sure that these lessons learned, these business models are then implemented in other regions. I think we always talk about the energy side, and I think the energy side is important, but I think energy is used to, you know, implementing things at scale. I think we need to also talk about the other sector that are not used to this. And if we're talking about the agriculture sector, if we're talking about the, you know, waste sector, what are we doing? There's no ADNOC, there is no Saudi Aramco there. And so the policymaker need to make sure that they address this. Saudi Arabia has, you know, set an ambitious plan of recycling 94% of waste. It's a huge ambition. And I think we need to have those, you know, large-scale projects happening in the agriculture sector and the waste sector and other sector. Because I think energy, we've seen that we have very sophisticated policymaker, but also sophisticated player with the ADNOC and Saudi Aramco and SABIC and Siemens and Baker Hughes of the world contributing to achieving this. There is an issue with technology, there is an issue with financing, there is an issue with, you know, regulation and standard and verification, but it's being addressed, I think, at the energy sector. I think we need to look at other sectors and what can we copy from the energy sector and, you know, use in those other sectors to push them forward. Because, you know, emissions does not distinguish if it's coming from an oil and gas well or from a landfill. And so we need to make sure that we are addressing all economic sector, all economic activities to reduce and manage emissions.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, if we're thinking about particularly downstream emissions, scope 3 emissions from the energy sector, they're really coming out in a lot of the areas and sectors that you're mentioning, for example, like agriculture. You know, I think both Fahad and Christian, you both touched on this issue of human capital, expertise, and knowledge. You know, Lorenzo, I know sort of as a service provider, working as a supplier with lots of different companies, you have gained this particular level of expertise that you're then able to share both with your clients and with stakeholders in the industry. Can you talk us a little bit about your role in that, in sort of developing and spreading expertise?
Definitely, and I think when you look at the energy transition, and we look at it from a standpoint of feasibility of the energy transition being a success. Tick one, technology is there. If anybody says that technology isn't there, we already have a huge amount of capability, as I mentioned before, to drive efficiency. It's just implementing the technology at scale and getting it out there. Financing is available. It just requires the agreements of offtakes to be made, and we know that natural gas can play a huge role. When it comes to human capital, that's the area where we really need to work together in collaboration. And we don't have enough of the human capital today to be able to do all of the projects that are necessary. And that's an area where collaboration, and it's not any one sector, it's the sectors working together. It's both governments, it's also private businesses, it's NGOs coming together and actually creating that ecosystem that allows for the collaboration for these projects to go forward. And that's why I think COP28 is going to be the first time where truly everybody is welcome. And when you look at what's been stated as it being an important arena for everybody to have the topics and the hard discussions, because scope 1, 2, scope 3, it's all interrelated. And agriculture is interrelated with energy, is interrelated with transportation, and this is a complicated ecosystem that requires a lot of human capital and a lot of collaboration.
Yeah. Maybe, Marissa, we can stick to this theme, right,
sure,
of partnerships and building expertise throughout the value chain. How do you see it, and what's the role that you think for finance institutions?
Well, certainly I think I have to say I'm optimistic here and now, because I really do see, you said COP28 will be the time when we all come together. That's exactly what we need, because if we sit around and think about a complex problem, it's not going to be solved by one actor. It's got to be all of us coming together and saying, where do we bring expertise and lend that to the table to unlock particular hurdles? We see this all the time in finance. There's an automatic assumption that because this project or this technology seems good, then all the money will flow. But there have to be certain enabling conditions. Some of that's policy making, so those incentives actually really drive capital investment, because then you understand that that technology can get there and scale. In other cases, we actually need a kickstart. We need some catalytic capital that might be concessionary, and we will partner very often with our friends in the developing bank world, whether it be to provide concessionary capital or to provide a credit wrapper, something that will enhance the ability for the private sector money to flow. But when we're all talking the same language, as opposed to each making assumptions about what the other brings to the table, then great things can happen. One of the things that we're seeing right now, a very good case example that came out of COP27, was the concept of the just energy transition partnerships. And this is where capital from Western governments will be applied to developing markets that are largely reliant on high carbon emitting industries as their primary source of energy. We need to get some of these developing markets to move very fast. They may not have the capacity, they may not have the human capital that is equipped yet to participate in these industries, and they need just the money to flow to actually compensate, for instance, if we want to say early decommissioning. How do you compensate the country at a systemic level if you're telling them get off coal now and replace it with something else that's got an investment cycle? What do you do in the interim? How do you find jobs for the people who are going to come out of coal? We've got to train them. There's a transition period. But I think if you look at it systemically and holistically, and you bring public, private, government, industry together, you can crack the code. And that's what I think is going to be happening in the very near future. And that gets us very excited. And we stand by to underwrite those opportunities.
Andrew, I mean, Marissa touched on some really important parts there. Obviously, the impact on jobs is a politically sensitive issue in the course of the transition. DFC and development banks, what is sort of the role, and what are you doing to attack that and to build that kind of capacity?
So let's just start with DFC has a priority of creating new jobs, and that's, you look at particularly the African continent, the growth to have about 2.4 billion people. In the not too distant future, and you look at the largest metropolises in the world are going to be based, I think 11 out of 20 are going to be based in Africa. But I want to touch a little bit on what Lorenzo was saying. We talk about value chains. I mean, we can talk about the importance of diversifying value chains. It's one thing to say it's important to do, another thing to figure out how do you actually do it, and what are the pieces that make that happen. And so you think about a market like Africa, which will have 2.4 billion people. All the trade barriers hopefully will get broken down so that you can view it as one market instead of 50 different countries with its own rules. Unfortunately, what you see in a lot of the developing world is it's easier and less expensive to get goods from a country in that region to the US or to the PRC than it is to get it to the neighboring country. And so you've got to break all of that down. You have to reduce the cost because value chains are just incredibly price sensitive, and they need to have that competitive edge. I was just recently in Benin and Togo, and I learned, and I should have known this because I've covered the region for a long time, about the deep water ports that are in Togo, and just what the population center is going to be when you stretch going from Abidjan to Lagos, the number of people that are going to be there. So you have incredible opportunity to be extremely, extremely competitive. But then when you don't have political will, and both of these countries now do have political will to do things differently, but between countries, when you see the border between Benin and Nigeria getting closed because there's really kind of a fight between two billionaires who aren't happy that goods are getting across the border, you've got to get past all of that stuff. You've got to figure out how to create the political will and make sure, because honestly, like the way that we've seen wages increasing in PRC is going to price itself out of being competitive over time just because of its own economic growth. So the last major market with inexpensive labor is going to be in Africa. So we collectively have to figure out how we can play a role in supporting the development of industries in there. I think a lot of people in this room have probably never done business there. And it's just, it seems to be like, there's a lot of perception of risk. And a lot of the risk is real, but there's incredible, incredible opportunity. And if we're only thinking about right now as opposed to 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to miss out on that opportunity.
Would anyone like to speak also to that question of how do we actually mitigate risk in some of those developing markets?
Yeah, I think first of all, we have to recognize that, we are doing a lot of business in Africa, and we are obviously involved in terms of electrifying some of these countries, and you see how different and how difficult it is and where you start. It's about energy resilience, it's about access to electricity and energy, and I think we have to, first of all, recognize how different the regions globally are to tackle these type of problems. I do agree there's a massive potential also seeing the human capital, but we also have to calibrate it a little bit. Where do we are today? And the biggest risk is actually that we don't get the funds going to actually do what is needed to develop these type of societies. And we have to be aware there it's less about private capital. It's really about support, governmental money. The biggest share in the investment into infrastructure comes there from the governmental side. That's different from Europe or Middle East or the US or so, where you can, let's say, let flow a lot of the private capital of the companies. In Africa, this doesn't work. And that is a general risk, that we have this continuous detachment. And we all talk about it. There was a 100 billion pledge and whatever, and it all didn't happen, right? And things are not moving.
Yeah, but this is what Secretary Kerry said this morning.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk. We have to actually put the money there. And that's the role of public institutions like DFC. DFC is not OPIC in a couple of key ways. One, we don't only finance U.S. companies anymore. Our mandate is development and foreign policy. Number two, we don't have to earn a return. We do. We want to do bankable projects, but our mandate isn't to earn a large return. It's to make sure we're advancing development and foreign policy. We're the only one amongst all the development finance institutions that I'm aware of that doesn't have to borrow money from capital markets or earn a certain return, and we're just growing into that now. And every other public institution, honestly, should be modeled after us moving forward. Because otherwise we're playing too close to the game of what commercial banks are doing, and we're not playing the role that we were designed to play, which is to fill this gap, to help companies like Baker Hughes and Siemens take on a little bit more risk and go into these markets.
Yeah. Can I also add one more thing, just to bring a different lens to this, is that another thing that we all are looking at, or we need to look at, and we are certainly looking at Standard Chartered, is how do we think about the asset quality that exists in a country in a different way? So you look at a continent like Africa, rich with natural resources. If we can help the country monetize through carbon credits those beautiful natural assets, that can help pay for some of this. Because part of the problem is this assumption that, this is the purview of the private sector, this is the purview of development funding banks, or this is the purview of government. A lot of times those lines are a bit fuzzy, just to your very point. But the governments themselves, if there's an assumption that they've got all this capital lying around, in a lot of these developing markets, they don't. And that capital is allocated to something else. And if we really want to push the green agenda, let's help the green agenda fund the green agenda within the country. But we need to do that in a very rigorous way. We need to make sure that that money goes back to the country and not somewhere else. And that's where things like the Integrity Council, the voluntary carbon markets, is hard at work. But I do think that holds some promise for us as part of the equation.
Yeah. I think there's a word that we don't use often enough: being practical. And as we go through this, there's a lot of things we already know. The way in which the United States and Europe managed to reduce its carbon footprint over the course of the last few decades is by shifting from coal to natural gas. Natural gas is here today, it's available, And from a practical energy transition standpoint, we also have to have a dialogue that says, how do you go in phases? And I think it was said also yesterday, natural gas is transition and destination fuel. And it is much less carbon intensive than coal. And we know how we can make gas cleaner and how we can stop methane leaks. So I think also as you look at Africa and you look at these areas, we should be helping them develop their natural resources where it makes sense and actually utilize what's available here today as we continue through the next decades to get to the other side of an energy mix that is different. But I think sometimes we don't have the right conversations around being practical in the approach. And we've seen it done before, so we can learn from the past.
I just have to make an announcement for everybody here. For anyone who perceives that DFC will not finance gas projects, we will finance gas projects. Make that clear. It's one of the reasons that I'm here, is to see what we can do.
Yeah, and I think sort of this question about how international public or public financing deals with fossil fuels is one that's alive and well. I mean, sort of Secretary Kerry's remarks, I think he also said no government has enough money to solve this problem on its own. So it's really about how we then can use those tools to leverage all of the private financing that's necessary and de-risk it in some of those markets. So I wonder, as we talk, I mean, Dr. Sultan also on the first day yesterday was mentioning the need for reform of some multilateral development banks. Maybe Marissa, what do you think are some of the key roles that you need to see those kind of institutions playing to make sure that private capital can start to flow?
Well, I think that DFC is a great example of an organization that has reformed, is in the process of reforming. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but I do remember conversations not that long ago, which was my mandate was people development, and it still is. But when you brought climate as the vehicle for people development, that somehow was getting lost in the equation. It was sort of climate's not my mandate's the people, and now I look, and climate's squarely in the heart of your mandate. I think that's a reformed way of thinking. I also think in the old world, you know, my background's capital markets, and we would sit in these rooms, and the development funding banks are said, my patch is here, and the minute something could be commercially viable, I must step back, and then you private sector folks get in. Blended finance is this new term of art where in the same project, you can have a development funding bank providing one layer of capital and the private sector providing another, and those two are actually additive to each other in the same project or capital stack. Those are new ways of thinking, and I think more of that is quite useful. But to me, a lot of this is this mandate that development funding isn't climate. Now these things are intertwined, and I think we need more of that, so that then I think these development funding institutions are a proxy for governments. They can be sitting, as we sit in these rooms, and you say, if we just had this tweak to this rule or law or policy, the capital will flow. It's those conversations that can be actionable, and sometimes that goes right back up through the development funding institutions to get that done. And sometimes it's the rest of us putting a little pressure on those governments. Or you have a very progressive government that says, please tell me what the problem is. I want to be a force for good. So all of those I think are important.
But if I may add one point, because also, first of all, Andrew, many thanks for making such a statement, because one risk what I see in the financing industry, and maybe it's getting now a little bit more clear, the discussion, is that we have a black and white discussion. There's good and bad technologies, there's good and bad projects. Energy transition gets resolved in the gray area, in the in-between, in the how do you transition industries which are today highly hydrocarbon driven, and how do you decarbonize them stepwise. It's also what Lorenzo said, right? And we will need these elements, and these projects will need a bulk of money. And the last thing what we want is that there is a financing industry standing at the side and saying, I'm absolutely fine to finance the next offshore wind park. We are happy to see that, right? Because we are also an offshore wind. But at the same time, we have to, let's say, a lot of other parts, which are conventional technologies, existing things, which we will need for this energy transition. And there, definitely we need to recalibrate on how do we measure progress and how do we qualify revenue streams. I mean, we are in the midst of all this EU taxonomy discussion at the moment and trying to qualify revenue streams which will impact financing. There's only one criteria going forward. The question is, does CO2 get down? That's a key criteria, nothing else. And it does not today. So it means there's a lot of things I need to tackle. And my concern would be, we have an industry which is trying to do something, and a financing industry which is, because of their regulations, standing on a different part somewhere and saying, I would love to help you, but I don't like your project.
Yep.
And this is where we have to see on how we jointly understand what is really needed to be done. And for me, really, the key metric is tomorrow's world having less CO2 than today's world?
But can I give you a practical example of, why this is so challenging? I mean, this is not easy. We talk about scope 3 being difficult. Imagine a finance institution banking every industry, and multiple regions, different starting points. The West thinks the world's off coal. Most of my primary markets, the sole energy source is coal, so very different starting point. By industry, there is a solution, a green solution in some industries. In other industries, it's not there yet. Aviation, we bank. There isn't yet. We have a little bit of sustainable aviation fuel, but it's nowhere near anything that we can use at scale yet, and so on and so on. But so I think we also have to recognize that these, from the financial standpoint, very challenging when you try to apply this to different places. But I'll give you one very specific example. We've committed to net zero as an institution. We're using SBTI, Science-Based Targets, as our third-party vetter. We all march down the path of doing our trajectory setting, our baseline setting. We start with our highest carbon industries and work our way down. So oil and gas exposure for us was the big one. What was the metric we used? We were using revenue-based metric, right? And that was what was conventionally assumed to be appropriate until commodity prices went like this. So you artificially look like you were reducing carbon emissions because per unit of revenue, as revenues went up, your emissions went down. And then all of a sudden everybody woke up and said, hold on a second, that doesn't make sense because we're not truly decarbonizing. Now we need to move to absolute emissions. Right in the middle of your trajectory setting, we're working with hundreds of clients telling them what data we need, and we have to stop and regroup and tell them it's a different set of rules. So a lot of this as well is we've got to have a common definition of what the metric is, what is appropriate for the given industry, how do we come to collective agreement, and then we can help our clients get there because, we're pushing, right? We're all pushing and it's not easy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind everybody that this sudden found pragmatism didn't happen by chance. It happened because of unfortunate event in February of last year. Go back to COP26, and you can remember what was said then, and I think the stance that we were talking about. Europe was talking that even nuclear was not part of the green finance, and now we cannot talk enough about how great is nuclear, and so we need to talk about this, and I think we need to be pragmatist, not because of geopolitics or energy security, but we need to think about 2050. How many events are going to happen between now and 2050? And if every time we're going to change course and talk differently about how we approach climate change, I think we will have a trust issue. And so we need to be very focused that, again, like Christian said, the metrics for us is emissions, how much we're reducing emissions. I think that should be clear. And we should be sure that we include national circumstances. What works in Saudi Arabia with, low population density, with sunshine, and ability to sequester CO2 does not work for Japan and does not work for Europe. And so we need to be clear about that. And I think it's important that we continue this pragmatic view. I don't want us to, in 2 or 3 years, change course and talk about how nuclear is evil again or gas is the enemy. And so we need to be very calibrated in the way we approach, because I don't think we can continue to flip-flop. We have a trust issue, and it's very important that we build trust with the community, with the society at large.
So Marissa and Fahad are both talking about this need for kind of consistency in messaging, consistency of a policy framework. It's true that some of the messaging sometimes, particularly when we talk about short-term, long-term, dealing with, let's say, very short-term energy security issues, and then the longer-term need for decarbonization, can send mixed messages, making investment difficult. Maybe Lorenzo or Christian, where do you see that really impacting your business, and how do we make those messages more stable? What makes you invest over that stability?
No, first of all, sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
First of all, I couldn't agree more to the statement, but it also means the world will be diverse. The solution will be diverse. And we have to accept there is no simple solution. There is no silver bullet. And I think, and I agree with you, I mean, prior the 24th of February last year, everything was around just sustainability, not so much about energy resilience, but more about sustainability. And then obviously very simplistically, a lot of people try to find the one solution which makes the world sustainable and we can continue to live like today. So I think the one key point is what we have to get across is it will be a very diverse picture. The second picture is, I think, nobody knows today on how the energy system 15 years down the road going to look like. We will have to step after step to try out, and we're going to have our learnings. And as you rightly said, in Saudi, the thing going to look different than, let's say, whatever in Germany or so. And I think this is also what we have to accept. For us as a company, it means we have a relatively broad portfolio, and we will continue to have a relatively broad portfolio from gas turbines, which we're trying to decarbonize, to offshore wind, to transmission technologies and electricity, to compressors, a relatively broad solution toolbox, and we're trying to be a consistent implementer of bringing technologies on the ground. That's our logic as a strategy. Because we believe nobody can predict today what all you're going to need 15 years down the road, because it will be diverse in every region and it will develop over the course of the time. And if anybody expects today an answer on what it looks 15 or 20 years in time, then I think it's unrealistic. Right? Sorry.
No, I was going to just add to that. I think it's important that globally we establish some key principles and truths, and that we all actually abide by them. Because first of all, it's not about the fuel source. It's about emissions. And we shouldn't be saying one fuel source is good, one fuel source is bad. At the end of the day, if you can eliminate emissions from coal, there's no reason why you shouldn't use coal. If you can eliminate emissions from natural gas, if you can do solar, we need every type of fuel source. Because another truth is population is increasing and the demand for energy is not decreasing. And that's going to continue to be the case as we go forward. And the third principle of truth is climate change is a reality. And you're seeing the events from weather-related continuously increase, and it's going to have an impact on everybody. So from a company standpoint, similar to what Christian said, we believe in a diverse portfolio of capabilities and technologies. We view ourselves as being an enabler of the roadmap to net zero in the specific areas where we can provide assistance and partnership within the ecosystem. But I think you still have too many fragmented messages, and you still have too many views that want to be stating things that aren't factual. And they may read well in a newspaper, or they may read well from a social perspective, but they're not practical. We need energy. We all survive on energy. And we need to find practical steps, pragmatic steps around those three fundamental truths. And we as a company are going to be there from a technology provider perspective.
Yeah. I mean, but I think that fits into, we need practical truths, avoid that kind of mixed messaging. But the mixed messaging, I think, can also happen sometimes on corporate commitments, particularly around things like net zero commitments. I mean, I see, many of the oil and gas companies talk about a net zero commitment, but don't talk about scope 3. Right, which is where a lot of those emissions are actually going to happen. So at the point of consumption, how do we sort of affect? Christian, you mentioned we can't just have a silver bullet and have everybody continue to live the same way. How do we affect that demand picture and sort of behavior side of getting into a net zero value chain?
Yeah, I think we have at the end to decide what we want to achieve. But if I want to achieve a more sustainable world, then I have to put a value to that. Today, our energy system is driven by price of supply, right? And I mean, nobody puts a price tag on sustainability. We also do not put a price tag on resilience, right? I mean, we could have had a different dependency on natural gas of Europe if we would have been willing 20 years ago to pay a little bit more money for that diversity. And I think we will have to explain to the societies that this, how shall I say, this evaluation of these different elements will have an effect on the products we consume, right? Because certain things are reflected on it. Sorry, we money is supposed to be invested into the infrastructure. Somebody at the end has to pay for it. And guess what? Who at the end will it be? The consumer, we, right? Will be the brutal truth, but I think it's good if this is the world we want to live in. And I think this is where I think we will have to make sure that we value the things we want to achieve. And if I want to achieve sustainability, I have to put a value to that.
Maybe Andrew, that's putting that value not just on sustainability but also on resilience is something, I mean, that you have to be thinking about in some of the markets where you are. Do you have some comments there?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not going to change consumer behavior, all right? We're not. I mean, nobody likes their low flush toilet. I mean, there's so many things that we do that we've grown into, but at the end of the day, people are going to continue. People know that their iPhone is made probably with components that might have a questionable value chain. People are continuing to use it. So we're going to have to come up with solutions that meet consumer demands over long periods of time. And we'll continue to be there to try to finance those solutions. So we're going to have to keep up with the technologies. We're going to have to be resilient, but ultimately it's really, really hard to change consumer behaviors. You do it. I mean, I've tried it before in development efforts that we've moved, that we've advanced, but it's very, very, very difficult for us to do that. DFC and a lot of what we're doing, when we look at how we're financing agriculture, of course, there are more efficient technologies that we can use for agriculture. You learn lessons from that as well. I mean, I spent 20 years with USAID, and so we were implementing drip agriculture in Peru, and then you learn 20 years later that as a result of the asparagus industry that we helped create in Peru, now they're having some water stress as well. So we're always going to continue to learn from what we're doing, and it's important that the public institutions are there to be providing the financing so that we have the ability to learn from what we're doing as well.
I think, Philip, what we don't talk about enough is also the next phase, because you're not going to change consumers. I fully agree with that. But you can start to develop the circular economy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's where then you can actually see the reuse. How do you take CO2 and actually make carbon black? How do you make graphite? And start to make it really circular, and you get into the whole aspect of, again, carbon management. And that's evolving, but that's where eventually the technology will lead us to.
Yeah. Maybe Fahad and then Marissa, we can close out with your comments precisely on there. How do we sort of link on the demand and the supply? You talked a little bit about some of the consuming sectors, Fahad, and these sort of overlapping sustainability questions among the sectors. So what does circularity need to look like, for example, here?
So I think it's important to understand that we're not investing enough in energy, period. Whether any form of energy, we're not investing enough. I think the issue, as Lorenzo mentioned, is how can we create some value out of CO2? It doesn't have to be 100%, but some value of CO2. Is that 50%? Is it 60%? Is it 20%? But that can also help to abate some of these sectors, especially the hard-to-abate sectors. That's why hubs and infrastructure are critical. That's why we want to do, in Jubail, for example, to have a CCS hub, because then we can actually have enhanced oil recovery. We can have other uses for CO2. We want to create this, large scale enough that you can actually deploy new technologies. But it's important to go back and discuss, that this is something that, as Christian mentioned, we know the long-term target, but we need to be humble. We don't know what we're going to have to do to achieve this in 20 or 30 years. We need to be humble. We need to be honest. We need to say that we're going to make mistakes and we'll be willing to pay for them. But we shouldn't be, promising that energy is going to be cheaper, it's going to be cleaner, and it's going to be more secure. It cannot happen. We have to be realistic about this.
Can I add something? I just want to respond to something that Patty said yesterday, having worked in this space for a long time, talking about how solar home systems are going to be the solution, and that's just absolutely not true, right? And I'm saying as a guy who loves solar, and I love solar, but the practical reality is a lot of people who work on the climate agenda don't understand how energy systems work. They don't understand that you need 700 watts to boil a pot of water. And 700 watts of a solar home system is out of reach for most people. You need practical solutions. So that, and if you say that we're providing electricity to people with solar home systems, they're going to continue to use biomass for the next 50 years for cooking, which has its own set of major issues. And Dami Lola mentioned that this morning. 2.4 billion people who don't have access to clean cooking solutions. We have to come up with real practical solutions. And we need to make sure that the people who are driving the climate agenda understand, and I support the climate agenda, but they understand that you don't just swap out 100 megawatts of solar for 100 megawatts of gas. It just doesn't work that way. And so it's important that the people who are pushing the policies understand. I mean, you need more engineers who understand how this works. I didn't understand it in the beginning. I thought that at the beginning too, when I started getting into energy more than a decade ago. But I've learned over time. And so it is. Gas is going to be part of the solution, whether it's for cooking, for baseload energy. But we all want to get to the point. Every single one of us wants to get to the point where we're using renewable energy. Nobody wants to have to use non-renewables because they're non-renewable. Coal is going to run out one day. Gas is going to run out one day. So right now is a time for us to be developing those future technologies.
Marissa, maybe I can give you the last word.
Maybe I could round out, because interestingly, we're coming at this from different places, but we're all in violent agreement in some respects. And what did you hear on this panel? We heard pragmatism, we heard ultimate decarbonization, and we should be energy agnostic as long as the trajectory is decarbonization. We heard transition. It's not going to happen overnight. No matter what we say or do, it's not going to happen. Climate change is real, so we're going to have to continuously learn. And I look back in the day when we thought ethanol was the great solution to wean ourselves off petrol. We all piled into ethanol. We took all the crops in America and turned them to corn, and look what happened there with the monocrop and the biodiversity loss and everything else. We learned. We'll continuously learn. We're going to make mistakes all the way along the way, but I think if we're all having that common agenda, ultimate decarbonization, over a sensible time frame that doesn't leave anyone behind, and that helps to create those opportunities of the future for people to get involved, then I think we ultimately, collectively all win.
I mean, I couldn't wrap it up better, so I'm not going to try. Thanks for doing my job for me. So thanks very much to all of the panel. It was really a pleasure to have this discussion here. To everyone in the audience, I think we're going to go into a quick coffee break now. But please don't go too far. We're going to have another round of these individual sessions. And then here at 5 p.m., we will have a fireside chat with the European Commissioner Kadri Simpson, which I think is really going to be a treat. So please don't go too far. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, easy day. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but I promise that we made it worth it. I'm excited to introduce our next session on critical minerals, building capacity, resiliency, and sustainability. My name is Reed Blakemore. I'm the Deputy Director of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. I think as we've seen throughout the past 2 days of our agenda, the energy trilemma is a key theme that we're all working through, defining not just the energy space this year, but will certainly define the energy space looking out to 2050 and likely beyond. The move to a minerals-intensive clean energy system creates enormous demand for new resource capacity, new challenges for environmental stewardship, and of course, more broadly, a new paradigm for global energy security. It's absolutely imperative that we address these emerging issues head-on and do so quickly. So to that end, we're honored to be joined by a leader in this space, a key global actor in the critical mineral supply chain, to say a few words on this important topic. So please put your hands together and welcome the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Arifin Tasrif.
Good afternoon. I think this time is quite a heavy time for us after lunch, and then I have to move from the previous place to this place. Thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Mr. Frederick Kemper, President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. Thank you for inviting me to stand in this podium. Honorables, Senior Director, Global ETF Strategy in FESCO, Managing Director, Finance Global Advisor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Critical minerals and their supply chains become a glistering issue among economists. In this slide, every country has various definitions and categorizations among critical minerals, including their criticalities, parameters, and analytical levels. Critical minerals are very limited and very much needed to support clean energy. Geographically, there are in the several countries and refineries also in several countries. Therefore, global collaboration is needed together to be able to produce the minerals which is needed to support clean energy transition. Indonesia has a policy to increase mineral added value. Besides that, we have also to secure the supply chains to fulfill our demand in order to reach our target net zero emission by 2060. This policy is our noble intention so that our 207 million Indonesians could have a benefit from mineral resources so that they may get decent living, much better living condition than the previous. In the context of global supply chain, Indonesia hopes not only to provide raw materials, but to cooperate with other parties to develop large-scale downstream industries to create competitive outputs. We appreciate global players who have recently investing in Indonesia, such as PT Freeport Indonesia to build a copper smelter. So the smelting in the processing itself will be completed by hopefully within end of this year or 2000 or beyond this. PT Valley with Ford and Huayou to build an EV battery raw materials factory. Eramet and BASF to build an EV battery raw material factory. CATL and LG to build an EV battery raw material factory. Battery is very important for Indonesia, especially for the transportation. We have about 140 million vehicles in land transportation, which 120 million of which are two-wheels vehicles. Almost half of our population. So if we assume, we calculate 1 liter consumption per motorcycle, multiplied by 120 million, it equal to 800,000 barrel oil equivalent per day. So you can imagine how we burn. We subsidize the fuel, but we are in the process to reduce, minimize, or even to be released from the subsidy. Besides that, we also have another advantage, reduced emission, reduce the noise, which will also improve our healthy condition. Not only in the land transportation, but we also consider about the marine transport. Indonesia is archipelagic countries. We have about 16,000 islands. So I make a joke that by the process, this island will be reduced automatically. If we don't care about the climate change, it will sink. So in this significance, Indonesia foresees several steps to enhance governance on clean energy. We implement on mineral downstreaming and policy on mineral exploration, especially critical minerals, through enhancing exploration, indexing rare earth elements inventories, mineral governance supervision, while maintaining environment sustainability. And second, we try to integrate supply chain between mining and smelter facilities, as well as to integrate the industrial users on mineral process products. We would like to reiterate that Indonesia is ready to cooperate with partner countries to develop manufacturing facilities on critical minerals to support the energy transition. So look forward to cooperate with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. That was wonderful. We really appreciate having you. So to continue our conversation and build on some of the themes I think that His Excellency brought up in those remarks, but also talk more broadly about the dynamism we're seeing as we become more dependent on these mineral supply chains as in the pursuit of our energy transition goals. I'd like to welcome a distinguished panel to the stage now, starting with the Honorable Frank Fannin, Managing Director of Fannin Global Advisors and former Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources. Rod Colwell, Chief Executive Officer of Controlled Thermal Resources. Welcome, Rob. Jason Bloom, Head of Fixed Income and Commodity ETF Strategy at Invesco. And finally, last but certainly not least, Helena Matza, Director of Energy Transformation at the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State. All right, let's get started, guys. Frank, I'm going to start with you to offer us some general first principles on what we're looking at right now. The amount of mineral intensity that we're seeing come out of the energy transition is profound. We're seeing new supply chains develop before our very eyes. But at the same time, we're seeing a whole lot of risk around that space that we have some opportunities to mitigate if we act shortly and act quickly. Can you speak a little bit to how you see, our mineral-intensive future evolving and the risks and opportunities therein?
Yeah, thanks. Great to be with you all. I guess kind of first principles, the COVID experience severely strained our traditional supply chains. It was kind of a wake-up call. Remember, people couldn't get toilet paper. People were freaking out. We had a complete rethink of where things come from, how we get them, and corporates had to start thinking about degrees of redundancy to ensure that there was, they could get the things that they needed. Then came the war in Ukraine, which effectively broke that thinking, broke the supply chain, and continued deteriorating relations with China ensures that the old supply chains are gone, and we have to reorder, and that's where we find ourselves right now. The challenge we have is this is a policy-induced energy transition, and we've heard a lot about policy, and the need to act quickly. Yet at the same time, and for the Western world in particular, we have a policy-induced transition that we want to see happen, but it's constrained by geopolitical considerations and ESG investment decisions. So how do we mobilize capital in a way that can be deployed that achieves these and also mitigates the geopolitical uncertainty? We've heard a lot about the Inflation Reduction Act today and its bundles of carrots, which is the spirit of that is well intentioned, but we have so much more to go. And as we continue to move forward, the time horizon for climate action, we don't seem to have this corresponding response to develop supplies. We talk about it, we recognize the need for it, but we have yet to operationalize it. And it's something I think, I'm pleased to hear that we're all aware of that now, though. And so it's, what do we do next?
Mm-hmm. Certainly, I think we'll turn to Helena in a moment about the IRA and the kind of the various incentives that we're seeing to support these supply chains. But first, Jason, I want to turn to you next. As Frank mentioned, a huge piece of this is capacity building, right? And the amount of investment we need to catalyze into building these supply chains is profound. But yet, in theory at least, this is all in support of the energy transition. So there's also an interesting ESG angle to this as well. How would you, paint us a picture of what that investment landscape looks like, and what are the various drivers, ESG or otherwise, that you see getting involved in this space?
Yeah. Well, investors, I think, that we speak with in the U.S. are generally pretty excited about the opportunity, just because they're excited about anything that's growing as quickly as it is. A couple of years ago, I was really high on solar. Solar companies weren't actually doing all that well, but you could see the winds changing, and I said, anytime the government is forcing customers to come to you, I think you want to be in that business. You want to be in that sector. And then, we manage ETF portfolios, which generally aren't picking winners and losers. We'll own all the companies that are publicly traded in that sector. If that sector is growing quickly, you're going to do okay. I think that that's probably a pretty good approach in this situation where, I don't know how you could look 3 years out and know which companies are going to have access to these minerals. Mm-hmm. If the government and all the great work that they're doing is effective and they can get us at the table and get some of our operators in there, then if you own the whole basket, then that's probably the only sensible way in my mind to do it right now. ESG is kind of working out an internal struggle right now, because not only do mining companies not score very well from an ESG perspective, energy companies don't. So we've got an energy crisis, and if you're an ESG investor, you're under-investing in the entire energy spectrum almost at this point. And does that really make sense? But ESG is also a work in progress, and it means different things to different people. In the United States, there's been a bit of a backlash. ESG was growing very rapidly for a couple of years. Last year, the flows slowed to a trickle, mainly because of performance. ESG portfolios that were underweight in energy performed quite poorly relative to traditional benchmarks. Mm-hmm. And you can always depend on American investors to chase returns. Mm-hmm. And so in Europe, there's more of a philosophical commitment to ESG, and so we saw ESG flows drop off somewhat, but they were still 15% of flows into ETFs, and I think in the US last year, ESG flows were 0.5%. So it's not really a problem in the sense that ESG has not been adopted so broadly that it's constraining capital, at least maybe not in the last year or two, but it was a concern. It's been growing, and that's just the ETF market. I think that at the institutional investor level, ESG has been adopted a bit more broadly, and so you are probably able to evidence the constraint of capital in the energy sector. And I guess what we want to make sure is we don't see that constraint migrating over to the mining sector just when we need to be, with having our foot on the floor of the gas pedal there.
And I think I want to make sure that we spend some time thinking about how we make sure that that doesn't happen. But first, Rod, I want to turn to you because you're our operator on stage right now. controlled thermal resources, how are you interpreting both the opportunity for your company within a more mineral intensive future, but also navigating the challenges of whether that be supply chain incumbency or the very sort of headwinds that Jason mentioned in regards to capital flows?
Absolutely. It's the resource where we're located in Southern California. It's basically a geothermal thermal brine that we recover lithium, and we're doing that at the moment. The crying shame of that, we actually do two things in the United States right now. So we recover, well, 3 or 4 things actually. So we produce power in the form, or energy in the form of renewable steam and electricity. We recover lithium from that brine, and then we convert that in real time. It takes about 40 minutes, and then we re-inject all of that back into the formation. Now the economics that we looked at pre-IRA and some of the interest out of South Korea and some of the producers are looking to co-locate, in simple terms, is that for us to ship a bag of lithium hydroxide across to Asia, say, that bagging plant's about $100 million. Then you've got approximately $300 million in inventory that sits on our side of the Pacific in California, then an equal inventory and debagging operation on the other side of the Pacific. So basically you're moving then from the E part of ESG, you're moving 24,000 kilometre carbon footprint shipping over and back. So the pure economics are quite common sense, right? And the interest has been there for some time, and our customers, General Motors and Stellantis, are all over that. So it made sense at that point, but of course the IRA sort of supercharged that. It's gone into a whole nother sixth gear, if you like, right now. So I would say the COVID comments about supply chain, there's no doubt that supply chain, steel, alloys, our turbines and equipment that have been manufactured in Japan at the moment, there is a pushback. So we've had to think about that very, very differently to we would say normally finance. We would, for example, drill full diameter wells. These wells are $12 million each. We're paying for those out of our own sort of back pocket, if you like, instead of normally seeking debt. You would normally be at a debt process. Our turbines and equipment, quite large investments had to be out of equity just to get ahead so we can deliver in 2024 and commercial for General Motors, for example. Now, we've got another 10 stages to scale up over time, so the challenge is really, we've figured out how to modularize this. So in simple terms, thermal brine is putting a well down. It's a very consistent reserve. We have 7,000 acres out there. It's effectively a wasteland. I mean, there's not much there, to be honest. The land footprint's quite small. We directionally drill down to 8,800 feet, or 2.5 kilometres down. We directionally drill out a mile or so. So the footprint's quite small. So co-location, the idea of a, I guess, clean energy campus is what we've been effectively working on now, beyond now the IRA's really supercharged that, is co-location, getting rid of that bagging operation, getting rid of the footprint of sort of shipping materials to Asia and back again, and having all that done in the most impoverished community in California, if not the nation. So all of that makes sense, right? Some of the challenges, the major challenge, to be really honest, is permitting, the time to permitting. I'm a commissioner on the Lithium Valley Commission, and I think California's really stepped up. It's a 270-day end-to-end with California now. It's large-scale thermal power plants. We can produce 1,100 megawatts of power and 300,000 tons a year of lithium. So California's on board. Some of the federal agencies are sitting on files that have been sitting around for 12 months. So that frustrates me. I'm sorry, but it's true. So I think that's one of the issues. And the other issue, I think, on the financing side, we're seeing with the banks is a lack of education to a new industry. So the banks' engineers, if you like, or their third-party engineers, that automatically, this hasn't happened before. No, we're very negative on this. And I think that's a challenge. But both of those things are worked on. There are solutions to those issues. And I'm hoping now that we have alignment between the state of California and the federal government. It's wonderful. They're very, very aware of our development and everything that goes with it. So.
I think the IRA has now been mentioned enough times where it makes sense to turn to to the U.S. But whether we're talking about the IRA or the Mineral Security Partnership, Helena, I want to first give you the opportunity to walk through some of the various variables that Frank, Rod, and Jason mentioned as it relates to kind of the overall U.S. approach that's emerging to these mineral supply chains. I mean, you look to what His Excellency said right before this panel. This is a space that is dynamic, that's fruitful for partnership building, but also a space, as Frank mentioned, that's going to define not just energy security, but in some ways economic leadership, right? Over the next several decades. How is that approach in the United States evolving, and what should we be looking out for over the horizon as far as the U.S. strategy here?
Sure, and thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today. There's no question that coming out, as we're still coming out of a global pandemic, and in light of all the energy security challenges we've been discussing here today on various panels, the fragility of the global energy market with Russia's invasion in Ukraine and the implications for European energy markets and beyond, with an over-reliance on gas or any commodity from one source, has really put a very, very clear light on the types of geopolitical issues we will face, not only in our current energy system, but as that energy system evolves towards the cleaner energy system that will require these minerals and metal inputs. And so this is a huge part of the work that we focus on in the Energy Bureau at the State Department, where we're looking at the world energy security first and center. But maybe I'll take a step back before we get into some of those conversations, just kind of lay out some of the thinking of the administration, and then we can dig into any of those issues that are particularly more interesting. So I always start these conversations really kind of laying out what the first days of the Biden-Harris administration looked like. And I think it's incredibly telling that in the first week of the administration, or the first 2 weeks of the administration, there was 2 executive orders that were released. One and first on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad, and the IRA became the byproduct of that commitment, including some additional legislation as well, but also the executive order on securing American supply chains. And the issue we're talking about here really sits at the center of that. And there are a lot of themes that my colleagues on the panel raised that are really relevant to not only additional need and demand for the core inputs, mismatched timelines, policy, and I would argue also markets driving a good chunk of this transition. So the administration really wanted to demonstrate a commitment very early to these issues. First with the bipartisan infrastructure law, which among many other infrastructure investments had huge support in EV charging infrastructure. And then of course through the IRA itself, which is $370 billion, $30 billion a year for 10 years plus, that are designed to totally energize a new, cleaner economic system. And so much of that investment is not only going into the really important production tax credits for cleaner fuels and new renewable buildup with solar and wind, but a lot of it's going into the battery manufacturing space. A lot of that funding is going into new mineral production and processing. And we've seen a pretty steady cadence since that legislation was passed. In October, the administration announced ABMI, which is the new materials initiative that will be for interagency coordination, both domestic and international agencies, ensuring that we are taking into considerations from both our markets at home, but our foreign partners. In November, there was an announcement for $2.8 billion in grants for manufacturing for batteries, as well as new processing facilities. In November, DOE announced $174 million for 10 battery recycling projects and end-of-life reuse. And then even just last Friday, earlier this weekend, our loan program office, which was re-energized with $350 billion of lending capacity, announced a commitment for a $700 million loan for new lithium production in Nevada. So you're seeing climate, energy, critical minerals, security, all becoming one narrative for this administration. Now, of course, I sit on the international side, so my job is to focus on how we bridge what we're trying to do at home with what we need to do with partners abroad. And there's no question that these are incredibly globally connected supply chains that not only require partnership for ensuring that we all meet our collective climate ambitions, but also, frankly, because no matter how much energy we put in our domestic market, and we will put a lot in, as you heard just about what's been announced over the course of the last year, there's always going to be a delta in our capabilities to meet our inputs at home, and our partners are in this similar situation. And so this is something the State Department was lucky enough to have a head start on, and 3-4 years ago, we started some really significant capacity development work around the world through the Energy Resource Governance Initiative, where we've spent almost over $30 million on working with producing countries on regulatory reforms, how to rewrite fiscal royalty regimes, how to think about the environmental assessments you need through co-located lithium and uranium products. So we developed a wealth of knowledge in how to bring in the right partners to ensure that when countries are saying they want to attract investment in their sector, that they have the framework to do so in the safest way, in a way that has their market as open as possible. Probably the most exciting piece, and I'll introduce it, but pause, of the work that we're doing in the international space now is a continuation of those efforts called the Mineral Security Partnership, which we've launched with 11 other countries and the EU in June of 2022. And the idea of this partnership is to work together on near commercial investment opportunities, not only within the four corners of the partnership, but in third-party producing countries to ensure that we're able to help bring some of the public tools to help de-risk those investments. So I'll talk more about that a bit later, but that's a little bit of what the administration has been working on to date.
I think a few key pieces. You said a few keywords, right, that I'm gonna key off on, and then turn to the rest of the panel as well to jump in. De-risking investments being one big piece of the pie here. The role of, I guess the balance you might see in terms of the IRA incentives to bring some of that, that supply chain home, but the MSP's role in building partnerships abroad and kind of how you evaluate those different partnerships. I might start on that MSP end and give you a chance to dive in there. How do you think through, right, engagement with the members of the MSP? Particularly because there appears to be, a bit of a Venn diagram emerging between the countries that are, you're participating with as FTA countries through the IRA incentives, right, and the countries you're kind of pursuing some broader engagement with through the MSP, and then you also have ERGI, stacked in there as well. What's the relationship between all of these various different internationally kind of driven partnership efforts?
It's a great question. So as I mentioned earlier, while there's a lot of work at home to help not only boost production and processing, and of course battery manufacturing, there's also a real realization that not only are these globally integrated markets and they will remain to a certain extent that way, but that there is a demand that goes beyond that capacity that we should be working on not only for our own ambitions, but for our commitment to global climate ambition, right? We're not the only country that keeps 1.5 alive. We need other countries to be able to scale up their clean energy investment and deployment, aligned with their own NDCs, with their own commitments, and with their own recovery plans, right? Many countries are trying to rebuild back their economies greener than ever. So that is always going to be a balance, right, between ensuring that we're prioritizing our goals and objectives at home, but knowing and working with our partners overseas for all the reasons I just mentioned. And so if we think about some of the early work we've done with the Energy Resource Governance Initiative, that's really focused on, kind of our bread and butter of technical assistance, support for our partners around the world that are still developing those sectors or reforming them, right? That's our more traditional, what you would think of maybe some state USAID work. And it's focused on helping those countries have the tools and resources they need and require that they ask for as they're thinking through ways that they want to actually tender out concessions and revisit their permitting and really kind of everything in between, and green their mining practices, that's a very long-term investment and support for a country. It's a long road, right, as you start developing, retooling a sector, just like in our own way that we're doing here at home. At the same time, there are many projects around the world, and we have countries that are mineral producing countries, that want to be processing countries, that want to have value added industry, whether they're on the Western Hemisphere or they're in the continent of Africa, or you know, anywhere else in between, that are asking, how do we attract more investment? How do we have more competition? How do we have more interest in our sector in a way that's more inclusive to some of our economic development goals? And so to be able to kind of drive some investment and attention in that direction, we thought that it would make a lot of sense to work with partners that had similar goals as us, some of the similar de-risking tools, like for us, we have, of course, DFC and XM. Some of the MSP partners, like our Japanese and Korean colleagues, have other types of investment tools that can take equity stakes in projects. Together, we're able to offer more than we can alone for those other countries that are trying to develop those value chains. And to be completely candid, which maybe you should never be in an open forum, not all of that's going to come home, and that's okay. The idea of our work is to, of course, first and foremost, support our goals here in America, but also our partners. And in this case, this is a global ecosystem. And so I think that's how it works. Every country we're talking about, so many of the countries in the partnership, we all have our own national strategies and approaches. The EU has been on various panels over the course of the last 2 days talking about their raw material alliance and other initiatives that they're developing. The UK has their own critical mineral strategy. This is natural, right? Every country is going to develop an approach to help build out their sector in the ways that they need to. But that hasn't precluded any of them from wanting to work with us as well and find ways to engage a broader and broader net of countries that are interested in a similar goal.
I want to, Frank, I want to bring you in on this idea of partner management, right? It's I think Helena phrased it really well in that there is an overarching level of interest, right, across the board from both countries that are centers of demand, but also, have resource potential to engage in the supply chain and offer value add to their industries. When you look at that level of interest in a growing supply chain and an evolving supply chain, what are the pitfalls that I think that we should be mindful of? How should we be thinking through, what makes a good, partnership in the mineral supply chain?
Yeah, it's a big question. I mean, and that's when you start to operationalize all of these good big thoughts. The meeting and the grip and grin and the nice picture with the flags behind it isn't the outcome. It's actually getting supply and getting improving America's security. We need to move beyond these. Oh, China has 70 to 90%, whatever the outrageous dominance. We need to reduce that. That's the metric. That's the KPI. So, I look at that and think, where in history is government the leading indicator? Government always follows. Private sector leads. So what happens, that's why this energy transition, I made the point of a policy inducement, it matters, because traditionally you have energy, a new energy type is developed. It's better, it's more efficient, it's easier to transport. Then government, after it's publicly adopted, comes in to regulate it. This is in the inverse of that. Government's saying, hey, we need to do this. And even Fatih Birol admits that to achieve the policy, we have to, the technologies haven't been invented yet. So how do we do all this, do it in a way that's fast? We spoke a lot about the Inflation Reduction Act, and as I said, I think it was the spirit of it is absolutely right. But we can't out-China China. We can't deploy the same amount of capital that China can deploy. I was involved in taking a mining company public on the New York Stock Exchange last year. And talking to bankers, talking to analysts, investors, part of it was they recognize that a lot of these assets are on private land, not federal land. That's a material issue in terms of U.S. companies. So how do we address that? How do we, and then when it comes down to partner selection and the operationalizing these ideas, is it the country or is it the project? Are we going to look at the actual trade patterns? Because what is the objective? The objective is to have a secure, reliable, responsible supply chain, and one that's transparent and that can be measured, just like US companies or European companies have to disclose. If a US or European company is reliant on a supplier who refuses to disclose anything, how can it have any integrity? So I think this is going to be the hard yards for the administration to talk to their partners and allies to put some teeth on this, or else it's just messaging and China will continue on. The other thing I think that we have to talk about is, what is the objective? Is the objective to just have cheap stuff, or is the objective to have it secure and reliable and responsible? Because to do the latter might cost a little more. You know, slaves are less than union workers, as we've seen in the case of Xinjiang and the forced labor, the Uyghur Prevention Act. So I think these are big issues, and I think this, and I was pleased to hear Dr. Sultan's comments, where he was focused on, I think, kind of outcomes. You know, we've been talking a lot. It's time to execute.
I think you bring up a really interesting tension, is that, you know, what is our goal here, right? Should our goal be to build capacity in the supply chain, right? With an eye to, you know, nobody's transition goals are met if we have the current level of supply production, right, in the market, because those minerals and metals are going to be extraordinarily expensive, subject to bottlenecks, name your supply chain risk, right? Or should we be focused a little bit more on kind of securing our own supply? It was mentioned in the panel that kicked off the afternoon yesterday. You know, should we focus on building the whole pie or just our slice of the pie? And I think that's a profound question as we begin thinking about expanding these value chains. A huge piece of that, and Elena mentioned it a couple times, so now I get to turn to Jason, is this idea of de-risking the investment, right? I mean, at some level, right, it's a question of what are you de-risking, right? What is the variable you're de-risking for? And how do you stack those variables up against each other? Because I think, as we were discussing earlier, you can't de-risk everything in the supply chain.
Yeah, I mean, in a free market, in a capitalistic, framework, assessing risk and reward is what the entrepreneur does. And in facing those risks, I think drives business managers, right, to try to operate as efficiently and as prudently as possible. I mean, to the extent that the government starts to de-risk the business opportunity too greatly, you're going to end up with some really inefficient outcomes. And when we've seen those horror stories before, and they tend to get a lot of press, and the people that do it right and do it well don't get celebrated. So it's probably not but there's a command and control economic sort of structure, in the sense that where government is forcing this transition at a rate that would, I'm sure, that far more quickly than it would occur organically in a private market. And so the risk is high for some very inefficient allocations of capital in that sense. And so to the extent that you're using a subsidy, for example, to get something going and get momentum, that makes a lot of sense. But you don't want to be in a situation where 10 or 20 years later, you're still subsidizing that activity because it's actually not competitive, right? And there's the risk that, well, how long have we had solar and wind subsidies in the market? I mean, it's been a decade now. And we're, if the point of the subsidy at this point is just to maintain that rapid shift, okay, that makes sense. But at some point, if the subsidy is still required to get the behavior you're looking for, you have to ask whether that's been an efficient outcome in an allocation of capital. And so in what does that matter? Well, at the very least, we're facing a pretty significant inflation problem right now. So the more efficiency you pull from the system, the more inflation is going to be required to maintain that rate of growth that you're looking for. So it's a risk.
Helena's been taking a bunch of notes, which means it's time for me to call on her. Because it means we're hitting on something interesting, I think, which is, when you hear these issues that Frank brought up, about things like transparency in these partnerships and partner selection. And when you hear, Jason's comments around, how it's not about not de-risking or de-risking, it's about de-risking effectively, right? And how you de-risk with a goal like Frank outlined in mind. How do those features play into, and we'll limit it to the international, mineral supply chain partnership strategy of the United States?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I would just say that, the learning curve, the global cost curve of solar plummeted 80% in a 5-year time frame. We saw the same thing with EV batteries. So whether or not there's other non-market players making that investment and driving down that cost, the reality is these technologies are becoming cost effective to purchase, and OEMs are making their own decisions and making hundreds of millions of dollars of investments in retooling their factories to move to an EV future. We can have a conversation over a beer about what combination of market forces or policy forces got us to that ecosystem, but the reality is that's the situation we're operating in, and there's a lot of opportunity there. Fully take on, the right way to de-risk is a really important question to ask, and what the role is of government across that makes a lot of sense. So what does that mean overseas? Well, for the work that we're trying to do, either through the MSP or just more broadly in our diplomatic engagement, is about ensuring that we do any sort of engagement really focus on holding up the highest ESG standards, ensuring that we're actually creating a level playing field for companies that are already following those types of rules of the road here in our market and other Western economies as well, because that is what these countries are asking for. They're asking for the type of investment that hires their people, that protects their people, that takes into consideration the health and welfare of communities, that invests further down in their economic development, whether that's countries that are asking for battery precursor capabilities, or you kind of name it, ultimately with the goal of trying to participate in the full manufacturing supply chain. There's ways that you get there, right? And there's considerations, and to the point that Frank made, that's occasionally going to cost more, right? And those are decisions that countries will have to grapple with. But at the end of the day, those standards, that transparency is really the key to ensuring that we're able to reach that end state. And so these markets will shift over time, but I do think, of course, this isn't all government's role to play. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without the private sector informing us and, frankly, telling us where they need help, right? It's not us, at least in the overseas sense, going out into the world and saying, this is where we want to be. It's usually industry coming along or country partners coming along and saying, hey, we need help. We're almost there. We're not quite there. And there's a lot of different drivers that have countries find themselves in that situation that we seek to resolve, but certainly not to go out and just look for investment wholesale.
Yeah. Well, and I think also on that de-risking part too, you're distinguishing between normal risk that any business would take and the risk of an operator from America going into this foreign jurisdiction in Africa where there's an uncertain regulatory framework or no regulatory framework, or maybe corruption issues or certain geopolitics, right, that are hampering potentially their ability to operate a business that is facing risk you don't face. I absolutely, it's wonderful the work that Helena and Frank and others are doing around the world to try to de-risk those factors for a company that can just come in and then just face the normal business risk. I mean, that's absolutely appropriate and what we hopefully they're successful in doing.
I mean, and that's just part of the important work of actually expanding capacity within the supply chain. But one thing you mentioned, Helena, that I want to turn to Rod for is you mentioned, you want to hear from the private sector, allow the private sector to lead the way. A huge piece of that is the industry partnerships we're seeing develop in the private sector, right? Rod, you mentioned GM, right? And I think that's one feature where increasingly it seems a lot of the demand side, part of this equation is looking up to develop those closer, longer-term partnerships with firms such as yours. Could you speak a little to how you see those industry partnerships developing? Is this something that is going to be, a long-term feature of the mineral supply chain as we look to these sort of concerns around capacity and reliability?
Yeah, look, I think the leadership of GM and Stellantis really, I think they're looking at supply chain risk right down to the last granule. I mean, normally a company like General Motors or Stellantis wouldn't purchase direct from a raw producer like ourselves, right? That's, usually you'll go through an OEM, buy the battery cell and job's done. That's traditionally how it's done across the supply chain. And I think this was recognised in 2018, 2019 in our early discussions with GM, then Stellantis, where they could localise it. And some of the driving forces, and a really big driving force for both of those organisations, are their ESG governance sort of own internal corporate governance manuals that they're living to. They really are. So sustainable sourcing of materials is a real driver for GM and Stellantis. For example, hard rock mining, lithium produces 15 tonnes of CO2 per metric tonne of lithium produced. We produce 0, so there's a sort of an offset there. So, and that thinking, the interesting part about this is we're all in think tanks every week because this is unprecedented in a way. This is a whole new sort of way, whether it's direct purchase of materials or whether it's co-location of creating a clean energy campus that just doesn't exist anymore. And to the points I raised earlier, right? So, and we just don't know what we don't know, but it needs to happen. I think, time and timing is everything. To Helena's point, I mean, I must say the federal administration, the Biden administration, have been nothing but just brilliant in the assistance and coaching us all through this sort of maze that we're trying to figure out, and we've turned a few wrong right-hand turns on the way. But basically, time and timing is everything. We need to produce at least. We've sold 120,000 tonnes per year, right? And that needs to be produced before 2025. A lot of it needs to be done in 2024, leading up to that. So it's an interesting, it's a problem. And, the financing to fully develop this resource is we're going to have to access about $10 billion in the coming years. You're talking major ramp up like big oil, that it's, white oil, if you like, or, but I guess, that's the challenge. We're up for it. Scale up. It's not one drill rig anymore. It's 6, and it's equipment that needs to be, the shops need to get going in Houston and all over the place to be able to produce that. We've still got to source the steel, the alloys and everything else that go with it. So it really is a challenge. It's a real. The government, governments of state of California and the federal government have recognized that. And I think, if you think about production of, with the IRA, production of, say, lithium that we produce, or manganese or other minerals, but also the conversion and all of the way downstream that can localize that all the way to a battery cell, and so on and so forth.
You mentioned, that figure you mentioned, the billions of dollars you need to build that supply, that needs to be put into the ground effectively, not just into the ground, but into processing and into the cathode manufacturing. Jason, this is that capital out there, right? And how quickly can we get that capital into these projects, and what are the obstacles you see to get it there?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely available, right? I think that certainly, it's like any capital allocation, you're going to be looking at your return on investment, which is going to be, measured against, right, the prevailing rate of interest, the cost of capital. It might be a little bit, you might have to prove the return a little bit more than you did a few years ago when interest rates were near 0, as I like to say. Low cost of capital tends to cover a multitude of sins, and as it goes up, then the competition for capital becomes more fierce, and the return has to be better. But I think in a case, after having a chance at a few moments in time to talk throughout about their business, I mean, those are the types of businesses that investors are looking at. Like there's not a lot of question, a proof of concept that's required at this point. It's just, you know, kind of wading through, right, time and the process. And I think the private markets absolutely lead the public market. So that, you know, but that's the great thing too, is private capital has a chance to be patient enough for the permits to come through and the business to ramp, right, and eventually for the profits to come to fruition and scale. So I do think it's out there. I think that there are, this would be an easy case, Raj would be, I think for companies looking to finance operations in some of those foreign countries where there's just so much more uncertainty, that's going to be more difficult to raise. And I think, again, it kind of goes back to the point I made earlier where, you know, you have to move really fast, but when there's a great uncertainty as to the outcome or the pace of the outcome, like, that's not a great mix for raising capital. So, but I know, I do think it's there, and to the extent that the government can de-risk it, then the capital, right, is going to flow more easily. But I think you're going to have these conversations seem to be real time, like things are changing in real time. And, you know, people like to, you know, finance geeks like to see projections, and they like to see visibility and certainty before they write checks. And in this case, this is where I guess the government can really help.
Frank, you know, the reality here is we do need to move fast. And we frankly speaking, as it stands, we see a lot of positive momentum, but we need to be moving much faster, right? If we want to see, you know, if we want to see the tangible benefits of supply chain building and the efforts that Helena's working on. How, in your mind, how can we move faster? What are the things we should be doing? You know, we can put permitting to the side because I think we want to look at a global picture here. But how should we be thinking about increasing the speed of building capacity? So at the very least, we put ourselves in a situation where we, you know, aren't seeing the inflationary pressures from the energy transition that might come from a world where, you know, you don't have the nickel development that you need. You don't have the lithium resources that you need. All the way on down, you know, the ever-increasing list of critical minerals that we're, you know, talking about as a result of this transition.
Yeah, I mean, I think back in, you know, Helena made a comment about working on capacity building and governance in other jurisdictions. I guess from, you know, the work that I was, you know, on the private sector side, a lot of these developing nations, they're desperate for U.S. companies. They're desperate. They want them there. So the work on changing the dynamics so that that they're rewarded for going to risky jurisdictions. I mean, I think that we have to completely rethink the notion of political risk. You know, I was in Riyadh a few days ago. I spoke at the Future Minerals Forum. And, you know, if you start thinking about political risk, in the MENA region, they're moving forward with developing the resources, the critical minerals for the energy transition. They're all doing it. And you start thinking about political risk. I mean, what do you look at? You look at things like contract certainty, legal framework, permitting certainty, infrastructure, so you can actually move product around. You know, do you have a consistent government? You start looking through that lens, some of these countries in the MENA region are pretty good, right? So I think we have to really rethink the notion of political risk, number one. Number two, the resource-rich nations might lack capacity to actually, and so some of the work that Helena spoke to is critically important that continue. I guess I would like to quibble a little bit with the capital raising question, because I think we're going to have to rethink the class of investor, because you get rewarded when you go into production.
Yeah.
And if it takes 16 years to go from mine discovery to production, I mean, just, you know, you invent an app and you can be a billionaire, you know? So that's the whole system, I think, has to change. So we have to rethink, I think, the valuation to provide the right kind of incentive structure to recognize that level of return. Now, there are certainly those investors out there, but we have to, I think, given the scale we're talking about, you know, just copper alone, we're going to have to mine as much copper in the next 23 years as humanity has mined in the last 5,000 years in order to achieve these Paris targets.
And
scale.
And that's where the huge companies have the advantage, right? Because to the extent that they could fund some of this internally up front and take a really long timeline, they can issue debt that's secured by the entirety of their business rather than just financing that single project. I mean, that's probably the way it mostly has to go, I would think.
So one last in terms of tools, should we talk about the International Development Finance Corporation, XM? We talk about it, we need to deploy that capital though.
Mm-hmm. I think the overarching theme that we're seeing is, you got to build those partnerships, and Helena, to your credit, I think there's a lot of momentum there, and that's really, really positive. And that's the first big step. The next question is, how do you deploy that capital, and how do you deploy that capital effectively and quickly? I just noting that we're about to hit time here, and we're now the third. We got another round of applause, so we're clearly doing a good job. I want to quickly turn to each one of you one last time, starting with you, Rod. It's clear a company like Controlled Thermal Resources is demonstrating projects that can, has that bankability, has that appeal from a supply chain resiliency perspective, but also is establishing the immediate sort of relationships with downstream industry and the demand side that kind of create the holistic supply chain partnership that I think you want. What should others looking to get engaged in the mineral space, or what should policymakers look to for, as far as lessons are concerned from CTR's experience, right? So that, and what are the key thoughts that I think you want to leave us with before we wrap up?
Look, I think given it is a new industry, and whether it's debt or whether it's permitting and fast tracking, I think that equally needs to sort of increase tenfold as far as timing and education goes. The banks, when it comes to credit, getting their heads around this is, yes, new and novel to, say, geothermal brine, right, extracting lithium, but it's not new and novel to any other brine. It's been going on for 90 years. None of this technology is, this has just been invented for this. It's been around with boron and all sorts of things over the years. So I think lessons learned as we go. We've always been an open book, and I think that's what we're enjoying, these sort of partnerships with GM and Stellantis, figuring out together, and their OEMs been very, very engaged. I think, like I said earlier, time and timing. The more we can get on the front end of this, the better we can really perform. There are other sectors I haven't sort of raised, but I do believe that we just recently opened an office in Houston. Simply so we could tap into the big oil players. The skill sets there, the metallurgy, they've done it, drilling, in massive scale. So even though we sound like a large, what's arguably the world's largest lithium resource, but it's relatively small when it comes to big oil. So putting down 90 wells is really nothing. It's a small scale processing plant. And what we've found, that skill set from lessons learned and trying to share this information with others, I would go straight to oil to say, guys, you know what you're really doing here. You've dealt with all sorts of oils and brines and gases over the years, and that's been very valuable to us as well. Untraditionally, we had no choice but, like I said earlier, to go hard on the pocketbook and order long lead items because we're not ready for typical bank finance, or the banks are not quite understanding our industry. So I believe that I'd hate to say we're a lost leader, but we're in there somewhere. I think bringing in this, that transitional and the skill set again of oil. Yep. GM's been in the supply chain, and Stellantis for over 100 years. They really know their stuff. You've got some great people. So I think utilising that knowledge and applying it to projects.
Mm-hmm. Frank, I'm going to give you the opportunity to weigh in one last time, but I'm going to ask you a specific question and pin you down a little bit. What is, if you were going to highlight one key thing that you hope to see happen, or a challenge you want to see overcome, or something that has made you particularly hopeful, right, about the opportunities in this space? What is that one thing that kind of you're holding on to, looking ahead, say, to the next year of critical minerals policy?
Well, I think the convergence that this is a critical issue, that we have to get ahead of it, whether one's looking from the lens of solving, the climate crisis, or if it's from the lens of national security to recognize what two administrations have, very different administrations, have both confirmed that China represents the greatest threat to our country and liberty around the world, that we have to get ahead of this stuff and take control of this new dependency that we are on, and how do we get out of, how do we extricate it and not kind of go down the way of Europe with Russian gas. A couple years ago, Xi Jinping just toured a rare earth facility, just took a tour, had the China media follow him around. Prices of rare earths went up. All he did was take a walk through a factory. We cannot be under that threat. And the more insidious point I would like just to leave, and that's why some of these efforts that the U.S. through bipartisan lens is seeking to counter. The more insidious threat isn't though always the discussion about, well, what if China prohibits export? The more insidious threat is their dumping and undercutting the economic basis for U.S. investment. And that's why some of these levers, that's why I think that there is a proper role for the U.S. government. And I'm pleased to see some tools are being deployed.
Great. Jason, any final thoughts on the financing front?
Well, I get to go across America and really talk to all of the demographic about investing in clean energy and in commodities on the physical side. And I think one of the things that's frustrating is that this endeavor that gets so tied up in the politics of climate and climate crisis, and there are places in the southern United States where you can't mention ESG or they're just going to kick you out of the office. And then there are places in the Northeast or California where you don't bother talking to me about commodities or energy, anything like that. And I'm tremendously excited about the work that's being done here. This is a problem for all Americans. It's a problem for every person in the world. And my hope would be that people on both sides of the aisle would begin to speak about this as an issue. Maybe get below the politics and just talk about policy as it relates to Americans' lives, what it means for everyone in their real life every day. And it would be really nice to kind of get below. And I think Minister Al-Kabi kind of spoke a little bit to that about politicians really getting involved in this that aren't really tied down right to the facts and the specific policies that relate to those facts. So anyway, I'm going on and on here, but I think you get the point. This really isn't about being a Democrat or a Republican. It's really being about an American, and I think we could pull together rather than be divided by this.
I think that ties in really well to giving Helena one last chance to jump in on this, purely because I know you've been a leader on these issues in the Biden administration, but you were also working on these issues in the previous administration. So speaking to the bipartisan nature of the problem, right, and the bipartisan level of commitment to solving the problem, can you any final thoughts you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I thank you for that question. This is the most transformative moment since the Industrial Revolution for economic change, for economic growth, and we're sitting in the middle of it. And to your point, when we started having these conversations 4 or 5 years ago, this would not be a panel conversation at a big energy conference. It would be conversation around the table with a few people, and we'd have to start from the beginning of this is what's in a battery, this is graphite and manganese, and we didn't even start with the demand, we didn't start with the chemistries. We went straight into the geopolitical dimensions of this issue set, the opportunities, and I think most importantly, we spent almost the whole hour plus we took on this conversation talking in practical terms about how we can bring massive capital investment across this whole supply chain from mine to EV. This conversation's evolving. It takes on all the themes, all the issues, whichever direction you're looking at it. This is the reality of a huge opportunity for our future, and I remain highly optimistic that we will start making our way through all the answers for the questions we raised here today.
Well, with that said, I think that wraps us up. You're right. We did. I'm partially to blame as the moderator for letting us go an hour plus, but this is, in my opinion, one of the key issues that will define energy fora to come. when we return to Abu Dhabi, and most importantly, be an issue that we have to think through seriously on the road to COP28. So with that, I'd like to thank our panelists for joining us today, and let's give them all a round of applause. And now I get to do a little song and dance to keep you all here while we flip the stage briefly for our next session, which will be a fireside chat between my boss's boss, Ambassador Richard Morningstar. And so I think let's see, we ready to go there? Well, as soon as we flip the room. So hold for a moment. We're going to move to our next session and look forward to keeping you all here for the final session of the Global Energy Forum. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ambassador Richard Morningstar, founding chairman of the Global Energy Center at the Atlantic Council, and Kadri Simpson, Commissioner for Energy at the European Commission.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. You've had a long 2 days, and this is actually our last session, and I can't think of a better one to be having. It's a real honor for me to be doing this chat with Commissioner Kadri Simpson, who's the energy commissioner. We did a similar chat. It must be 5 or 6 weeks ago, but that was on Zoom, and so we're actually meeting, doing this in person for the first time, which is really great. And I don't think that there could be any more important time to be having this conversation. And I know you and your colleagues have been doing just a great job in dealing with the critical issues that you've been having with respect to the energy crisis and the effects of the Ukraine war and the like. So let's get into our conversation. In a way, it's sort of a calm period right now, unexpectedly so, from the standpoint that gas prices are low, and actually oil prices are low as well, and that I think from what I'm hearing, people are pretty optimistic that you'll be able to get through the winter. There's been some luck from the standpoint of weather, the Asian economy not recovering that quickly, and then a lot of steps that you've taken. How do you explain the relatively good situation right now? Are you optimistic that Europe will get through the winter? And then we can talk about maybe a more difficult next winter.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Indeed, we were sure that we will get through this winter already a couple of weeks ago when heating season started, and even prior to that when our underground gas storage was filled at sufficient levels. And at the very moment when we knew that our temporary emergency measures have been working sufficiently, then we set our horizon view to next winter because we are not out of woods yet. Actually, just 2 days ago, I was in northern part of Sweden, where me and my colleagues discussed the priorities for the first half of 2023 with Swedish presidency and Swedish government. And we agreed that we will do our utmost to now move to the medium and long-term priorities, back to these, because last year at EU level we had 12 ministerial meetings for energy ministers. Each time we delivered another emergency proposal. We targeted an underground gas storage obligation. We granted our storage sites a strategic position in our infrastructure. We agreed that we will cut, and we did cut our energy consumption, both gas consumption all across Europe. EU 27 member states since August cut their gas consumption by 20%, and that's on top of good and mild winter weather has also played its role, so that right now the gas price is down to the level that it was a year ago. So in January, before Russia started its atrocious war against Ukraine, and before Russia opened the second front against Europe using its fossil fuel supplies against our economy and aiming to create immense problems to our businesses and also retail consumers.
How do you explain the reduction in consumption that's taken place? How much of it do you think is, well, of course you set goals for the different countries, but how much is it a result of voluntary reduction of consumption by households, by individual consumers, and how much is a result of potential problems with the economy, with industry having some problems, or is it a combination? How would you explain the reduction, which certainly has been, helped the price of gas?
Before the war, or in 2021, European gas consumption was divided into three big blocks. One is industry, another is housing, heating, and third one was power generation. And all these three sectors have reduced their gas consumption. In power generation, gas is just too expensive, so all the other alternatives are coming to the market before we will use our gas-fired power plants. In housing sector, of course, people do their best to save from heating bills, but on top of that, this has been extraordinary mild winter so far. So just a couple of weeks ago, there were, well, very warm temperatures all across Europe. And third, industry. Industry is also reacting to the price signals. Unfortunately, in some occasions, it means that they are, well, cutting their production, and this is a new challenge for us, how to support our industry and secure that competitiveness of EU energy-intensive industry will be kept. But savings played a significant role. On top of that, we were able to promote renewables. So in several sectors where it was possible to replace fossil gas with renewables, where it was possible to electrify, we have done so, and actually year 2022 was extraordinary year for our renewable production. More than 40 gigawatts of solar, new installed solar capacity to our grids, also very good year for wind, and the targets for next year are even higher. From our side, we have done our best to address the existing bottlenecks. First of them is permitting. It takes years in Europe, and now, with the help of national ministers, we agreed that renewable installations, they are granted the position of overriding public interest that significantly shortens environmental and administrative permitting procedures. And on top of that, we have also mapped the supply chain and from where we can receive additional engines for windmills, or how to diversify solar PV production, because we don't want to replace fossil fuel dependency with dependence on solar panels from only one single supplier.
And did renewables expand in 2022 faster than had been predicted?
Indeed, they did. This was a record year, and of course, the role to make investment decisions was there also from our side, because already in 2019, European Commission and our President Ursula von der Leyen announced that our flagship program will be a Green Deal. We increased the targets for renewables. That was clear signal for investors. And when we presented our Green Deal, then it was not only about climate, but it was also presented as our growth strategy. Now we know that Green Deal is also a key for our security of supply.
Right. And I want to come back to renewables and come back to maybe a question on the effect of the present situation on the green transition. But first, let's go to 2023, where there are perceived risks. There'll be not much Russian gas, if any, that will help refill storage, maybe a recovery in Asia, other factors. How concerned are you about next winter, and what steps are you taking to mitigate? And I might add, and what can other countries, like the United States, but other countries as well, do to help ensure that you don't have a problem next winter?
First of all, last spring we were in a very difficult situation because some major underground gas storage sites in Europe were owned by Russian companies. And Russia decided not to fill these sites. This is a different situation right now. Some of our governments nationalized these underground gas storage sites. Others are following very closely that these storage sites are filled. And that means that right now, still at the level of 82%, we do have in our storage more gas than we received from Russia in 2022. So this is necessary buffer. Of course, due to the heating season, the withdrawal has started, but we might end up this heating season with relatively full storage, and that helps us to be better prepared for next winter. Our strategy to get rid of this dangerous dependence on Russian fossil fuels is built on 3 pillars. First of all, we will diversify our supply routes, and last year we also hit another record. This was a level of LNG delivered to Europe and regasification capacity. So when year earlier in 2021 it was 81 billion cubic meters, then year 2022 it was more than 134 billion cubic meters. So we almost maximized our regasification capabilities, but this year several member states will receive additional FSRU units, so we can increase even our capacity to receive LNG more. And I have to admit, US played a major role. We received more LNG from the United States than in the spring President Biden and President von der Leyen were announcing. But the other trusted partners like Norway, also Azerbaijan, played their part. We received more gas from UK, and we signed several very important memorandums of understanding, one of them with Egypt and Israel, for example, that has also very symbolic value. So first pillar, to diversify. Second, was to promote renewables. And there we were successful already last year, but this year we hope that it will deliver even more alternative supplies to us, down to our markets. And third, there is not enough gas available globally to replace this Russian 155 billion cubic meters. So third is saving. Without saving, we will face this situation that might hurt our industry because our households and our power generation are protected consumers. So there will be no blackouts due to the lack of access to the enough volumes of gas. But industry is the one who faces the biggest challenges in Europe. And that's why we are asking also households to play their part. If you save from heating your room, then you might save also your job in the industrial sector.
Yeah, you know, you're probably naturally an optimistic person. Are you optimistic that you'll get through this year, get through 2023 in the winter, next winter, okay?
I do believe that we have been able to keep the unity among 27 member states.
Yeah.
And we have been, the decision process at EU level has been extraordinarily fast. So usually it takes us a year to negotiate our legislative proposals. In the middle of the summer, 2022, we managed to negotiate with all 27 member states only within 5 days the agreement that all member states will cut their gas consumptions. So it took only 5 days. Everybody understood that there is a urgency. And if we will signal this plan in the middle of the summer, then it helps us to get through this winter. So we have very good track record, and I do believe that we have a plan in place to be prepared for next winter too. But of course, we don't have to take care of our own needs only. For example, if we are now reaching out to our gas suppliers and negotiating on behalf of EU, then this is not only EU 27. We are offering this joint purchasing platform also to our closest neighbors in Western Balkans, but also in Moldova and Ukraine. And we are taking our neighbors as part of our energy system.
Let me ask you this. You know, gas is obviously going to continue to be important, certainly for at least the short to the midterm. The green transition is also moving along quickly, as you say. I think there's been some criticism that, well, gee, is the EU forgetting about the green transition with all of this emphasis on gas? Or is it a situation where, I know I've certainly taken the position that it's not necessarily an either-or proposition, and you can have gas, you can decarbonize gas at the same time that you're doing the green transition. So how do you answer the critics that people concerned, well, the EU isn't as committed as it used to be?
We do have clear targets in place that member states, what level of renewables member states should have in their energy mix. And we have these targets already in place for 2020. In 2020, our target was 20% of our energy consumption should come from renewables. It was COVID year and extraordinary year, but overall we managed to achieve the target and even higher levels of renewables in our energy mix. Now we are at final stage to negotiate with our member states targets, higher targets for 2030. And I truly hope that the final agreement will be that 45% of our energy consumption will be covered by renewables. That means massive investments into renewables, but already last year, for example, in power generation, we received more electricity for renewables than from fossil fuel power producers. And on top of that, there is also nuclear. So 38% of electricity came from renewable sources. And now we are also discussing how to bring this benefit of cheap renewables to our retail consumers, because on top of extremely high gas prices in Europe, our industry and households have have been facing the situation that electricity prices have been extremely high. And we plan to propose a renewed electricity market design proposal very soon that offers our industry a broader, how to say, wider palette of contractual schemes with renewable producers, for example, power purchase agreements, so that they know that for decades to come, they can receive electricity with predictable price.
Okay. You know, speaking of price, it really is interesting that, you know, the EU, you've implemented your oil sanctions regime December 15th, I guess, that refined products will be sanctioned, you know, February 5th. Price caps went into effect at $60, capping oil, Russian oil at $60. Gas is much cheaper than the trigger price on the gas cap regulation that will go into effect in February. It gets triggered, what, for 3 days in a row at 180 euros per megawatt hour. And now it's, what, is it below 100 now? Yeah. So how do you explain the prices now? And how necessary are the price caps given where things are from a price standpoint? Is it that this is insurance against big increases in price? How do you explain all this? And well, I'd be curious to see how you respond.
The price cap that we proposed together with G7 partners and Australia for Russian oil was necessary to cut the Russian revenues. We don't want to finance their war against Ukraine, and this was on top of the decision made by our member states that since 5th of December, we are not buying Russian crude oil with one exemption. This exemption is Druzhba pipeline that delivers some oil to our landlocked countries who don't have ready alternatives to receive seaborne alternative shipments. And what we have seen so far is that this price cap, and of course our oil sanctions too, already impact Russian revenues. If they find alternative buyers, they have to give significant discounts, and that means that we have done things in a right way. And on top of that, we announced our sanctions already in June. So it shows that we gave relatively reasonable time for our industry and member states for transitioning away from Russian shipments. And due to that, the impact to our economy has not been significant. Of course, there is another challenge in February when sanctions that will cover refined products will step in. And we have to find also alternative suppliers for diesel, for example, because diesel is the one that our transport sector needs. But there are already several alternative suppliers who have announced that they will increase their shipments to Europe. Well, if we are here, then in this region, Kuwait has announced that they will more than fivefold their shipments of diesel to EU this year, 2023.
Just one or two more things on the price cap. As you know, there has been some significant criticism, particularly among Central and Eastern European member states, that the $60 cap on oil was too high. And that if Russia had to sell at $60, hey, they've sold at $60 or less a lot of the last many years. But do you, just from your prior answer, it sounds like you're saying that it's worked out okay because that $60 price cap is pushing prices even below below the $60? And are you saying also that that may not have happened without the price cap? Or maybe that's a leading question. I don't know. But
if decisions are delivering the results that we were aiming for, then no one knows what decision exactly was a crucial one. But this is true that right now, based on our best intelligence, Russia is selling its Ural crude with lower price than price cap agreed by us with our partners. And the same happened with natural gas. So the last weeks in December, we also announced that we will introduce a price cap for LNG. And it was difficult discussion, what is the right price level, because we have to keep in mind that we are in constant competition with Asian market, and there is big unknown factor how Chinese decision to end the lockdown measures, COVID lockdown measures, will impact their consumption. But we set a target price at the level of 180. Since then, the price has been decreasing constantly, and right now, in the morning, it was at 62.
That's,
so,
that's amazing.
That's a level of double as it was just 2 years ago. But as I was mentioning, this is the same level as it was in 17th of January last year. So, I think with that price level, our industry can survive.
Do you have a concern, or is it purely theoretical, that if the prices do go back up and it triggers the 180, and let's say the prices go to, I don't know, 240, 250, and you have a cap at 180, that the gas will start all going to Asia?
We are in the situation where Asian market is also significant. At the same time, we do have a wonderful examples how our Asian partners, Japan, South Korea, were willing to reroute some of the LNG shipments that were supposed to arrive their terminals in the spring last year to Europe, because at that moment we were in the territories of unknown waters. And I know also that our partners in Asia, they are also analyzing what kind of fuel switch could allow world markets to get more LNG that they don't consume. Because we have to keep in mind that last year Russia didn't deliver to EU markets approximately 70 billion cubic meters of pipeline gas. And due to the fact that they don't have many alternative pipelines to other markets, they have pipeline to Turkey, relatively modest access to Chinese market. That means that this is minus 70 billion cubic meters from world gas market. And all the measures of savings across the globe will help us to tackle this very tense situation in the gas market.
So at the end of the day, it's worth the risk. Then hopefully you won't even get to the point where you have to trigger the gas. It's an insurance provision in a sense. Yeah.
Yes, and this was not, this was our risk that we were so dependent on Russian gas. Yeah. But the very moment when Russia started the war, it was clear that we have to do what we need to do to get rid of this dependency, because they were the ones who were manipulating our markets.
Yeah. Our time is up, but I would like to ask one last question, and then any final comments you may have. And it's been a terrific conversation. There's been a lot of discussion here over the last couple of days about our, inflation, the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, which is sort of a funny name for it, but in any event, in Europe, a lot of people in Europe, as you well know, have been upset about some of the provisions in the act, and our president has said that hey, we had no intention of hurting Europe. Let's work out, work out whatever the issues are. How do you see it? Do you see this as a threat to transatlantic unity, or are you confident, we'll work it through? We've had various trade disputes in the past, and we managed to always get through it. What do you think?
I do believe that both our presidents are willing to invest a lot to keep transatlantic relationship at that good level like it is right now. And for us, it is important that we will keep the level playing field, and that decisions made by Americans or Europeans will not halt the green transition, because we are sharing the same values. We are both committed to the same policies, and if we are working in a way that there is no no unfair competition rules, we will both benefit from that. And I know that there is a working group that will solve all of those questionable aspects of this legislation.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that we both, on both sides of the ocean, we do everything to increase green technologies. Anyway, any final comments that you have, or?
I think that we covered a lot, and I will.
We had for 20 minutes. It's not bad.
And I hope that we will meet soon again. So it is always a pleasure to have a conversation.
Well, thank you very much. And there were some tough questions, and thank you for your, very straightforward answers. And I know everybody here appreciated your being here, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
Yeah. We did cover a lot.
Oh, I'm following.
Actually concludes the Global Energy Agenda, the Global Energy Forum 2023. I'm here today right now with Reed Blakemore, and I bring him up really as a representation of a broad community that made this a success. We have about 40 staff on the ground today. Reed's the Deputy Director of the Global Energy Center, and we're just so thrilled that we could have a day that started with, have a powerful weekend that started with Dr. Sultan's inaugural speech as a COP President-designate, and have Secretary Kerry here today. But Reed, over to you.
I mean, thanks, Landon. It's obviously, it takes an entire team to pull this off, but it also takes all of you guys. You guys offer your insights throughout a weekend, and that's what makes this a transformative opportunity for us to set the global energy agenda. So, and you also, frankly, stayed until about 5:30 on a Sunday. So kudos to you. But that's all to say, this is going to happen a lot more. This is a year we're going to see each other quite frequently, I hope, especially now that we can see each other in person. So, thank you all. I don't know, Landon, any last words?
Yeah, we do have a reception at 5:30, or well, I guess 5:50 right now on the Azura poolside lounge. So if anybody's interested to take this conversation and continue to think about the global energy agenda for 2023, we do have another opportunity. Thanks so much, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you all.
Okay.